The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Players are hitting their stride at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. Three-time U.S. champ Wesley is hoping to revisit the podium, taking down co-leader Sam Shankland to claim sole lead. Champion-turned-commentator Nazi Paikidze hasn't missed a step on her way from the studio to the playing hall, winning her second game in a row to join a two-way tie for first. Front-runners are forming with a pack of contenders in hot pursuit. Day 4 of Can't Miss Chess. Coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome to the brand new St. Louis Chess Club. It's day number 4 of US Chess Championships and we just had 3 days full of chess, full of brilliant ideas, twists and turns. Will the players push before the rest day? Let's go to the studio and start the day together with Maurice, Yasser and Kate.
A familiar player has taken over the lead in the 2025 US Championship with some big names closely following. For the women, there is a two-way tie at the top. Fortunes keep changing as we enter round 4, and our coverage from St. Louis starts right now. Hello everyone, and welcome to the 4th day of the US Championships. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm joined by Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Maurice Ashley.
Kate, Maurice, it's a pleasure as always to be with you. I've really enjoyed coverage so far. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live show of these U.S. Championships. I've got to tell you that through the first 3 rounds of play, I am really impressed by the fighting spirit of all the players. It makes it such a joy to commentate on these championships. Maurice, what has caught your eye through the first 3? Does it surprise you that Wesley's all by himself at the top in the Open?
Well, certainly not. I mean,
no.
He's won this tournament a few times. And also, but for me, though, the real thing is, as you mentioned, just how close everybody is. Anyone in this tournament can beat anyone else. There's just no runaway favorites. The scores are kind of bunched up. You'll see a lot of players right behind the leaders, and it just shows, especially since the Fisher Prize is gone, nobody has a perfect score. It just shows that it's not an easy tournament to win.
Let's talk about the standings.
Yes.
Kate, as we see Wesley there getting ready for the round.
Let's start with the women's section. And yes, there's no sole leader because Anna Sargsyan was actually losing yesterday against Jennifer Yu, but managed to come back and survive. And right now she's tied with Nazi Paikidze, and Nazi won a brilliant game yesterday against Tatev Abrahamian. And then we have a two-way tie for the 3rd place. Irina Krush and Alice Lee both winning yesterday.
And the Open standings?
Here we have a sole leader. Wesley played just brilliantly yesterday against Sam Shankland. And then we have a place, Fabiano, Caruana, and Levon Aronian with 2 points.
Tell us about the format for these national championships.
Yes, we play 12-player round-robin tournaments, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. Time control classical chess, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. There are no draw offers allowed in these tournaments.
3 rounds are in the history book, but what's the remaining schedule?
So today we have round 4, and the players will fight really hard because finally tomorrow they get to have a rest day. I think everybody is looking forward to that. Then 4 more rounds, another rest day, and last 3 rounds to finish off the event.
Playoffs, if necessary, their own day. Maurice, Wesley, tell us more.
Yes, Wesley the pride of the Philippines, now made his home in America for quite some time. And it is absolutely not a shock that he is where he is. He did win his second and third games. You see him atop the leaderboard. After a draw, he defeated his Webster teammate, Ray Robson. Yeah, no love for your Scholastic player from back in the day. And then he defeated 2018 champion Sam Shankland. And you see him there just always smiling, always jovial, extremely likable, this young man. And the fact is, he's just a boss in chess. Let's take a look at some of his details. You see him 32 years young. He has been on the scene for quite some time. Again, from the Philippines, but he's been here since he went to Webster and then made his home here in the United States. He's currently the number 8 in the world. I mean, that's top 10, and this is exactly where he belongs as a superstar player. He became a grandmaster at the age of 14, which these days makes him the 14th youngest grandmaster in history. They get younger and younger. He became the official world champion, the very first one in 2019, defeating one Magnus Carlsen in an epic battle. Indeed, dominating that match, in fact. And he has also won the Grand Chess Tour twice. That is against the elite players of the planet. Best of the best, not just the United States. Just goes to show just how incredible a player he actually is. And he has won this title 3 times. Last time he actually defeated Sam Sevian and won Fabiano Caruana as they tied for first, but he won in the tiebreak. So Wesley, I mean, you see him there, well known as one of the best players in the world, and he's acting like a politician right now, like he's going around the room, befriending everybody.
Running for office.
Running, indeed. He will not be so friendly at the chessboard as he faces off today against Abhimanyu Mishra, who has a 70-game unbeaten streak. Well, Wesley will have his hands full with that young man.
Yeah. Wow, thank you for that, Maurice. And also, I think he was number 3 player in the world who broke the 2,800. You could add a lot more world pairings, Katya, for round 4. Let's start with the ladies.
We have some amazing pairings here. So let's start with the leaders. Anna Sargsyan, she's playing Megan Paragua, the youngest player, and she will try to increase her lead. But Megan, she played really strong, making a draw against Tatev Abrahamian, against Anna Zatonsky, only losing her first game yesterday against Alice Lee. Then we have board 5, Anna Zatonsky against Nazi Paikidze. This is going to be a big clash. And one more game to focus on, Alice Lee against Carissa. Big friends, but also rivals.
At the board, you bet. And about the pairings in the Open.
In the Open section, let's look who is playing Wesley. So it's board 5, Abhimanyu Mishra. That is going to be an important game, but of course, Fabiano Caruana against Sam Sevian or Levon Aronian against Dariusz Swiercz.
Yeah, those are the big matches to watch. And they're fighting for the national titles, but also
very generous prize fund. We cannot forget that, because look at that, a total prize fund of $152,000 in the women's section. First place winning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000. All the way to the 12th place, $4,000. And there is a winner's bonus. If a player is clear first, there is extra $5,000.
And the prize fund for the Open section.
Here the total prize fund is $250,000. Really big money to fight for. First place $55,000, second place $43,000, third place $35,000, all the way to the 12th place $6,000. And again, winner's bonus $7,000.
Thank you to the generosity of the St. Louis Chess Club for making these U.S. championships not only the strongest in the world, but some of the best paid in the world, as we see our 3-time
at a trot. Yeah, you're and 4-time champion.
U.S. champion Fabiano getting ready for this round 4. Hans Niemann in the blue, and Levon, he's always got something nice to wear. What's that?
The players are seeming so cordial today.
So friendly.
Everybody's laughing and having a good time.
I think it's the day before the rest day.
They're trying to chop each other's heads off.
And they are.
I mean, look at the jokes and the laughter. It's incredible. See Irina smiling as well.
She seems to be enjoying the mirth of the moment.
Everybody feels fortunate to be here in St. Louis.
Yeah.
And
I think it's the newly renovated club, too. You know, when you sit down, look at the table that she's sitting on. It's beautiful, custom-made tables for the St. Louis Chess Club. They're really, really solid wood. and they've got that little cushion, for your arms.
So your
and
arms
the
are like
pieces
happy.
exactly. The pieces are from the House of Staunton set. There you see our 8-time U.S. Women's Champion.
The conditions here are sterling. The players know they're going to be treated with ultimate respect.
It makes you feel good.
And you feel like a star as a chess player.
That's it.
And they are stars, but they're being treated as such. By the way, in this pairing we just saw with Fabiano Caruana
versus
and Sam Sevian, Fabi has never defeated Sam in this event. They played 6 times, and Fabi has actually lost to Sam 1 game. Actually, maybe it's 5 times they played. And he lost to Sam 1 game and drew the others. So Sam has been a historically tough opponent for Fabi in this particular event. That stat comes by way of our crack statistician, Ed Gonzalez, who's the leading authority on the U.S. Championships. You ask him any question, he comes back.
Encyclopedic, no? But that is we have 1 win, 1 loss. Sorry.
I think this is
An
the overall.
Oh, that's the overall
score.
The
lifetime score between them. We're talking about just the U.S. Championship.
Yeah, but solely if you focused only on the U.S. Champion, which, by the way, for Sam, first of all, overall is impressive.
It's pretty good.
But excuse me, I mean, for a U.S. champion, because again, Fabi has won 4 U.S. championships, and he's won 3 in a row, and he's playing against a guy he never beat. That says something right there. I mean, why hasn't Sam been U.S. champion yet? By the way, it's nice to see the old bird, the Ruy Lopez. I mean, everybody has been playing Bishop C4 or even D4, the Scotch, to the exclusion. We forget that the Bishop B5, the Ruy Lopez, is the oldest opening in chess.
You made this point, by the way, about why hasn't Sam won. Remember, these two tied with current leader Wesley So back in 2021. They tied for first, and they had a playoffs, and Wesley won the playoffs.
Gotcha.
By beating out these 2 players. That's why Fabi hasn't already won 4 in a row, and that's why Sam didn't win the championship already, because he did tie for first in that event. So he's a very powerful young player, and here he goes right into the open variation of the Ruy.
Talk about a challenge, because we know that Fabi plays everything, and he truly does. But at one time, the open Spanish was a part of Fabi's repertoire. So I always found it very, very dangerous to walk into my opponent's wheelhouse and play their own defenses against them. We'll see what how well Fabi is prepared for his own defense.
It's an exciting pairing.
It could be.
He drops bombs on people.
Exactly. Bishop E6. So Knight D2, C2, C3 have been the main moves for time eternity. C2, C3. And now we have either Bishop C5, one of the main moves. Bishop E7 is another one of those 2 main moves in this moment.
I can't
wait to see what the novel.
Exactly, that's what I just wanted to say. Like, is Fabi having in his pocket to play in this line that we are not expecting?
I stand corrected. I'm looking at now. I just pulled up our database, and in this position, we have close to 4,000 games. By far, number 1 and number 2 choices for black are Bishop C5, Bishop E7, the 2 moves I mentioned. I didn't realize there's actually a number of moves, including the crazy-looking G7, G6, in order to fianchetto the bishop and go after this pawn on E5. Bishop E7 on the board, and the players are still blitzing. Bishop C2, now castles, and crazily enough, Bishop G4 are the 2 main moves as well in this position. Castles, I think, is the most common, and Fabi's getting up from the board like, I was ready for your open.
Right.
And that's a surprise.
Sam pressed the pause button before playing Bishop to E7.
Right.
And then he doesn't have castles on the board the way you do right now.
Exactly.
But he pressed the pause button, and then Fabi sat down and instantly played Bishop C2.
Right.
move written down, I'm out of here.
Exactly.
You think about what I have prepared for you. And Sam is thinking, ruh-roh.
You're right.
I'm afraid I might be walking into something here, but it's just still theory.
Exactly. I am just right now, what you're seeing is playing through what are the most popular moves for each and every position. So while there are a lot of moves in this position for white, the single most popular move is knight b3. And interestingly, we actually have come to a crossroads that is not a crossroads. For the first time, every time black has ever reached this position, they've played queen d7. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Absolutely, yes. Katya, where would you like me to go?
Maybe let's switch to the women's section.
Sure.
And the co-leader, Anna Sargsyan, against the youngest player, Megan Paragua.
As you mentioned, we were coming on the show. Megan impressed us with her first 2 games, but it's the competition. It's the heat of the competition. 12 years young, every day you're playing a stronger, strong player. And I think it kind of caught up with her. And yesterday she did not play a good game.
But you know, one thing I liked yesterday, Irina Krush in her interview was saying that any player can beat anybody here at any given day.
Exactly.
It's just you have to be really focused. So I think everybody respects Megan, that she is a strong player.
Note that her uncle is a grandmaster, Mark Paragua,
right,
from the Philippines as well. So she's grown up in the
chess.
family of chess players.
Yeah.
So she's calm, composed at the board because she's been doing this all her life. She is being bred to be a champion. And it may be her very first time here at the championship, as is Anna's very first time at the championship as well. So we're seeing 2 newcomers. And Anna, of course, as we said, she was leading the tournament by herself, but no newcomer has won the U.S. Women's Championship since the year 2000. We're going back 25 years when Kamila Baginskite tied for first place. This is what she's going to try to overcome, this history. It's been 2.5 decades since a newcomer won the championship. She is facing another newcomer at the moment, but she has a very good chance, at least the standings where she is right now, of pulling that off. But she'd be bucking history if she did so. Another stat by Ed Gonzalez.
As well. Let's just go back a little bit, because this is a very peculiar Sicilian, that knight f3, a7, a6, an invitation to go into the open Sicilian after d4. Essentially, why are you playing the move a6 is you're avoiding Sveshnikovs to begin with. I believe it's called the O'Kelly variation. But the idea is you can't go knight b5, you can't trade knights, and you really don't want to go to knight f5 because you are encouraging the move d5. So a lot of players don't play d2, d4 at this moment. The drawback of the move is this move, c2, c4, and I always thought that was the way to play it. And on the next turn, play d4, and you're kind of in a Maurice bind, and the move a7, a6 is kind of looked at askance. g2, g3, perfectly reasonable move by Anna. It reached the current position, and in my opinion, there's really only one way for white to try to claim an edge, and it has to do with the move e5. So what is the idea? Well, we all love the Catalan bishop for a good reason, and it's kind of on this open diagonal. White is going to follow up with the moves a2, a4.
And Yasser, e5 is on the board.
Yeah, that's the most challenging. And as I said at the start of the show, they're such fighters at the board. You expect that they will indeed play the most challenging move, and e5. Please.
Got to get back to Fabi's game. I know we want to go around the horn, but the position, is this the position on the, it is not?
No, that was my
So back
analysis.
to Fabiano Caruana against Sam Sevian.
This position.
Let's see. So everything's fine. Everything's fine. And here the 2 major moves are castles, which is the move that I had on the board, and the alternative is the move bishop g4. And it's as clear as daylight. What you're trying to do as black is say, hey, gift me the pawn. I want to play knight takes e5.
Queen e1.
Whoa.
Let
me check that out. I don't know if that's theory, but I know bishop
It has been played.
F3 is the most popular way of playing the position. H2, H3. Queen E1 is the second most, and even Queen D3 and A4 are popular. But Queen E1.
So white is saying, destroy my king side, I don't care.
Bishop takes F3, G takes F3, knight. Oops, excuse
Knight
me.
C5 is the main move, but Queen D7, we are being told, is the novelty in this position, and it is the first time that Fabi pressed pause in the game.
Not very long,
But
though.
not for too long.
Because he went pause, oh yeah.
And played Queen E2. Let's just point out that the knight was not hanging.
Because the idea of the Queen D7 is if white captures the knight, Queen G4, and black is just going for a perpetual check.
Instant equality, instant perpetual.
Draw, game over.
And that would be a draw. So that was why Fabi played the move Queen E2. Now he is threatening to take the knight, and he's asking the question, where's your knight retreating? Knight to G5, knight to C5. Now,
Move played.
is it, what?
They're
Knight
going
C5
still.
on the
Knight
board.
C5
on the board.
I was about to ask, is it completely, it's shockingly enough, it should not work, right? This piece sacrifice.
It's probably F4.
F4, okay. And with the queen nicely defending H2, I can easily tuck my king away. I'm a piece down. It's a terrible idea. Just something to think about, though. Knight to C5, F4. Again, Fabi, even though this is novel, well, actually, now they've transposed into a single game. The previously played game, Queen E6, has been essayed in this position.
But the idea was Knight C5 and then Queen D7, now Queen E6. So just a transposition.
A transposition.
Of the move order to get to this very imbalanced position. White has the two bishops, particularly the Spanish bishop on C2. The structure, however, has been compromised on the king side.
Bigly. Big time.
But White also has pawns in the center of the board. If he could just take his knight off of B1, throw it somewhere nice, throw it on G3 or F3 if possible, and then get his bishop in the game, and then get his pawns rolling. It's going to take some time, as Black does have a real lead in development here.
Right.
Is this a good line for Fabi?
Well,
I'm assuming that it must be, but Sam seems supremely confident, and as soon as I said that, he just got up on the board.
He played D5, D4, so he has definitely done his homework, and it's still home cooking. He just played the move D4. One of the things I thought was going on in the position is, as Black, I don't really want to castle long. Apologies. I don't want to castle long because I feel like the pawn shield doesn't offer good protection for the king. So I don't want to castle short because I feel that after castling short, kind of walking into a battering ram, F4, F5, F6 is on White's agenda. So I feel a little uncomfortable. But if I were Black, I would find myself attracted to the move F5. I don't think you want to en passant and open up your own king. So more or less, you'd have to allow the pawn to go to F5, and maybe on a good day, I could set up a blockading knight. A completely different approach. Sam says, I'm not worried about your F5. I have my own counterattack in store. I want to play D3. By the way, thank you very much. I'm forking your queen and bishop. You don't want to touch my pawn, because after knight takes, I've got an immediate perpetual check after I take on C2. And no.
So do we have to go rook D1?
I think so. But Maurice, jump in. This is an exciting position. What's happening?
Well, now at the big board, and let me tell you, this board is on fire. And if Fabi hasn't prepared this, he's going to have to be very careful over the next couple of moves. It turns out, we've seen this queen move already. Did a dance to the E1 square. I did a dance to the E2 square. It's going to have to move again, right here, right now. Otherwise, he's going to be worse according to the engine, which to me is quite surprising because you see
it's a natural move.
eval bar after rook D1 just drop precipitously, And black can castle queenside in this position, once again threatening the move d3. And when we say black has completed development, take a look at a rook on a1, a knight on b1, a bishop on c1. The piece is not developed. The king exposed, a d3 threat. You start going, whoa, 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 what's going on here? I am not at all thrilled with my position. So it turns out, as I said, according to the engine, he has to play either queen f3 or queen h5. Queen f3 being substantially better as a choice at the moment. Did Fabi play that move?
Queen f3 on the board.
Duh, that's why that guy is a world championship candidate and a back-to-back U.S. champion, because he finds moves. And that one is the one that's supposed to give a slight edge to white in this position. Queen f3 covers everything on this side, also deals with this threat. Now if the move d3 is played, the bishop simply drops back. I say simply because you don't normally see bishops on the back
all
rank.
All the pieces on the first rank?
Yeah, all the pieces.
But this looks horrible.
It certainly does.
You got a rook on a1. You just said it yourself. Come on. Rook on a1, knight on b1, bishop on... Everybody's in their barracks.
This is Fisher random. Like,
totally.
If you look at it, like, okay, the bishop here, like, why is the bishop on the back rank? The thing is, all the entry points in white's position here to get here, the key squares are covered, and white is just going to roll around this pawn, a bishop out, a knight out, and play the position with space. You can, I know it's not quite classical chess, meaning classic way of playing chess, but what move do you make here?
G5.
Oh, easily, G5.
Let's go G5. Let's open up.
I'm a headhunter. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Kate.
Now it's time to throw some of your pieces backwards, as you're not going to feel too happy. Where are you going to put this piece?
Oh, if I go knight e6, that wasn't what
happened? Who castled? Did I castle?
No. You played b4.
Sam castled.
Sam castled.
He did not play g5. He castled.
Yeah, no, I wondered how I castled in this position.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive.
Somehow the screen catches some
no.
At any rate.
Okay,
b4.
So knight e6.
Knight where? Knight
e6.
F5.
Pupil f5, knight f4.
Okay.
Knight f4. Notice the desirable knight e5 has an issue.
Yes, the pin along this diagonal is problematic. And now knight out.
Rook g8.
Well,
check.
So the key to think about in this position is you've already conceded the light square bishop. That's the key, right? Okay. So even though you get this king, this file, this bishop and this diagonal, the potency along this line
protected
is just clean. You're not breaking through. This bishop has become semi-useless in the attack. So it looks like you have a file, but it's just about the light squares. A4 could come at any point. The pieces are just going to jump, and especially when the queen moves, the bishop will jump. So
yeah, the queen on f3 is just attacking the knight on c6. I can never capture with my queen on f5.
Correct. And if you castle this way, then, as I said, A4, and the light square attack becomes ferocious. The file's opening. This bishop can always jump back in. You still can't take because it's mate in one. Right, in this position here. So what
the current position is fascinating because he did not play d3. He did castle. Pardon me. Queen f3 is on the board.
Sorry, queen f3 and
then castles. And the current position is fascinating because black is basically saying the knight on c6 is no longer pinned. You can't play your desirable f5 because I will take it now that the rook on a8 is defended.
And now there are different moves. b4 is one. Rook d1, however, also poses a different challenge. And believe it or not, the engine's saying, I want this bishop, even at the cost of a pawn. I want to get rid of this piece because it's so strong. And assume that the compromised position after this and then this compromised structure right here is going to be problematic. But it is a pawn.
It is a pawn.
It is a pawn. And I know Yasser Seirawan is thinking, what?
But Yasser right? Rook d8, black is developing really quickly.
Exactly.
Well,
black is coming very fast. You can play
bishop e3, rook d8. We trade rook.
Oh, queen g6.
This
be
is
careful.
already
queen g6.
Sorry. No. Queen g6 picks off the rook. Yes.
Oh,
that's a problem.
That is nasty.
So don't blunder bishop e3.
Don't.
Here you can bring your knight out.
Okay.
Okay, rook d8.
Okay, rook d8.
Funnily enough, this transposes into the line I wanted, which was knight e4. No, knight f1. Sorry.
E4 is also possible. This is also good. So, but if we go down knight f1.
Followed by bishop e3.
Am I doing something wrong?
Nope.
Okay. Followed by bishop e3. Where's your attack?
G5. I mean, we
She's not
have
gonna
to.
say-
I cannot be
F6 is-
watching
I hear
those
you.
pawns.
F6
I
is
hear you.
okay. You can chill. F6 is not bad. I mean,
And so just a slight edge. I mean, it's playable. Just a slight edge, according to the engine, that black is still in the game.
Yep.
By the way, your G5 is doing the same thing to your position that white has done
Already.
to their position. So it's not as though it's just a straight attack and an open file, but it is undermining the structure. This is actually more central play than it is kingside attack.
by the way, Fabi is wasting no time. In fact, Sam is exactly at 90 minutes. Fabi played B2, B4, like as if I've got this position in my study at home.
So rook D1 was one move.
B4.
B4 is far more aggressive. The engine again gives D3 as a move and bishop D1. D3, bishop D1. In fact, it's the only move.
D3.
D3, only move. If you move the knight away,
Knight E6, for example.
knight E6, the beast shows up.
Ooh.
That light squared bishop is the core. When you allowed this capture, you double the pawns on this side. When you play bishop takes on F3, and you're like, yeah, I compromised the position, but you gave away a core piece, the light square bishop, and you understand in the real Lopez why you allow A6 and B5 in the Rui, because the light squares become compromised, and A4 hook is in the position, and then if you ever give up this bishop, this one turns into a monster. But I believe a move was played.
D3 right away. Right
D3
away.
played, bishop D1 played.
No,
Sorry,
B4
no,
is
no,
on the board.
no,
Sorry.
no. Queen F3,
Castles.
castles, B4, D3, bishop D1,
And now knight A4.
and they are following the top engine moves. Surprise, surprise.
Is
Both
it?
of them well prepared in this position, and Sam saying, I'm not shocked. Sorry, I looked at this myself. You could play like this. I looked at moves like B4, and the engine is now saying that Fabi has basically no advantage, 0.11, and A3 is the top engine move, and so they're just playing what was sitting on their computer at home.
This is incredible.
It's one of the most shocking kind of theory, but we already saw the novelty way back at Queen D7.
It's D4, actually, because it transposed.
Oh, you're right. So D4 is move 14.
And that's the novelty. Queen E6 has previously been played, and Sam has brought completely new idea to this.
And the move Queen E6 was played in the game of
Age-old
Maria
opening.
Muzishuk against Vaishali, by the
Okay,
way.
this is not the board position.
No. You've got to include
Here, this
castles. Nope. No A2, A3 on the board. So it's
He just played A3.
What?
Yeah, it is on the board.
You're
He
kidding.
played A3.
Bishop back. A2, A3. Sorry, that
Sam
that
is
went
thinking
under
for
the
the
radar.
first time. We see 1 hour, 29 minutes on his clock.
Was A3 the top
Yes.
engine choice?
Yes, it was.
Wow.
Yeah, we can go your
Okay,
board.
conceptually, why? Look, sorry.
I think
we're
we are looking
going
for
to do
rook
again.
A2, rook
One,
D2.
2, 3. All of White's pieces are literally in their barracks. A2, A3. Kate is thumping the table for rook A2.
Mm-hmm.
Genius. What a way to develop your rook. What the heck, Kate?
And let's take a look where these players are on the leaderboard. Fabiano Caruana tied for the second place with 2 points. Sam Sevian tied for the fourth place with 1.5 points.
In the case of Sam, he's made 3 draws, no wins, no losses, but 3 draws. He's been very, very solid. And as Maurice told us coming in, Sam has a 50% score in the overall lifetime classical games with Fabi. But in terms of U.S. championships, amazingly, at a U.S. championship, Fabi has not won. And I don't know about you, Kate, but I'm looking at this position with a pawn on D3 already. Compromised structure for White on the king side. And I'm thinking, how can Black not be better? Mm-hmm. Like, just how can I not be better? Like, imagine I play the move rook D8. Just
Okay.
First of all, I want to get off this diagonal. There was some dirty tricks there where Maurice was showing us, you know what I mean, the bishop coming to D5 very unexpectedly, and then I start crying about the pin. So rook D8, getting off the pin, maybe prepping F6 and the move we both want to play, which is G5. what are we supposed to do? Play
So
rook
I can
A2?
play bishop b3 just to say I'm not going to allow you to play f6.
Okay. And I'm kind of insistent that I may play for g5.
So you want g5.
Or f6. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So this is a real challenge for White. Maurice, come on. You're a player who does not like being constrained. You like free-flowing attacking pieces. You want your bishop on g5, your knight on e4. They haven't moved.
Yes, a move is on the board, rook a d8.
The move you suggested is there.
Right. And this is a challenge. Like,
I have to say, all the classical principles are out the window right now.
Rook a2 to d2, and then you ask the bishop on c1, how you feeling?
Exactly.
But the thing is, I would love to play knight d2, knight e4, right? Of course, that's a beautiful centralized square, but that pawn on c3 is hanging, so an option is to give up a bishop for the knight on a4, but we don't want to take that horrible knight on the edge of the board just so we can...
Well, Maurice has been berating us about the power of the bishop and the weaknesses of the light squares. So bishop takes a4 is a kind of a compromise.
Yeah, and I can do now knight d2, but no, I think that bishop on d1 is worth him more than that knight. So...
Okay, challenges
this position
here.
Doesn't make sense.
Challenges here for Fabi. Let's jump to where would you like to guide us?
Maybe let's take
Katja.
a look at the game of Levon Aronian against Dariusz Swiercz.
I believe Hans's game was
Also?
on a little bit of intrigue as well.
Okay, just a second. That the game between Sam Shankland, who needs a bounce-back win yesterday because of yesterday, Sam Shankland lost to Wesley So in a brilliantly played
So
game
let's
by
go to the
Wesley.
game Sam Shankland against Hans.
Let's do it. Okay,
Wow,
this looks like one of those Queen's Gambit decline positions. And look at this, another one of those Akiva Rubinstein E3 Nimzos. Somehow White gets an extra tempo and a QGD. Queen's Gambit declined, knight A6. Hans, that move for me, you know, I look at that move and I say to my opponent, dude, what positional school of chess did you go to? You know, you're putting your knight way out there, and you're inviting me to play b2, b4. You're inviting me to play bishop takes a6. You can't get away with that. Sam said, you know what? I'm not interested in whatever it is you're doing. I'll let you get an advanced pawn on the queen side. I'll undermine it with this idea, b2, b3, and how many moves did the black knight on
That
b8?
knight is knight
One,
a6,
two,
knight c7,
three,
knight a6,
four.
knight b4.
There's a lot of hippity-hopping going on here.
But the engine's not that impressed by White's position right now.
Well, I want to take and maybe play e4, e5, grab the center. Okay, so how does
I
it
got to
go?
tell you, you played a few moves for me pretty quickly going through there.
Okay.
I find this position so interesting from a strategic standpoint. If you put the knight on a6.
Originally, right, knight a6. I was expecting b4, by the way. That was not played.
Right,
Knight
so you put a knight on a6, all right? So already we're thinking you put the knight on a very strange square.
Clear.
You could have put it on d7 to play for c5, but you decided it belongs on this circuit.
Right.
And then your opponent plays knight f3, and you play for the c5 break, but with your knight where it is.
Like a Tarush, but my knight isn't coming to c6,
It's not
is it?
coming to classical squares,
Right.
And then White, so far White has done nothing
Untoward?
original or crazy or whatever.
Right.
Now you play c4, which shuts down
The attack on the center.
the center.
Right.
So usually you would like to have some tension on the center.
Right.
Because you might give your opponent a free hand in the center by shutting it down. But it's a strategy to use, try to bind your opponent. Now you bring your knight back, I guess with the idea of playing for b5. Now that's the first move that you feel like really compelling idea.
I gotta stop.
b5, a5. So you've got to deal with this,
Right.
what looks like a real threat.
Right.
E4 is possible, but a4 to restrain
Now,
that idea.
A lot of Pillsbury players would jump at the opportunity to play knight e5. Let me just put a few moves on the board to show you what I mean. f4, bishop here. And these Pillsbury attacking players loved the old rover rook up and over and attack.
In that position, you normally like to have your bishop on g5 just because it's
Yes, outside of the pawn
outside
chain.
of the pawn chain and makes the attack much more robust.
But
now the move
A4.
a4, restraining the b5. So now we're in murky positional water. It's clear that the battle is shifted solely away from the center now, direct center, to restraint and pressure on this advanced pawn. And now the knight goes back to a6. That's 3 moves for the same piece. And then b3 to attack the center, and then knight to b4. And more moves have been played because he did capture.
It feels like black finally accomplished something on the queen side to have that knight actively placed. But look at the clock of Sam Shankland. He's 1 hour and 32 minutes.
Like as if I've got this. Sometimes I hear what you're saying. You've got this outpost for your knight on b4. Great, but wait a minute, time out. What's so great about an outpost of your knight on b4? I usually like the outpost in the center. I don't care where in the center. e4, d5, e5. Give me outpost on d3. Outpost on b4 isn't frightening anybody.
I'm looking from the perspective that the knight was on a6. What the knight is doing on a6. Now on b4, I'm targeting c2 square.
Okay.
So you see bishop f5 is on the board, looking at some bishop c2 maybe, targeting that queen.
Okay, so let's go. Give me your bishop. Knight. I didn't like my knight on c3. I think it's a kind of a target for the rook. Your bishop's got to go somewhere.
e7?
Yeah, I thought so too. Give me your knight. I think you can play a5.
I have to defend that knight here.
Okay, and now I'm saying at the end of the day, your knight's on b4. You're going to play rook c8, I assume.
Or knight e4, rook
Actually,
c8.
knight e4 is a very decent move. I like knight e4 because I was thinking I was going to go knight e5. Now, there's no trickies, there's no forks. I'm a pawn grabber. Knight c7, knight takes d5. You know what I'm thinking, right?
Right. But
May I?
You could actually take, right?
Takes.
I'm assuming you have to
Bishop
take with
takes.
the bishop. Okay, knight c7. Okay, let me close my eyes and see if I can do it.
Be careful.
Whoop, 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 whoop. I got rook c8.
e6.
I got rook c8 on tap.
Am I that scared? Bishop e6?
Rook
How
c8?
are you going to get away from that?
I'm playing rook c8.
Queen takes?
Knight e7 check. It
allows a tricky Yasser Seirawan tactic.
Maybe you have compensation.
Because the pawn on
maybe
b4?
b4 is very good. Yeah, maybe you have compensation. But okay, I think that is indicative of the position, what we've just looked at. I liked your move knight e4 a lot, by the way, because I was thinking if you played rook c8, I was going to be the first to grab the c-file, and I thought if I got in the move knight e5,
And all your pieces are just beautiful.
Exactly. That was it.
Maybe
let's
you
put
should have
this
put the
one.
bishop on a3. Because knight
did I?
c2 wasn't really a move.
Did I mess up?
No, you didn't mess up. I was just curious. Maybe you should have put the bishop on a3.
I went bishop d2, and you're suggesting bishop a3.
Because there's no knight c2.
There's
because
no
you,
knight
have the,
c3.
you have the thought,
Yeah, I got a munch.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, just small point.
Good one.
Can we
good
just
one.
jump quickly to the game of Grigoriy Oparin against Ray Robson?
Sure.
Because Ray Robson is thinking now very deeply.
Is that not normal?
Okay, all my life, I've been playing English and the symmetrical English. I once had a bank account where my secret password was this position. That was like a c4, c5, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7. That was my secret password. I figured I'd never forget it. I always played these positions with the idea of a queenside advance, a2, a3, like, for example,
And then queen b3 a la Fabi.
no. For example, I thought these pawn sacrifices were very attractive for the first player. Like something like this, I've had some tournament games. I think I've played knight e4, don't ask me why, but I think I played knight e4 over knight b5. Please take my rook on a1, and I will go knight d6 check. So I always played it with a2, a3. And what we have instead is e2, e3. I was on the black side on Alexander Chernin, grandmaster from the Soviet Union at the time. We were playing in our World Junior Championships together, and e7, e6. Chernin did not play the move b2, b3. He went with the conventional 92, 97 routine. b2, b3, that's off the beaten track. Knight e7 and bishop a3. What a strange move.
So
I find that very, very peculiar.
Two main moves, right? d6, b6.
Yeah, but why do we put the... Wow, okay. I'm still a little confused. If I play the move d6, I don't quite follow what Grigoriy has in mind with the bishop on a3. It looks like it's just stuck, doesn't it?
I mean, I'm not sure what Ray is thinking about, because, by the way, the bishop on c8, are you going to move it to d7? Or?
No, I'm going to play e5 in the near future and follow it up with a bishop f5, a bishop g4. But Maurice, by the way, we can always count on Ray for some great expressions. Take a look. He's at the board kind of suffering, like, really?
What is this?
What is this? Are you for real? I think he's just stretching his
facial
repertoire.
muscles.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. There you go, Ray. Actually, the slouch is a kind of a strange one. I know, Maurice, that game of Fabi has got you transfixed. What have you deciphered out of the position?
Well, it's an intriguing position, obviously. And
exactly.
You wonder, how do you solve the problem of how to bring your pieces out? Because
Develop.
you can't move this knight because his pawn is hanging on c3. You have to, even if you could move the bishop, which is a reasonable move, but then you still can't move the knight. You could take this knight, but we don't really want to give up this bishop for that knight.
Right.
You might just have to. But you didn't play the opening so that you had to give up this super piece. The Incr's top move, king h1.
Wow.
That's, I'm sure Fabi's sitting there at the board. That's not the kind of move you just, okay, I'm just going to do this. You're not developed at all. Right. All your pieces are sitting on the back rank, save your queen. And you want to bring something into the game. So what's the solution to that? This is not the first move you think about, king h1. Not at all. And the Incr just says calmly, I'm going to play this move. Now, the move king h8, preparing this f6 break, is a move.
So, Maurice, is king h1 like a prophylaxis to play rook g1 on the next turn to not allow g5?
You're so transfixed by g5. G5 is not on the bingo card. Okay? They're thinking central. But here goes something fantastic. If you play this move, king h1, the Incr points out its own best move is met by this completely ridiculous rejoinder, which is like, what is the purpose of this move?
The rook on a1 and the bishop on c1 are unprotected.
But, okay, I take it.
Queen takes.
Rook a2.
Queen c4.
Ooh, Yasser.
Ooh, I'm head on.
But this position now, the engine is analyzing itself and saying, rook a2, queen c4. Rook d2, queen c1, and now...
Now, why the king is on h1? If it was on g1, I have discovered the attack.
Bishop takes a4.
Bishop takes. So now rook g1 with its own tactics. And this position is insane. Nobody prepared this.
No.
I mean, nobody prepared this.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
So, again, we're back here at king h1. And the move knight d4, now it's rethinking, and now it wants to go back to king h8 with the idea of, it wants to play f6. This is the move he really wants to play, but he doesn't want to allow this to happen. Okay. And now suddenly there's a giant pawn sitting in your kitchen. So that is a move we want to avoid. Okay. So king h8 first, which makes more sense than your king h1 as far as I'm concerned. King h8.
That feels more useful.
Yeah, because you're going to play f6, and now you can't get away with this particular maneuver. And so now moves like bishop to b3 are playable. And I got to tell you, this is one of the weirdest positions I've ever seen in my whole life in a chess game. The move, the engine is bishop to h4 as one move.
What?
Can you please tell me why this move is being suggested?
I mean,
no idea.
We're off in AI land right now.
Right.
That's one move. The other move is knight takes on c3 to follow up with knight to d4.
Bingo. Queen to d1.
And then bang. Or if you play queen d1.
Oh, there's queen c6 check.
There's
Hello. Why did we put the king on h1?
The king on h1. So the engine is like hitting us with tactics because of its own suggestion of king h1. This, I will say, this
But
is...
don't
this
think king h1 is going to happen. That's a move that only if you are prepared, you're going to move.
Wow.
This position we are in. No, it's... I will say this, too. So you're looking at a position like this one. We're trying to understand it from a positional perspective, a human perspective. What is the logic of this position? And I'm going to say we have 3 fairly decent players here.
Right.
We've got a person who's been top 10 in the world. And you look at this position and you say, this position makes no sense. The pawn structure for white makes no sense. The piece development makes absolutely no sense. You think white didn't know what they were doing if you're looking at this position. You see the pluses. Of course, there's space. Of course, there's this bishop. Sure. But is it really so big to compensate for black's perfect development? This pawn here, even this knight is well placed, holding back the knight on b1. And to try to understand the position, it's just pure chaos. And I'm going to say the engine might be giving white an edge now after king to h1. But just look at the face of Fabiano Caruana as we see on screen now. It ain't that clear to him that this position makes a lot of sense.
No, it isn't.
He has played his first moves very quickly. He blitzed out those first few moves. But now as we look, we see that he is down on the clock. I see him at 111 versus 127 for an opponent who's walking around.
Right.
And
This is
Maurice,
unnatural.
the more we are looking at this board, I'm questioning what is the move a3 for? We
If
didn't have
not-
to prepare before move.
If not for rook a2.
Right,
I mean,
but
the
if
only
we-
sense behind the move a3 is to get the rook to d2. Like,
But if I start here with bishop e3, is that a possibility? I just develop my bishop and then decide to play a3 when I really have to.
I think knight b2 is maybe a potential issue. Knight b2 and knight
So I'm
b2 is
losing
forward.
control
careful.
of the b2 square. So it's a waiting move.
It's crazy.
Wow.
But waiting for what? Waiting for
Why not play king h1 here?
Another genius waiting move.
Oh, check this out. King h1 here, you run into knight takes. This is a very big point. And queen to d4. Your rook is trapped. So a3 deals with that.
So it's
Knight
making
takes
space for that rook a2 move. Wow.
Okay.
So what we're doing is we're like unlocking the AI suggestion, right? Like
puzzle.
this is how the engine is playing. We are befuddled by it.
Struggling.
Nobody plays logical chess this way. We're in a new age where you only understand moves only after the engine has suggested them, and then you test ideas. You just don't look at these moves. They don't make any sense at all, right, from a straight logical basis. And the problem is you can get into a position very easily where you don't know what to do because you followed the engine moves up to this point, and then suddenly you forget your analysis, whatever it is, and you're going, okay, my position doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
What am I supposed to do here? Because your position doesn't make logical sense, and you just may not find the right move. And I think Fabi's in one of those positions right now.
A posthumous, after the game is over, what did I do wrong kind of thing. Statistically, thank you, Maurice. Statistically speaking, who's going to win the event
Well,
after 3 rounds of
Let's take a look because we have our in-house statistician, Ben Underwood, and here we have the chances to win the tournament in the women's section. It's pre-tournament, and the leader is Carissa with 29% chances. Second, Alice Lee, and third, Irina Krush. But look at that. After round 1,
Carissa lost.
Carissa lost the big game.
Irina
and
won
Krush.
against Alice Lee, a big rival. Yep. And she had the 30%.
But look at that. After round 2, Anna Sargsyan, the newcomer to this event, 41.5% because she started with 2 wins.
Including knocking Irina Krush out of the pole position in round 2.
And yesterday, Anna Sargsyan made a draw. I'm a little surprised that Nazi Paikidze, she is the co-leader with Anna Sargsyan, but statistics is not in her favor. She's only at 18.1% compared to Anna Sargsyan, who is 32%.
I would be surprised by Nasi's only 18 in the open section, statistically speaking.
Statistically speaking, is Fabiano Caruana pre-tournament as the favorite to win this event with 24.8% chances.
He won the first game in fantastic fashion.
And increased his chances big time, 42.5%.
Notice Wesley So only at 10%.
Let's take a look after day 2.
Whoop! Wesley doubled his, more than doubled his.
Yes, Wesley So is going there now in the second place, 25.2%, but Fabiano Caruana still the favorite.
But
And
now,
look at that, after
53.
wow!
After round 3, it's Wesley So with 53.1%
No,
chances.
I didn't see that. I didn't.
No.
Only with a half a point lead over when Wesley
After
So.
3 rounds,
And
with
it's
8 rounds
only
to
3
go.
rounds. We have exactly 8 rounds. That's
When you don't lose any games, you're
Yeah, he's a very
statistically
solid
speaking,
player.
Yeah.
You know, there's the engine, and then you got stats, and you believe 53%?
Nope. No. I don't.
53?
No, that's amazing. I'm going to jump to the game between Mishra and Wesley, our new tournament favorite, by the way. It's a Catalan with a c7, c5. Bishop g2 takes castles. You know, already this is really off the beaten track for me. I don't normally see this particular variation.
No, for me, it's surprising that Abhimanyu Mishra is quite low on time. He's known to have very good preparation and playing fast in the opening.
But check out Wesley's play. Wesley hasn't used any time on his clock. Quite the contrary. He's gained time. And I know it doesn't look like much, but if you were going to play the Catalan as white, literally you couldn't ask for anything more than you currently have. Because your bishop on g2 is on an unobstructed open diagonal. In fact, both your bishops, remember what Jennifer Yu was doing yesterday.
Against Anastasiya.
She's got her bishops. Now, maybe you would like to have a c-file or d-file control, but so far, Mishra has done his absolute best to get an advantage out of the opening. a2, a3, knight to d5. And Wesley is saying, okay, Mishra, you want to give up your light square bishop? You want to take my knight?
And Yasser, I am being told by VAR that knight b4 is a novelty by Wesley.
Well, Wesley came with some preparation because
rook d8 is the main move here.
Yeah, that looks like the most...
Very logical, right? Let's put the rook on the open file.
I suppose the thing I would, if I'm white, I would be attracted to a queen sacrifice, sort of like this one. First of all, I don't think I'm taking any risks as white in this type of position because I've got a rook, bishop, and anytime I want, I can munch that pawn, maybe even play rook d4, bishop here, or maybe rook d4. I like this for white, so rook d... I prefer the move knight b4, let's put it that way. I think Wesley made a good novelty with the move knight b4. He's trying to reposition his knight and shut down this guy.
So Abhimanyu attacked that knight a3.
But that explains, like, how long did Abhi take on this move?
On a2, a3. I'm going to
Trying
go
to
to the
understand
sword.
why it took so long in this so far in this game. We know he's a theoretician, and you made that point. Right. I feel like this must have been the moment when this move appeared on the board.
So actually, he took for the move knight d4 16 minutes. And by the way, let's take a look at where these players are in the standings. Wesley So is the leader with 2.5 points, while Abhimanyu Mishra with 1.5 points.
Well, it's a little bit misleading. Come on. Mishra has drawn all of his games. And if you change Mishra's name with Awonder Liang, they got the same number of
Visually,
points.
it looks much nicer.
It looks like two of our co-leaders are facing off. As it is, it looks like, you know, Wesley's reaching to the bottom of the standings to find an opponent.
So could we dig a little bit again, please? The idea of when the novelty occurred.
Right here.
Knight d4 was the novelty.
No, knight b4 was the novelty, but
right here.
Abhimanyu already thought about this move, knight d4 for white, for 16 minutes, 18 minutes actually.
18
minutes before
and
playing
that's
knight
still
d4.
standard
Yes.
theory.
And then when knight b4 happened, how long did he play to play?
Only 2 minutes.
to
Quickly
play
responded.
A3.
So he played a novelty. Wait, he played a move that was already seen in knight d4.
Correct.
Did he forget his preparation?
And then Wesley responded with a novelty, and he just played
quickly.
immediately back.
Right.
I guess is the question: why did he take so long to play this knight d4 move? We won't know the answer to it unless we ask him. But he spent a long time on a known move.
Yes, he did. That's exactly exactly.
I mean,
the
what
point.
are the alternative moves? Maybe rook c1?
Again, I was taught by my peers, connect the rooks. Just connect the rooks. You want to play rook d1 or rook c1? Yeah, sure. You can go rook d8, and I will bring my queen out, queen f4. And again, I want to challenge the open files. I'm not, but as white, I'm not sure, is it the c file I would like to double on or the d file?
What if e5 in this position you just put on the board?
No question. The question was, what's the alternative to knight d4?
No, that's what I'm saying. So I was just calculating the line. If you play something like queen d2, rook d8, queen f4, e5 may be a sacrificial way of continuing. I'm not sure it's any good, but
Okay.
pick that off and then play bishop f6.
Bishop f6,
Queen c5?
c5. It's a position. I'm not particularly. It's not shaking the chess world to its very good foundations.
Wondering why he would avoid a line. Maybe a reason.
Knight d4 on the board, knight b4, a3, knight b, and Mishra is still thinking, and he's just about to play knight to f5.
Saucy.
Wow.
That was his
instant response by Wesley.
You take it, right?
No.
No.
Bishop f6, I believe, is what he did.
Oh, excuse me. I thought the intention was to take it and complete the development with bishop e6. Apologies.
Bishop f6
Bishop
on the board.
f6 immediately.
He was ready for this move.
Yes, he was. The very, very desirable knight takes e3 is a terrible intermezzo. Knight takes e7 comes with a check before we take the knight, and that was why knight f5 was played. Bishop f6 on the board. What do you think, Kate? As Wesley So, our tournament leader, do you feel he's equalized? Do you feel
Yes.
like Mishra still has... Wesley is equalized.
Yeah.
I don't like that bishop on c8. Every time I have this bishop that is stuck, I always suffer.
Bishop takes d5 on the board.
Wesley instantly, without any thought to bishop c3, just took the piece back on d5. Is queen takes pawn does not win a pawn in real terms?
Queen takes, bishop takes, queen takes, bishop takes. I got to feel that we're in a major piece ending. Yes, it's an extra pawn, but look at these ugly double pawns. I think it's fairly close to equality already at this moment.
But I
And
have a
Wesley is
feeling if you
playing
capture-
like this is all part of his wheelhouse, his prep.
Yes,
Sorry, you were about to say.
I have a feeling that if white captures the pawn on d5, maybe there's rook d8. I'm going to
make an
delay
improving perfect. It makes perfect sense to me, Katja. Yeah, why not include a tempo move?
Wow, but just giving up that light square bishop for white, that is some decision.
Yeah, let's say queen back, and we get the same position. Only at the end of this specific line, your move, Kate, of rook d8 is a very important, little improvement.
Move played or not?
No, let's see. Refresh.
No, it looked like there was some kind of commotion going on there.
For me, if you don't mind, just to play a little bit the devil's advocate for just a moment, if he had I guess it's 97 check again. If he had included takes, I guess it is 97 check. and then recapture. And if you take the bishop, you do give Mishra
Nice centralized knight and a tempo.
and a tempo. But at the end of the day, that pawn on g3 does allow for some compensation. None of this happened. This is the current position, and our tournament lead, Wesley So, has all the time in the world to play. He's done great.
Could we jump to that game with Anna Sargsyan against Megan Paragua, because the position currently looks bad for black.
When we left it, I like the move e5. Let's catch up with the players. Takes, knight d2. Again, and we see Anna trying to leverage a very beautiful square. It's the c4 square, so she could play a4, a5, and exploit the early, it was move 2, right? a7, a6, knight d5, a4. Here we go. Anna's playing classical chess, and she's got her pawn to a5, artificially isolating Megan's c5 pawn. Knight b3 is on Anna's, knight, same idea. She's going after this very scrumptious c5 pawn.
So queen e7?
Basically only move. Now, let me just see how I could exploit this. b2, b3, bishop a3 is one way of putting additional pressure on this pawn. I like that move. What about you guys?
Okay, I will go bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
Because I want my knight to go to d7 to
You're
keep
not.
defending that.
I'm going to hurt your feelings. I'm going to hurt your feelings right now. Oops.
Wait, is it such a big deal?
Yes. Yes. I'm a pawn grabber.
Yeah, that's a
it looks like
problem.
it's a problem. By the way, clock times a little bit favoring Anna at the moment. Let me just refresh. We have the position with knight e4, knight e4, queen e7, big moment. b2, b3, not the only move as well here.
But it's so logical to play. I mean, when you see it, and she has played it,
Boom.
it's so
board.
logical to play because you don't have a real square for your bishop on c1.
Exactly.
And that's where is just
Gold.
precisely what you want. You could put it anywhere else, but d2 looks tepid, e3 can be captured, f4, of course, and g5 allows the move x6. But a3,
Right.
with the d4 idea, with the rook still on f8, now black has to start defending this position. It's clear that white has the initiative here. Black is in real trouble. Maybe the position might be judged by an engine as not. Actually, let me check.
Can I try to go
Oh, no, the
f5
engine's saying
here?
you're busted. Is actually.
Exactly. Thank you, Kate. I was just going to say, the one thing you can't do, unfortunately, as black is play f5. You want to chase the knight away from attacking, but
It's
when
just
you play,
too much. I don't have how to defend that.
yeah,
Bishop
but
g5.
Bishop g5, and white says, I want to chase your queen away from the defense, the c5 pawn, so I can play knight takes c5. You probably have to play knight f6, and then
Right,
you're
but then
not you're not justifying f5. Unfortunately.
But it loses a pawn.
And
Because
you
there's
lose
on
as a pawn.
b7.
B7's hanging. Yeah,
Exactly.
knight f6.
Megan
In trouble.
under the gun at this moment. Does she have some way of parking her knight on b4? Can she play some? No, the c3. Pardon me. Just following our analysis for just a moment, there is this very well. I mean, no, I don't like this for black.
Just
I
making
don't
extra weaknesses, but I
Yeah.
think black will have to go for something like that. Otherwise, if black allows white to capture the pawn on c5,
Forget
it's
about it.
game over.
Yeah, it's a bishop a3 takes c5 is winning.
14 moves in, compromising your position like that. White's just playing normal moves now. White's no longer in fancy mode.
No,
White just
don't
got
have
a
to be
bind,
fancy.
and now we're just going to play bishop a3. And Anna trying to make modern history, playing in her very first championship, and winning the championship would mean she would have done something that no woman has done since the year 2000.
Yeah.
We are going way back in time to find a winner as a newcomer for this event. Normally you come in and get your feet wet
Right.
to get a decent result. Maybe sometimes you come in and get killed.
That's the usual.
That's the usual storyline.
Welcome to the America.
Yeah, exactly. But she's coming in saying, oh, no, no, no. I'm trying to conquer this event.
Nice.
Playing very well so far.
We reached that stage of our show where we're going to get ready for our first break. And we jump to our friends at Q Boutique and say, what do you got for us? Well, check it out as a vinyl chessboard. This vinyl chessboard is signed by the entire field of the 2025 U.S. Chess Championships, the most prestigious, strongest national tournament. It's available for purchase at QBoutiqueSTL.com, or please, if you're in the Central West End of St. Louis, come to the St. Louis Chess Club and shop for all of our wares. It's a very, very beautiful board. Did they ask the commentators to sign it? Did I sign the comment? I don't.
Yeah, you know what? I'm looking at that board. Looking at the board. There are 24 squares, 24 players.
Hello.
There's 8 left. You could just have the commentators sign. You got me, you.
They're trying to sell them, Maurice. Come on.
So stop the commentators. We have a question.
Right?
Which player has faced the greatest number of unique opponents in U.S. Championship history?
Oh, that's got to be me.
Yasser Seirawan,
That's
Bobby
gotta be
Fischer,
me.
Walter Brown, Larry Christensen.
Because there was so many, the rich tapestry of the U.S. Championships. That's got to be me. I'm choosing myself.
I will go with Bobby Fischer.
It's not Bobby.
He didn't play enough championships.
played 8.
That's true, because you played 19 and you tricked us thinking you played
You
only
already
10
said
of
Bobby,
them.
so you're out.
You're out.
You guys are brutal.
I don't think it's Yasser because the answer's too obvious. So I'm picking
Larry?
I'm picking Larry. We'll find out when we come back.
It's got to be me. It's got to be me.
And as we go to break, Yasser took the opportunity to sit down one-on-one with woman grandmaster Jennifer Yu. Take a look, and we will be right back.
Jennifer, thank you so much for joining me here in the studio. Pleasure to have you.
Happy to be back.
Let's get into Jennifer world for just a moment. You just told me you graduated. Woohoo! That is huge. Talk about what you've been doing this since your graduation.
So I'm kind of taking an untraditional path right now. Basically, in my mind, I'm just taking a gap year before I start anything serious, because I think I had this idea in my mind of what my life was going to look like since I was a kid, which is I was going to work really hard throughout high school. I was going to get into a college. I honestly thought I was going to stop playing chess when I was in college, just because I was like, oh, I'm going to work really hard in college and get a job. And then something happened where I was like, I don't really quite want to give this up yet.
Right.
And I still have a lot of goals that I want to return to, and I still want to try, because I think I was very talented as a kid. And then at some point, I just kind of I got caught up with other parts of life, and then I kind of put chess on the back burner. And so I really just want to take a little bit of time right now just to compete again and work on some other passion projects that I hadn't got a time to in the last few years.
Right.
And then mainly because I'm I know myself. I know if I start working, I'm never going to stop. It'll be for the first few years, definitely, I probably wouldn't play chess or touch chess. So I'm I don't want to do that quite yet.
Right.
So we're just going to see how this goes. And, if it doesn't go well, then I'll have to.
The career path is always going to be there. I mean, there's going to be that wonderful job, and it's going to be everything. But right here, right now, there's a golden era of chess and an opportunity for you, as you say, to chase some goals, become a grandmaster. Jeannie Sinkfield kind of giving you a little bounty over there, qualifying perhaps for the candidates. And who knows, making a run. To reach those kind of goals requires a great deal of dedication, maybe a little training, dare I say?
I do think so, just a little bit.
How do you think that path could sort itself out?
This has been something I've been thinking about for a while now. Also because right after graduating, it's not I jumped immediately into chess. I haven't really competed since. I've played one tournament before this, but I was mainly just kind of taking some time also for myself, just to travel and see some things, just I think it was also like it was good to have, just as a person, to have like opportunity to like figure myself out.
Right.
But also for like training, because I don't think I've trained very, like, I haven't studied chess very conventionally over my lifetime. It was just kind of whatever time I had, I just did what I wanted to do. So that's why there's some very obvious weaknesses in parts of my game, just because it was either A, I didn't want to work on it, or B, I didn't have time. So now that I do have the time, and I really don't have an excuse anymore.
No excuses.
No, because before it was like, oh, if I played bad, that was just because I didn't prep well. But now it's like, that's just not
why
me.
didn't you prep well?
Yeah, and then, so that's why I honestly think like my greatest opponent is myself. This is something I truly believe in, just because I think I am the one that's stopping me from realizing my own goals and my dreams, just because it's either like I'm not doing what I need to do, or I just like don't want to, and then I like regret it. So this is why I'm like, I really need to get this back together.
Jennifer, you've won the U.S. Women's Championship in the past. What do you have to do to get the title back?
There's definitely a lot of work that has to go into this. I mean, everyone has obviously like gotten so much stronger as well in the past years. There's so many newcomers too. It's just like, I feel like I put myself on pause while everyone else has been coming up. So there's definitely a lot of like my own personal work I need to go into it. I honestly feel psychologically in this field, like I don't feel any lower than I was before. Like I feel fine, like I know everyone, and like I'm my own opponent, like that's what I was saying. So I really just don't think I need to like worry about what anyone else is doing other than myself. I mean, I'm excited to go back into this.
Jennifer, thank you so much for being with me and sharing your thoughts.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to four, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to Rapid and Blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and four superstars take the stage. World number one Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
Welcome back to day 4 at the U.S. Championships. And we need to start by answering the question.
It's got to be me.
It's got to be.
It's got to be me. It's got to be A.
So the question is, which player has faced the greatest number of unique opponents in U.S. Championship history?
And your choice is?
Bobby Fischer.
Oh, come on. You're out of it. You're out of it.
And you said Yasser and Maurice? What's
Larry.
your pick?
Yasser had to say Yasser, and I cannot say Yasser.
So I think Larry, I think one of us is right. Let's put it that way.
And?
Wow.
None of us got it.
Walter Brown, 97 unique
great
opponents.
Historians of the championship. Walter Brown?
Walter Brown, 97 unique opponents. Oh,
What
my
the heck?
goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Congratulations to Ben on that question. That was a good one.
And we have a guest. And the guest is with Anastasiya. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I have a very special guest, Jennifer Coro. She is the manager of a very important store here, Q Boutique. It's located in the Hall of Fame and Galleries. Jennifer, thank you for being here with us. Thank you that you found time and came here. And please tell us a little bit about your role and the boutique.
So I manage Q Boutique, and I also buy some of the items for us. It is a very unique museum gift shop. I think we stand out because we're a little bit of chess as well as kind of a neighborhood gift shop. So a lot of neighborhood people come in to shop for birthdays or holidays or just a little thank you gift. We have a lot of chess. We have a lot of chess sets. We have a wide range of chess books. So if you're looking for books from any of the grandmasters that you're seeing, they probably are in Q Boutique. We also have jewelry, some toys, magazines, chess magazines, some art. And currently on our 3rd floor in the museum, we have a chess variant exhibition. So we carry quite a few of the available chess variants.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite shops in the world, I can tell you. I always come to visit the shop because you also have these fantastic jewelry sets which have with chess pieces and with some chess boards, and it's just amazing. It's really beautiful. I can see one.
Yeah,
You're
the checkered earrings.
Yes, these earrings we actually gave yesterday as a gift to Nazi Paikidze, who managed to win for us in the U.S. Women's Championship. It was so great that you created this small prize for the winner, the first winner of the day. Yes, so today probably we'll have another one. Tell us a little bit about merch connected to U.S. Chess Championships.
So I am wearing the quarter zip pullover. We have them in red and blue, and you can find them online at qboutiquescl.com or come in and visit us. We will shortly have some chessboards in wood and vinyl that are signed by all the players from the U.S. Chess Championship. But that's all I've got right now for other than merchandise from the Grandmasters.
Yeah, I know that many chess players, chess fans, they like some collectible items. Also, they like some unique chess sets. What can you propose for those who would like to visit the shop?
So one of our most unique chess sets is called the Samurai set, and it is handcrafted in Italy. The pieces are gold and silver, and it has a samurai theme.
Wow.
And yeah, the chessboard is made out of marble. It is beautiful. It is about $7,000, but you can get a membership at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries and receive 20% off.
Wow, it's actually a great discount, 20%.
Yes,
so
it is.
Everybody should become the member of the Hall of Fame and the galleries.
Yeah.
I think it's really good deal. It's the most expensive item, I guess. Was it the cheapest one?
No, that is our most expensive chess set. So yeah, we have quite a range down to like around $8, all the way up to the Samurai set, which is pretty pricey, but it's absolutely beautiful. It's an art piece.
Yep. Now that the chess club had this grand reopening, do you expect more visitors in the shop?
Definitely. We've already seen an increase in visitors, people who are coming to see the tournament and watch the players. They want to go see what we're doing over across the street because all of it is chess themed and it's right up there in the interests, as well as the halls of fame.
Yeah, I think all chess fans should know about the shop and should definitely visit, first of all, U.S. Chess Championships, which are open for the chess fans right now, for the spectators, and then just across the street, Q-Boutique shop with Jennifer. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we'll definitely. And yes, let's see some signed gifts which we can find online.
Oh, yeah, that's the vinyl board that we have with the signatures from all of the U.S. Chess Champions players.
Yes, and actually everything what we were discussing with you, you can find in online shop, right? And just
Correct.
order. You don't need to go all the way. You can also do it online.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And see you again.
All right.
Thank you, Jennifer,
Thank
and thank you, Anastasiya. I love Q Boutique. I go there every single visit. I'm in St. Louis. They have new stuff. They have beautiful stuff, and I give it to my friends.
I recently bought some chess sets myself, sent them to my friend Arnie in Seattle, who's going down to Mazatlan and giving them to Scholastics as a gift. And Nasi got some earrings. Did I ever get earrings from winning a game? No, I didn't get earrings from
But you know,
winning
my
a game.
newborn nephew, they got this body clothing. It says Future Grandmaster. It's like for newborns.
Nice, nice. We're going to try to catch up with some games. The one I wanted to take a quick gander at was between Anna and Nazi, and I think Nazi's got a very good position. But Maurice, give us an overview.
Yeah, we'll jump to that after we just do our little refresh, reset, now that we're back. It looks as though there are two boards of consequence that we're seeing here. There's some interesting positions, to be sure, but they're really just two boards of consequence. The one with the leader, Anna Sargsyan, co-leader, against the youngest player in the competition, both of them first-timers in this event, Megan Paragua, I was talking about, and it looks as if she's just dominating. She's played this move, d4. You can see the engine eval saying, this is done and dusted with the right technique. d4 on the board, this pawn on c5 is history, and she is just getting absolutely crushed. Looks like Anna will go to +3 if this trend continues. The other game of big interest is the one between the two very good friends, Alice Lee and Carissa Yip. We see them walking together at the start of games around the tournament hall. I'm not sure they did that today, being competitors on the day, but Alice is completely dominating that position. According to the engine, she is in the driver's seat there. So those two games are the ones that are showing the most imbalance as far as evaluation. Now, if we go to the open section, we'll see that the one game of interest, as most of the other games, everything looks fairly balanced. The one game that is truly had us transfixed was this game between Fabi and Sam, and both of them making mistakes now. Now, what I find fascinating is you can prepare and prepare and prepare. And you can over-prepare. At some point, you're going to have to play chess. And it often happens that when you play chess, when you prepare too much, when it's time to play chess, your brain wasn't thinking. Your brain was in memorize mode. I memorize this, I memorize this, I memorize this, move after move after move. But then you have to stop and get out of, well, what was the move again? To, all right, now I have to play chess. And if you choose a position as complex and as difficult as this one, you could easily start making mistakes. Fabi played this move A3. It was in the book of the engine because he had to worry about the sacrifices we saw in one of those lines. So what did he do in the next move? Rook A2. That made sense out of the move A3. It turns out sensible moves, according to humans, don't make sense in this chaotic position. In fact, we had seen that King H1 was in fact the move. Now, his opponent responded correctly with king h8, and then he played rook e1. And here, Sam, he prepared his position. He'd gotten a great position now. Looks like he should play logically. The logical move, best move for the Indian, is this weirdo move, bishop out to h4. Yasser, I know this is the first move that was on your mind. No, nobody's thinking of this immediately. It actually makes a square for the knight, the best square for this piece. So you're unlocking the position. It's like a, I want to say jigsaw puzzle, but that's not what I mean. One of those puzzles where you move, shifts them over so you can put something in the other place and then shift again. That's what's happening here. But bishop here, like all the squares are covered. It's the only place to put the bishop. And if you decide, wait a minute, your bishop looks stupid, I'm going to attack it, then suddenly then just says, well, your rook looks stupid with this move all the way over here when you're attacking on this side. And if you do play a move like rook to d2, which seems logical, again, trying to prove my bishop is stupid, then Kate's favorite move, g5, lands on the board. You wonder, what sense does it make? Can I just take it? Sure you can, but I can take back and you can't touch me because bam, and your king is on g1. Man, I should have had my king on h1. Really? You got to calculate all this to make sense of this position? That's the problem with the position. It's no longer a logical position to play, and the players will start making mistakes. Right here, Sam made a serious error. Again, we saw the best move according to the Indian. Nobody's finding that easily. He brought his knight back. The Indian is not happy. It's not a blunder. The Indian says you're not playing the optimal move. You're busy playing logical human moves. You should be playing weird computer moves. But here, this move throws away much of the advantage, allows white to get in the game with bishop to b3. And guess what? What's the best move here?
Knight c4.
Stop. Bishop back to h4 again. You can see it and you won't play it. The move doesn't come to you as a simple move to play. It's not logical. We're not going to play moves like this one, even after being told and prompted. We just don't want to do it. And guys, I just think in the age of computer engines and preparation these days, players stop sort of thinking for themselves and just push buttons. And you know, and at the moment we see
neither player at the board, actually.
What?
Yeah.
Sam's time is running, but
bizarre.
If you don't mind, Maurice, go back to the position after the move king h8, rook a2 for just a moment.
It was rook a2, then king h8.
Sorry, rook e1, I meant. I apologize, rook e1 now. So, I mean,
and Sam's back
as a human being, as a human player, why did I play the move king h8? Because I wanted to play f6. He didn't play f6 because of e6, and I understand that. But if you just play one more move, go ahead, play e6, queen to d6, and I'm trying to play the move f5, and I don't know, rook f6 or bishop f6. This is logic for me. That was why I played king h8 to play f6. He didn't play f6. He didn't play bishop h4. He played knight b6. How does the engine evaluate this position?
It decides to play the move that we never wanted to play, just capture.
Really?
Then it decides to go after your queen as the factor. So now it's got knight c4, knight e4, knight c4 more
so. F5, knight c4.
Right, you play f5, then knight c4.
And queen d5. And it's an ending which is peculiar because there's a pawn on d3 and there's a pawn on e6. Like, how did those pawns get?
But a pawn on e6 looks scarier.
And also your structure over here has been compromised. White structure on this side has been compromised, so you're not that worried about it. But these two have been. Now the engine starts going after your pawn on d2, on d3.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6. And knight e3. Woo. Wow.
Knight e3. Wow, okay.
Rook's being hit, pawn here being hit, bishop b2 coming. Bishop b2 first before c4. This pawn will become a point of contention. And already there are problems.
Yeah.
Where can you go?
Yeah, I see
rook,
that.
If you drop the rook back here, we'll hit you
takes,
anyway.
Bishop
and
takes c3.
You take here, but this pawn is crystallizing as the most significant factor.
Right.
There's also a knight f7 check if you take here, yes?
Oops, no, I have to take the knight.
And then you resign in this position.
Right, I have to take the knight. So, so anyway, f6, the natural follow-up, faces a challenge. I put it like that.
I remember a long time ago, I was sitting next to GM Patrick. This is the 80s now, so it's a while back.
Last week.
This is before Kate was even a thought
right?
in her parents' eye.
Yeah, right. A twinkle.
I was sitting next to GM Patrick Wolf, who was two-time U.S. champion, and you know him quite well, yes.
Sure.
And FM Albert Chow. And we were playing this game. They were playing this game, and before I could even almost make 3 or 4 moves, they had flashed down the opening.
Right.
And you're like, guys, slow down.
Like, it's not blitz.
You're distracting it. And Albert's just keeping up with Patrick, just move after move after move.
Bang, bang, bang.
And you almost have to stop and watch this show. Like,
my game is not that interesting.
Right. What is his theory? And there was some Rouser Sicilian. And they fly through the opening, and they get to like move 22, and then Albert pauses. Stop. And he sits there for a while. And he sits, and he thinks, and he thinks, and he thinks. And I'm like, okay, fine, thank you.
I can go back to my game.
He's still thinking over there. Finally, he makes a move. Patrick looks at it for a little bit, looks at it, drops a move on him. And I'm no longer focused on this game. I'm into my game. And about 4 moves get played, and Albert resigns. And I'm like, wait, you just played 22 moves of theory, and you should know the position. You got this great position, and 4 moves later, you're resigning. So afterwards, I go, Patrick was a friend, and I even was a second to him in Beale when he played in the interzonals. So I said to Patrick, what happened in the game?
Right.
Like, how did he lose so fast? And his words, crystal clear, I'll never forget, he said, he didn't understand the position at all.
At all. Oops.
Said, wow, you can memorize what's in your book, you can have what's on your engine, but when the position gets different, somebody plays a different move, you're lost. You don't have a grasp of the zen of the position, the deep understanding, and you just start playing bad moves and you lose quickly. So this is the kind of chaotic position we see in front of us. It's so chaotic, yes, you can walk right into it. The engine says it's okay, right? The engine says it's okay. Try making sense of this when the player plays a different move. Suddenly I don't know what to do. And we see 2 world-class players, Rook A2 mistake, Knight back to B6 mistake. They just start making mistakes, even on the highest level. It's a danger, a big danger, walking into complex positions that are just engine approved, but that you don't know how to play as a human. And I can make a bet, play those kind of positions. Go right ahead. You're going to get crushed by a stronger player who understands it better than you.
Yeah, I like the story. Thank you, Maurice. I couldn't agree more. You really do have to understand the ideas behind the openings. I want to flash to the game of Irina Krush and Jennifer Yu. In different days, these 2 former U.S. champions might be deciding the first place whenever they clash, but they've got a great position on the board.
By the way, their Armageddon game, remember when Jennifer you just dropped the bishop and realized the bishop on g4 is up for grabs, and then she managed to actually win the game.
And she won it after dropping a piece. Yeah, we were watching that right here at the St. Louis Chess Club with bated breath. I said at the opening of the show that the players are coming with fighting spirits, and that is indicative of exactly the position that Irina and Jennifer have achieved. Why do I say that? Kings are on opposite flanks. Jennifer put her king on b1, Irina's king is on g8, and with this move b7, b5, we can see Jennifer's got evil intentions of prying open the queen side as soon as possible with moves b4, c5, and going after on the queen side. Now, Irina, on the other hand, with the king on g8, she's thinking in her mind's eye, how do I get to play h4, h5, or, in this case, more saliently, f4, f5. So I'm thinking that white starts with the move knight e5 and basically says, okay, I want to play the move f4. If you don't mind, you'll take on e5.
Yes.
Okay. And I'll take with the pawn. And if
with
you
the
don't
pawn.
And if you don't mind, you will play
b4.
Thank you. And if you don't mind,
C5.
will play C5.
We just have to. We start.
Exactly.
We need to push the pawns. If we don't do that, then what are we doing?
Exactly. Everything flows beautifully up into this point. And now I pause because in my mind's eye, I really need to be playing the move F4, F5, except I'm looking at C4 and I'm getting a little bit nervous. So I'm thinking I may start with the move bishop to B5 just to try to tease your rook away. I want to play the move F4, E4, and F5. It's very, very slow. If I get there, it's great. If you get to go C4, B3, it's great for you.
I can play C4 right now.
And sacrifice
to give
away,
up the
right?
exchange.
Exactly.
Because if you take, no, you don't
I
take.
probably would not take it. Again, it's just the nature of the position that it should blow up. And it's going to be a very interesting blow up. Whoever keeps...
It's kind of surprising for me to see here in Arena Crush. 44 minutes and Jennifer, you 1 hour, 3 minutes. So 20 minutes advantage.
Jennifer is perpetually in time trouble.
Yesterday, right? Against Anna Sargsyan.
Two time controls. If there had been 3 time controls, she would have been in time trouble. How do they stand on the leaderboard?
So on the leaderboard, we see that Arena Crush is tied for the 3rd place with 2 points, and Jennifer Yu only with 1 point so far.
Arena has won 2 games, lost 1. Jennifer to get to her 1-0. Did she draw 2 or did she lose 2 and win 1? How did Jennifer get to her 1 point score?
She lost. She
drew.
And drew Anna, so she had to make 2 draws.
Drawn twice. Again, a very, very sharp position between these former U.S. women's champion. It's going to be a good one to watch. Maurice, over to you and Sam Shankland and Hans Niemann. What's that?
Yes, we had actually taken a look at this game, and it turns out that although he had a decent position, Sam has let his opponent take over with something of a clamp. Take a look here. You had mentioned, Yasser, the move knight b5 here, I believe.
Sure.
And the engine says, yeah, top dog. We like
Let's go.
We like it. After this move...
and there was some controversy, bishop e7, bishop a3, or bishop e7, bishop d2.
Yes.
That was our controversy.
Correct. So now this position, bishop a3 is the engine-approved move. So you play the move.
D2.
No, we're doing together. We're helping.
Together we can beat the engine.
Oh, we're not beating the engine. We're just agreeing with the engine.
Okay.
That's all.
I got excited.
So this is a way to play. Okay. Instead of that, though, Sam decided to be very sophisticated and play the move a5. This move can be quite strong, and it's not a problematic move.
It's ambitious.
Because it holds the structure in place, right? Those 2 pawns on that square. So it's a nice move. It's just you're going to have to follow up correctly. But after this move, a5, rook c8 was played, natural move. Now he played bishop to d2. So far, so good for white. No problem. He's playing this very well. Got a bit of control of the position. And then his opponent made a mistake with the move a6. And this should have been punished. This should have been punished, but you have to calculate your way through the chaos. The move is knight to b5. Back to this move again. We saw this idea already.
Logical move.
We're hitting this bishop, and we're hitting this knight with the other bishop. You don't want to take here and compromise your pawn structure because of takes. But the move you have to calculate is the move knight to c2.
Knight c2.
Clear.
Now your knight's clear. You're hitting a rook with tempo. What does white do? Well, what white does is ignores that piece. Just a straight calculation. You have to go all the way down the line. Now this capture is hitting this piece and this piece. If you just calmly recapture, white plays the move rook to a2 and says to this knight, how are you ever getting out? How are you getting home? Rook c1 is coming. Bishop d1 is coming. How is this piece ever getting back home? And the answer is, you're not. You're just in trouble. And this piece will be lost in some way or fashion, however you try to play the tactics. So after knight takes d6, knight takes a1. I've got a tempo. If you take this back, I take that back. All well and good. Well, it turns out queen takes b7, ignoring the tempo. This is still a tactic here and a hit here. If you decide to play queen takes in this position, now white can continue with bishop to b4, clocking the exchange on this square. Your knight is still hanging at the end. Pure calculation would have to be done to confirm all of this. We're at the position after knight takes a1, queen takes b7. We can save this piece. Rook to b8, get it off the square, maybe fix problems later. No can do. We take. We're still on this piece. We're still on that piece. It's math. It's a straight calculation. You have to see all the moves. I'm not sure what Sam missed in not going for this line, but he would have had a massive advantage if he had played this way. Instead of doing this after the move a6, he quieted things down and played the move g3. And his advantage now gone, and the positions more or less equal. But he took this position from an equal game, queen e7, rook fc1, rook c7, knight to e5, rook fc8, and then he played the move queen to b2, and the Indians hate this move. We should just point out that black has fully stabilized. It wasn't that white was worse, but black is stable now. All the tactics on the knight are gone. The queen and bishop defend. The rooks are lined up. You look at the position, it's very sensible to say, we like what black has done, and this position is perfectly okay. Hans Niemann in a nice situation to be sure. The Indians giving knight c2 right now is a very concrete move.
That's what I'm thinking. Isn't that just winning an exchange? Because knight c2, I'm threatening bishop a3.
Bishop a3 is a threat, and if you take...
Then I take in bishop b4. That knight is over-attacked.
And you would be right. And that just gets money.
Maurice,
Hans could actually win this game. And you see,
looking for his first
you
win.
see his look. He is definitely calculating this line, trying to go all the way down, making sure there are no tricks. Hans Niemann with a gigantic opportunity right here, right now.
Maurice, can you go back to the move g3? I don't get it.
Me either.
What's the idea? Like bishop captures h2, it's not a threat. We don't want to push e4.
He's making luft, but he's missing a golden opportunity to play knight b5 is what's happened.
But why do you need to make luft right here, right now?
No, you
I mean,
don't.
that logic
doesn't add up.
Like I understand, let's say you don't see knight b5. Then you play
something
rook
else.
c1 or...
Rook a4 or some other intimidating move.
Yeah, something. Rook c1 looks like a very sensible move. Knight e5. G3 does seem weird.
Yep.
I'm not in the mind of Sam Shankland, so I can't answer the question. And unless he goes in the confessional booth and lets us know.
We got no confessions so
There is
far.
confessional booth, but no players has used it so far.
I know, exactly. Looking at the game of Anna Sargsyan and Megan Paragua for just a moment, Anna has achieved everything. She's got her pieces literally at their zenith squares. The knight on e4 bearing down on this pawn, knight on c4 bearing down on both d6, b6, as well as protecting a5. This is what it's all about, though, this bishop on a3 pinning the queen. Anna's last move shows, you know, kind of like what I like to call a high-class waiting move. Yeah, she can capture this pawn on c5. She can capture it with the knight, the bishop, the pawn. But she says, you know what? It's not going away. Patience. I'm in a pin. I'll get out of the pin. I will invite the move bishop takes c4, b takes c4, and I'm still going to win my pawn on c5. And I think Anna is in cruise control. Want to go to her co-leader, Nasi, up against Anna Zatansky. And I just wanted to go back to this exact position. After I see the move f7, f5, back in my day, we used to, the Queen's Indian was like this go-to defense, like everybody, I mean everybody in the world. Anatoly Karpov, Garry Kasparov, Jan Timman, Ulf Andersson, Lajos Portes, everybody played the Queen's Indian. If you look exactly at Nasi's setup, this was almost kind of the dream that you would achieve.
I mean, that bishop on b7 is fantastic.
It's fantastic. You've connected the... It's not like black is better or anything like that. It was just that nobody ever won these positions with the white because there's no advantage in the position for white. Nasi said, okay, I'm ready to expand in the center. e5, she took with the queen kind of an indication of her ambitions. I think a lot of people would say, okay, we could take queens off the board if we like. Queen takes f6, not bad. Nope, knight takes f6, and in her mind's eye, Nasi is thinking, you know, f4, What did you just tell me about this open diagonal for the bishop? C5, a kind of indication by Anna. She doesn't want to wait for her opponent to build up an attacking position. Guess what?
Nasi's wasting no time. She's starting an attack.
Exactly. Let's go. And she's thinking, that is to say, Nasi is thinking, okay, F3, potential for exchange sacrifices. This is going to be a
I see what Nasi is doing.
Yeah.
I would like this position for black because as white, you see that bishop on b7, the rook is coming, maybe queen g5.
Right. You're welcome to capture the pawn. I'm not 100% sure you're going to utilize the c file because rook c8 will come with a gain of tempo. By the way, Anna, she loves getting into time trouble. I think when Jennifer, you and Anna play, we can just say, okay, after 10 moves, who has 12 minutes on the clock? But Anna's only got 30 minutes, and Nasi, I think, is going to be very happy with the outcome of the opening.
And let's take a look where these players are on the leaderboard.
I know that Nasi's is tied for first.
Nasi is doing very well. She's tied for first with 2.5 points, but Anna Zatonsky tied for the 5th place with 1.5 points. So if she manages to win, she's going to catch up with Nasi.
Yeah, it could easily switch places.
And let's jump back actually to the game of Alice Lee and Carissa, if possible.
Absolutely, because Carissa was our big pre-tournament favorite, and Maurice was saying, yeah, big advantage for Alice. After the move knight e7,
Alice played the best move, knight e3.
Knight e3, sorry.
And after bishop h3.
Knight e7, knight e3. Bishop h3.
She just moved the rook, and the engine is saying missed opportunity. You can see that X next to the move, and I'm thinking maybe bishop takes b7 and bishop takes e4.
Love it. It's a beautiful exchange sacrifice. You get 2 pawns and an absolutely fantastic bishop. She didn't do it. She played rook e1, missed opportunity, and now what?
So we will come back to this game, but Maurice, you have some breaking news. Tell us.
Big news in the 2 games in the Open Championships that just exploded right now. Well, one is a move we anticipated, but this one is absolutely fascinating. Take a look at this position. And I'm not sure the continuation. Oh, wow, it's getting really hot in here. And we're in St. Louis, so Nelly's somewhere in the building. All right. Bishop in this position to move a5. This is the first move I even understood in this game. Oh, it's a pawn kind of break thing. Yeah, okay, that makes some kind of sense. But Fabi in this position decided to play a move that the engine says is not that great and played bishop takes f7, saying you ignored the threat that I had taking this pawn on f7. And according to the engine, the best move here in response, obviously if you play rook takes, then e6 and you go home. So that's not the right move. The best move is to play the move queen f5. Your pawn just got captured. You play the move queen f5, attacking the bishop. And your point is you're going to take this pawn on e5 because suddenly the bishop, thanks to that capture, has allowed this rook to be in the game. So we make some casual bishop retreat, for example. And here comes knight takes e5. Rook takes is now met by queen takes on e5. Thanks to the pin, black is now winning. So bishop takes f7, queen f5, and now the move e6. You got to wonder, well, you're not getting your pawn back. I just took a pawn. And the engine said, no problem. And this is where Sam had to evaluate. Again, these moves are just so hard in a position like this. The move rook to d5.
I thought knight d5, rook d5?
Exactly.
The knight belongs on c4, not d5.
Okay, the logic of a knight being centralized. Rook d5, the move now, queen to e4, challenging the queen. And the engine gives us a top move, trading queens, a pawn down in this position. And then, as Yasser said, put the knight on c4 and saying, this construction, even though you're up a pawn, it's firmly blockaded. And you're actually somewhat down a piece in this position. This bishop has nowhere to go. How does he get back in the game? Maybe he can straighten the king somewhat. I can always play g6. But the position is now about the black pieces trying to do work, and you still have to deal with the blockade. Not an easy position to understand. Also, this knight can go to d6 and pick off the bishop and hit the rook. So everything is fine for black. Instead, after bishop f7, Sam instantly replied with his calculation. Am I right? Knight takes e5. That is correct. Knight takes on e5, getting rid of the pawn that would have forked him if you take with the rook. And now if you take, there's the move rook takes on f7, being given a double exclam because suddenly there's this check. And now if you try to hide, there's no perpet, but there's rook f8. And this queen f3 check is coming, and then the queen f2 check. If you're not careful, right about now, you have to go for bail city. Well, you could play queen takes e7 here, queen f3, king g1. Oh, you cannot take on f2. Sorry, there's a rook sitting on a2. So there's check, king here,
that's a
check,
perpetual.
and we get our perpetual. There's no hiding out of this position. So this sequence is what Sam sees, and he may have let Fabio off the hook, quite frankly, in this line by taking here instead of playing queen f5. But queen f5 was much more nebulous. This is clear. He's doing the calculation that says, I'm getting out of this one. And it looks as though Fabi has moved. What do we have?
I better bring that game up. I had a different game up on my screen. Sorry, Maurice. The move we have, Andy, Grigoriy, Fabi. We have just what you said.
It looks like the line is being played.
That line with rook f8, what you said.
Everything being played to a forced draw.
It would appear.
I got to tell you, that's amazing calculation. All these moves played.
Sam looks just so chill. Like, yep, I had this at home this morning.
And Fabi is going for it, capturing
Queen
bishop
takes
on
e7, and we're seeing a forced draw. There's no deviation for either player. At the moment, Sam's down a rook and a bishop. He's got to make the perpetual.
This game demonstrates how much these players work at home to prepare these variations.
Exactly. Earlier, we had seen the potential for this precise perpetual check. It almost came like 10 moves later after some very interesting ideas of a3, rook a2. Frankly, I didn't understand this game one single bit. I mean, I got to be honest, I really did not. And furthermore, I thought Fabi was in trouble when he had his bishops on d1, c1, knight on b1, rook on a1. And I was saying, what are you doing? Those pieces never got into the game.
And Sam did not prepare this completely.
No, of course not.
Let's be clear. He found this perpetual from calculation because Fabi played some different moves and he just was able to calculate his way out of the position and get his draw.
By the way, kudos to Sam as, again, his streak in U.S. championships against Fabi remains unbeaten. Again, their overall score is 1-1 with lots and lots of draws. In fact, this is their ninth draw. But
and Sam Sevian
Fabi's
with the
victory did not come in the U.S. championship. Sorry.
Right. No, I'm just saying Sam Sevian with a very solid play. All draws so far.
All draws.
I'm not surprised by that. Sam is a super powerful player, very difficult to beat. But if he's going to win the championship, he's going to have to win some games.
As
of
well.
course, he's held Fabi back. But big news, bigger than this, that was a draw, is the fact that Hans Niemann did calculate and realize knight c2 is the money move. Give me that exchange. You got problems.
Right.
Your rook is under attack, and bishop a3 is coming if you don't take my knight. This is on the board, and Sam Shankland is still in thought. After several minutes, he's been thinking so far, and I see it's getting worser and worser, as they say. They say that in the hood, by the way.
Worser and worser.
But this is just bad. You're losing material instantly. Hans Niemann looking to go, is it +1, right? Because he hasn't won any games yet.
He's won all of his
but
games as far.
He can see that a victory is within reach after this move. He's just going to win a clean exchange. There's nothing really to be done about it after this move, knight c2. This is just 20 moves in. How did Sam take a good position and just make this move g3, feeling not in really great form is Sam. He lost to Wesley in a tough game.
That's the thing. Yesterday, it was a very difficult loss.
Now he might be going 2 in a row.
But knight b5, and those variations weren't that difficult to calculate for Sam. And by the way, when Sam played the moves a4 and a5, his whole idea was to isolate the knight on b4 to make the move knight b5 possible. When he missed that opportunity, it's rebounded against him, and he's in trouble.
That knight that was supposed to be in trouble, and that
he became
poetic justice in chess. You know, this knight was supposed to be a problem piece. Now it's turned into a problem beast on the square it is now. And Sam looks like he's going to go down if Hans does his due and goes to +1.
I want to turn the attention.
By the way, Sam just captured that knight.
So they'll follow that line that you guys were looking at with bishop b4. Looks very, very good for Hans. I want to turn our attention to the game of Andy Woodward and Awonder Liang. Andy has been playing incredibly beautiful, enterprising, fighting chess, but he hasn't been rewarded for it. On the contrary, he's actually got stung by an unsettling loss against Grigoriy. Yeah, that was really, really bad. However, the position he has against Awonder Liang is a bit of a dark horse. Potential winner of these U.S. championships is Awonder. Check it out. I really like Andy's position a lot. Why? Because he is lording over the only open file in the position. He's already doubled his rooks. And it's clear that Awonder is defending. In this last move, Awonder did not want to see anything like rook takes c6, rook takes c6, when white is actually really kind of cruising. Rook c7 is a potential disruptor. But rook a8, and you know, I'm easy. I love to go pawn hunting, and a move like knight e5, I would find a very, very attractive move for white. And I think Andy could potentially, his first U.S. championships, he's looking at, well, you know, I mean, I know you're a 2700, but I can play chess too. I like Andy's position. Back over to you, Maurice.
Back to this game that's proceeding apace. Sam Shankland is showing why he walked into this line. And it may be that he actually walked into the line because of rook takes, bishop c2, and now he's played the move knight to g4. That one we did not look at all. Knight to g4, and there is only one way to get an advantage coming out of this last move. The point of the move is to kick the legs by getting rid of this knight from this pawn on d5. So he sacrificed an exchange and is just playing the position because he wants to play knight takes on d5, and that's his point. And the only way to get an advantage here, according to the ancients, play move bishop to e4. But that looks suspicious. Why? Because this bishop can be chased by the move f3. First you start with this, then you continue with f3. I'm asking the question, what's wrong with this? Rook f1 is coming on the next move if you capture the pawn, and now you've got to find moves. Now, I'm pretty sure this is the line Sam wants to play because everything else is just bad. So the question now is, what do you play as black? You cannot move this bishop.
But can I go queen g6?
But now you can start attacking. Queen g6.
I was going to go queen g5, but similar ideas.
Yeah, queen g5 is more accurate, actually, in this position because
we are defending the pawn on d5?
Rook takes c3.
Because of the sack on c3. You're not really going after this. You're going after this. And this is the refutation.
Right.
Queen moves to this square. By the way, the other thing the queen does, it guards the d-pawn. And guarding the d-pawn now means I'm moving my bishop, and what did you do this for? You're just down an exchange in total. And the point is, after capture, there's this beautiful sack, and now we'll take this one from you, and after you move, we'll take this one from you as well. And now you have a position where your king is fully shattered, your pawns are all suspect, there's no back rank mate because the bishop can always go to f8. The position has exploded in black's favor, and black is winning. I'm not sure. He has not moved as yet, it looks like, but the move knight g4 seems to have come as a tiny bit of a surprise to Hans, or maybe a big surprise, as he's thinking, wait a second now. Clearly, this is what Sam had planned.
Right.
Clearly. Go ahead, put your piece on c2. I'm going to get out of it with the move knight g4. Will he or won't he find the move bishop to e4? There's a tight bit of calculation in there. It's not that deep, but you have to assess everything because the variations can split wide. A lot of times that's harder than going deep down the line. If I see only one move at a time, I can go 10, 15, 20 moves.
But Maurice, if
there's a lot of moves you got to calculate, that's a harder task.
Maurice, if I don't see Queen G5 and I just go Queen G6, isn't that still working?
Queen G6 can be met by takes.
And I take on G3.
And now Bishop F3. That's crazy.
But Bishop E1.
Bishop E1, King H1.
I take on C3.
Knight takes D5.
Your knight takes D5. That's
Hold
the
on,
tempo,
Rook C1 check?
Well, we take everything that's on C1. We get 97 at the end.
And you make a draw. That's nice. Nice. Yeah.
It's easy. That's what I meant by their lines that go laterally. Right? You have X number of candidate moves, and you have to look at all of them and make sure that there are no points along the way that you made a mistake. It would be so much easier if you were forced to go down a straight line. That's an easy calculation. But when you have multiple moves that all look good, or maybe I could do this, maybe I could do that, that's when there's a problem. Levon Aronian told me, he said, if you put a position, no matter how difficult the move, if there's only one move, strong players find it. They hate to have 4 or 5 different moves and have to choose from those moves. That's when mistakes are made. So we'll see whether or not Hans comes up with the great sequence that gives him the best advantage. I think he's going to take some time on this move.
Absolutely. Let's pause our analysis because Anastasiya.
She's with Sam. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, you're right. I'm here with Sam, who just finished his game in the draw against Fabiano Caruana. You know, Sam, I was checking your results with Fabiano, and it seems like you played 10 games in classical chess, and score is level at the moment. How do you actually manage to have such a score with one of the top players in the world, Fabiano?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been playing him for many years now. It feels like the first time we played was 7 years ago. So I was, of course, very nervous at the start, but when you keep playing against these top players, you kind of start understanding how they think, what their tendencies are, and Fabiano is one I definitely like playing against.
Yeah, he's so good also in the openings. How challenging is it to prepare against him every time?
I mean, openings are the hardest part against him. He can play absolutely anything, can surprise you everywhere. So I was trying to be ready in a couple of critical openings.
So I just wonder, how long did you prepare for today's game?
I usually prepare maybe an hour, but this one was maybe 2-3 hours.
I see. So it's a different approach when you play against Fabiano. I'm sure about it. But yes, today's game, it seems like the theory was quite long. Yes, in this one. Like, can you just give me one critical moment when you had to really think hard to understand what to do next?
Yeah, I think we both knew until he played A3, Rook A8, and then, I mean, his main idea is to play Rook A2 to put the rook in front of the pawn and attack it. So I guess the critical moment was when I played Knight B6, A5, because there's so many tactical resources.
Yes, so let's see this exact moment. So let's get there. Knight B6, yes?
Yeah. He was suggesting G5 as one move, which is very interesting.
But it's really hard to play this move, right? Like G5,
yeah. I mean, if you don't calculate accurately, it could be very dangerous for black. Bishop B3 is probably the best move. So I went for Knight B6 because I saw this Bishop B3 A5 idea. Bishop B3, Bishop B3, but yeah.
So yes, for example, after Knight B6, you decided to go with this one after Bishop B3, A5 idea.
A5, yes. Yeah. And I calculated this Bishop takes F7. Looks like it should be a draw with Knight takes E5.
Yeah, so let's say the most important was to find this Knight B6, yes, to make sure that after that...
So there was Queen F5, yeah. I was thinking maybe E6, and I didn't really know how to follow up after E6, but maybe there's Rook D6. This was...
Rook D6, yes, after well. Queen D5 also, and Rook D6, yes, this is what you calculated. Or Rook D5 even, no? Yes, so...
Yeah, maybe here I should have spent more time to see if I have some extra options, but yeah. When I saw Knight takes E5, I didn't really look at anything else.
Yeah. And eventually game finished in a draw after a few moves. Sam, it's the first time that we have you here in the studio, so I was wondering, how does it feel for you to play in the new, brand new chess club?
Yeah, I mean, definitely expansion is huge now. Instead of 2 rooms, it's like 6-7 rooms on the top floor, and hopefully we have like some good events in the chess club.
Yeah. And what was your first time you played here? Do you remember?
It was definitely one of the early juniors.
How many? 7, 8 years ago? More.
More years. Maybe 12 years ago. Yeah.
12 years ago, I see. So, what is your approach here for this U.S. Chess Championship? So many games, 11 rounds. Like, should definitely have a strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are 2 rest days, which is very rare nowadays in top-level tournaments. So I'm trying to take it as like 3-part tournament, like the first 4, the next 4, and then the last 3. So I guess the first 4 went 50% for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, the rest day is nice. I get to prepare for my next opponent, and I'll try finding something interesting.
Yep. So it's a great time, yes, to have a rest day after 4 fighting rounds. Thank you so much, Sam, for coming here. All the best of luck for you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Indeed, the tournament really is an act in 3 parts. This first 4 games, and as Sam just said, 50% score, very, very solid result. And today, quite the achievement for the opening, and a big shout out to the open Rui. If you can get positions like this where White's pieces remain stuck on the first rank, I can imagine a lot of people taking a look at this particular game.
It was also, by the way, interesting how he said, maybe I should have looked more for that queen f5 if I have more there than just a draw. But
exactly.
If you know you can make a draw against Fabi with black pieces and have a rest day, it's hard to pass on that.
Yeah, just that a visual for those of you who joined us late is I really did not like the way Fabi played the game. And yet the engine approves of so many of Fabi's moves. Because if you just look at the position with all the pieces on the first rank, this is not the way we like to play chess. We like the aggressive attacking. But there we have it. Knight on b1, bishop on c1, bishop on d1, rook on e1. Where would you like to guide us?
I want to go to the game of Alice Lee and Carissa Yip.
Okay, because when we left that game, we thought that Alice missed a golden opportunity right here. She could have sacrificed an exchange. Could Alice, with the move bishop takes b7 and play bishop takes, oops, sorry, that was supposed to be, I grabbed the a7 pawn, bishop takes. And whether we take with the king or, what would I take with? I take with the king. 2 pawns, a brilliant bishop.
Weakness on d6.
As well as
that pawn
a7.
on d6 is never going forward, right? We are guarding that d5 square, and instead, as you are showing with that arrow, the dark square bishop can go and attack it even more.
That would have been great for, not for Carissa, for Alice. Alice instead played the move rook e1, knight takes, queen takes. I still have to say, I do like her position. Why? The bishop on h3 is very menacing. There's no question about that. However, the reason why the bishop is so menacing is because we have to be worried about a queen g2 and or queen f1 checkmate. With the knight on e3, no.
And pawn on e2, the queen is not even going to f3.
Nope, I have nothing to worry about. And in the meanwhile, pawn e4, pawn b7, pawn d6 are weak pawns, and Alice can exploit what I think is a position in her favor. Bishop takes b2, rook takes b2, rook c6, and we have caught up with the current position. The players, I think, that Alice is about to bring all of her forces to bear on the pawn on d6.
And we will have a quick commercial, and we will be back in 60 seconds.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
And as promised, we are back. And Yasser, you want to take a look at the game of Irina Krush against Jenny for you?
Absolutely, because again, I see these two former U.S. champions. I was about to say world champions.
Maybe
two
world
US,
future.
maybe future. Two U.S. champions as big rivals, and the position. Irina has been the first to open up things on the queen side, but she didn't get one of those really marvelous looking attacking positions. In fact, Jennifer's knight on d4 is doing a great job. I'm thinking rook c1 and bishop b5. And essentially what Jennifer is saying is, I'm going to slow play my king side. I'm not going to go...
Wait, Irina Krush is white.
Pardon me,
For you?
I got the players wrong. I'm not. Irina's saying I'm not playing h4, f4, f5, and going after your king. I'm just playing to delay your attack against my king on b1. I like the move bishop b5. I'm also attracted to the move rook c1. And from Jennifer, who's black, has to decide how she's going to continue after, for example, the move rook c1. Knight e4 looks good until you go queen e2, and then what's your follow-up? By the way, knight c6, knight e5 to c6 can easily end up giving white nice squares for her pieces. So key moments coming up, and I think, no? Jennifer is at 38.
Yeah, Jennifer spent some serious time because she had 20 minutes advantage over Irina Krush, but now the time is balanced.
Exactly. So still a lot to fight for in this game, and Maurice, I'm going to toss it to you. What's caught your eye in this round 4?
Well, critical moments in that game we saw with Hans and Sam. Hans, if he wins, will just be 1 point off, or let's say a half a point, 1 win off the lead that Wesley So currently has. And Wesley, by the way, playing what looks like a fairly drawn position, even though he's a pawn down the last time I looked, against Abhimanyu Mishra. It looks like he'd be able to equalize that one. So this is a big win for Hans to just go right there, right near the leaderboard, or right in the mix of the leaderboard with those players at +1. We saw the move knight g4. Bishop e4, he found it. Kudos to Hans for finding this move. However, on the next move, after knight takes f6, he did not play queen takes based on all the tactics we saw. Here he played g takes f6. The engine criticizes the move because he wants to be able to keep this bishop connected to this queen. Now, f3 is a move you could play here, but the queen is also connecting to this bishop on the other side so that he can play this move and threaten this knight. And that's his real logic behind his last move, to play this way, g takes in this position. But it does compromise his king somewhat. The engine says it wasn't the best move, but it's still better for black. Black is still doing quite well here. Not the same pure advantage you might have had if you had taken with the queen. Your pawn structure would have been cohesive, but still good for him. I don't believe his opponent has moved yet. No, so that has not happened. But we do have a pawn structure that only a mother could love. I mean, it's just not attractive at all. But you are up in exchange, so there you go.
Yeah.
Looking to win this game for sure is Hans.
I'm thinking if white plays f3, isn't the idea to, we are just keeping the queen on e7, we can capture on f3 with the bishop, and then capture with the rook on c3. And we are getting the same idea.
That is a line. It's not as good as the line that we just looked at, though. Bishop takes, rook takes, bishop takes, queen takes, e3 check, king. Queen f2. That's a better move.
Oh, queen f2.
Queen f2. It's 4 pawns against 6, but again, this pawn structure that's made for radio and not TV, because it looks so ugly. This is not the position you want to play with white, and it's opposite colored position also, colored bishops. And this pawn is weak. On all these pawns are on light squares. This bishop can't wait to munch. So not a great position if you play this way. The best move, again, is bishop to b4. just very straightforward. You're up in exchange. Just go trade the pieces off.
Right. It still looks like you have that similar tactic of in case of rook c1, of capturing everything, including bishop takes f3. Rook
c1 is also bishop a3.
Ooh, that's terrible.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
it's terrible.
yeah.
Can't do that.
No. This just neutralizes everything. I'm not sure what his next move is going to be, and Sam has not moved as yet. So he himself is not happy with this position because he's just down in exchange. Some compensation in the pawn structure, but 2 rooks waiting on the file, and bishop b4 is a threat right now as well.
Exactly. We haven't made. We haven't checked in with Levon Aronian game, and he's doing very, very well in the tournament coming into this 4th round before the free day. Levon is up against Dariusz. Levon with the white pieces. Let's see how they got here. I must say that I got to give Magnus all of the credit for playing this system with white, e2, e4. It's like a reversed Rosalimo, where as black you've got this extra tempo because you're now playing on the white side. And remember, it was the Sveshnikov that brought Magnus great success in his 2018 World Championship match. f2, f3, it looks a bit peculiar until you realize that the dream square for white's knight is actually either d5 or f5. But to get to those squares, you've got to protect the pawn on e4. e5 takes, and from Levon's point of view, he's got the 2 bishops, he's undoubled his pawns, and by the way, this pawn on a5 is now a little bit isolated, what we would call a pawn island. And let's see, so far it looks to me like Levon is rather pleased with the outcome of the opening. He's got the superior position. Yeah, not exactly sure if I want the rook on c1 or d1. Later I'll play b3. I still got to figure out how I'm going to play for the break c4, c5. But I like Levon's position.
And Dariusz is getting lower on time, only 16 minutes against Levon's 54 minutes.
We saw that this cost Dariusz in his game with Sam Shankland. He had an equal position, did Dariusz, but the clock times really worked against him.
Maybe, Yasser, we can switch now to the ladies' event. But before we take a look where these players are in the leaderboard.
Again, Levon is right up there at the very top.
Yeah, tied for the 2nd place with 2 points. Dariusz Swiercz, so far only with 1 point, and tied for the 10th place.
Right, 2 draws for Dariusz and a loss, unfortunately, for him. And where would you like us to go?
I want to go to the game of Tatev Abrahamian and Talia Cervantes because they have the same pawn structure that we just talked about.
Okay, and that is Tatev. There you are at the bottom there. Tatev and Talia kind of echoes.
It's only reversed.
Yeah, I saw Anna's game where she had a knight on c4 and a knight on e4. In Tatev's game, she just has the knight on c4. Let's see, let's go. How did they get this position? Well, I mean, Talia's got the bishops. That should be worth the double pawns at least, right?
Especially when the dark squares and the diagonal g1, a7. Yes, that bishop, I mean, that diagonal is strong too, but also if we place that bishop on d4 at some moment.
You're going to go e4 and put the bishop on e4. At the moment, I'm thinking this queen might park herself over here. How is Tatev supposed to respond? Let's say she takes with a rook because she's making the argument that she has a strong knight.
But now e4, right? Can we do that?
Yes, it's completely legal.
And
Absolutely.
bishop d4?
Yep. I'm going to go and exchange down. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Let me...
Well, now it's going to be for rook. There's f4 coming up.
I was going to take your bishop. Let me move my king. I have to sidestep, as you just said, f4. It's you can take on c4, so you could get rid of your bishop.
I'll just take the rook first.
Okay. Munch, munch. Did I get a pawn? No, it's not enough. It's insufficient compensation. Talia is simply better in this position. So Tatev is going to have to
take with the knight.
Yeah, it's a little.
But then you mentioned
reluctantly.
Maybe queen h4 and even bishop h6.
That's what I'm worried about. Yeah, your bishops might post out. You could go bishop h6, bishop f4. I like Black's position. She hasn't. Talia hasn't sacrificed anything, and she's got 2 bishops and maybe even a rover, rook f6 to g6. I like her play.
And one more game that we did not take a look at is Rose Atwell against Atusa Purkashian.
Okay. When I left it, I saw what I thought was a kind of a even position. It almost looks like it comes from a Petrov, but it actually came out of a Catalan, of all things. You see these kinds of pawns on d4 and c4 often enough in Petrovs. Bishop f5, rook e8, bishop b2. Looks like natural play. I have to pause because I'm thinking about grubbing a pawn.
On b7?
Yeah. But okay, here it comes. Rose is thinking about grubbing that pawn on b7 as well. Knight back to c6. Somehow Rose is tricked Atusa, and I think Rose is for choice here.
I mean, with that light square bishop?
It looks promising, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Can you just move back for a second? How did we arrive there?
It was, I think that Atusa you get to this position and you're imagining your opponent playing exclusively for d4, d5. Because when you play the move c5, come on, you're giving up the square d5. Like, you don't do that voluntarily. I think she underestimated the point of this move. It's a nice discovered attack against the queen, and you can't play queen f5 because the f-pawn is hanging, bishop takes. So she had to give up the 2 bishops, and that's how we got to this current position.
And now we are expecting bishop g2 back, right?
Bishop g2 is good. Also, just this ending, like imagining just an ending, I know it looks very, very brutish, if you will, to get into an ending like this. This pawn on d4 is doing a good job at restraining this bishop. We can imagine a rook coming to b7 very quickly. You just struggling to make a draw here as Black. Maybe you do it. Maybe you achieve your draw, but it's not the best, not the most enjoyable afternoon you've ever spent, I must say.
And instead of queen d5, can we do queen d3?
And
how do you feel about that?
I like that move too. Queen d3 does come with a tempo. This bishop has no future here, right? So I kind of feel that Black is almost obliged to play the move g6 so that she can at least bring her bishop to put pressure on the pawn on d4.
But now I thought if we go d5.
Okay.
And queen c2.
Queen c2. Okay.
Because if I can get f4 and queen c3, game over.
That's what you want to. Look at you. You just want to checkmate. You old toothless Yaz, and then missing a few steps, No, it's still...
Yeah, bishop g7, the bishop needs to be there anyway, so maybe we are just helping Black to get g6 there.
For the moment, I do like Rosa's game. Again, I'm just going to check in on Arena and Jennifer. Arena crush up against Jennifer. And check this out. b4, knight d4, queen e2, no rook f1, no bishop b5. Jennifer's played queen b6. And Jennifer still eyeballing an attack on the queen side with a5, a4, let's go. Rook g1, now that's really slow. Again, Arena wants to play h4, h5, I get it. But boy, that feels just, it doesn't, the Soviets had this great way of annotating certain positions. The move, rook g1, does not fit the requirements of the position. I don't know. It doesn't fit the requirements of the position. This bishop on h2 somehow the rook on h1 in a position where you get to go h4, h5 is well plays. Somehow this bishop on h2, I would think, in my mind's eye, needs to be a little bit more defensively oriented, more into the attack, and more thinking h4, h5. Like, I'm thinking the rook on h1 is okay. I would eliminate that bishop on e6. Knight takes e6. What did you think of that capture? Is it something you would like to make as white?
I'm looking at Irina's move rook g1.
Okay.
And I know you're saying it's too slow.
It is.
But okay. But how does Black continue here? Just that a5, a4? You think that's so strong? Okay.
I don't think it's so strong. I think it's what Jennifer intends to do is to go after White's king. a5, a4, a3. Yes.
Okay, so h4.
h4. Let's go. Let's have some fun. h5?
h5.
Let's have some more fun.
g3, have to.
b3. Let's have more fun. So I'm looking to post up on the c3 square.
Okay, I take that knight. And
good
play
plan.
knight e5.
Good. I was about to say it was a good plan of you to take that knight. Okay. So are you breaking through on the king side?
That's the plan.
That's the plan. Okay. Now remember a moment ago in a previous game, you were setting up that battery and you wanted to checkmate me. I got a warning for you. I know how I'm going to checkmate you.
Okay, I take on g6. Oh, wait, h6 is trapping the knight.
Ooh, h6 is trapping the knight. That's a good move. That's a good idea.
But I want to take
the knight.
Let's take the pawn on g6.
Okay, open the position. Okay.
g5.
g5. Wow. Okay. This is where my spidey sense is telling me, how do I get to White's king? Probably I'm not getting to White's king. I have to, I mean, this is not why I played bishop f6.
Because now I'm starting to get idea to take on e6 and knight d7 in the future. But
right.
maybe not
I understand.
immediately. Just,
I understand, just to show it to the audience why you would find yourself attracted to these ideas. Again, this is why I love these positions where the kings are on opposite flanks and both players go after one another's kings. But you're right, I would not play and allow you the move h5, h6. That just doesn't make a lot of sense to stand there and watch my knight get trapped. I would probably have to make room for it by getting my rook out of the way, let's say with a move like rook e8, so that h6 vacates the e8 square. We're going to keep an eye on this one because I see it as a very important game between two great rivals, and I'm going to toss it, Maurice, to you. What's caught your eye?
Well, I'm fascinated by this position right now between Andy Woodward and Awonder Liang, two of the great young juniors in the U.S. I wonder if you may say, technically he's not a junior, he just graduated college, but still, very young player, now rated 27-10, so he's among the super GMs on the planet. He's playing against young Andy Woodward, the U.S. junior champion, and Andy has shown us that he's still got some kinks to work out in his game, but trust me, give this young man 2-3 years, and we're going to be talking about super GM with this kid because he has got a world of talent. He gave Fabiano Caruana a run for his money earlier in this tournament. But I got to say, I'm curious, when you glance at this position, the two of you, what move do you think White should play? I mean, White has a good position.
I think Yasser like knight e5.
I like e3, 91, knight d3. Okay. Just enjoying the doubled rooks on the open file. Yeah.
Very logical.
h4, h5, g4, g5.
Right.
Space.
Reasonable moves.
Right.
In this position, the engine gives as the best move by a real margin is this one.
Knight c5.
Locking up the C line. Yes, you do get a passed pawn, but separating this guy from this guy.
Yeah.
And you feel weird. Like, how am I unlocking
knight d4
the rook to be able to get to this square? And it gives, after g6, the move knight e5.
Okay.
And after, it has other moves now, but I wanted to know from my what looks logical to me. Let me play this move. And now it plays, instead of knight d3, which I would have played, it plays f4 and say, go ahead and take it. So I want to take this, which is apparently really bad, and watch this position. And this position is just completely winning for white. Just stone cold. You got no chances. It doesn't matter that these pieces are separated.
Disconnected.
This rook is going to be able to move. This pawn is going to be able to push. You're going to be totally locked down. This king is going to show up on this square, and you're going to get pasted in this position. So now the more you look at it, you realize after this position that it's a tricky position to play. If you play the move b4, here comes the king. This pawn is going to be weak anytime you play the move f6. And it's just pure spatial control plus the pawn. And just sooner or later, you're going to get massaged in this position, and not in a good way.
Rook
be one of those.
b6. I can see rook b6 and just, help my
Can
pawn.
you help me out if you take, etc.
Yeah.
So knight c5 was supposed to be the move. Instead, he played the move knight e5. And the engine did not like this move precisely because of this capture, causing this pawn to now no longer be able to go to the c5 square. You still have the c file. You still have the file. But I believe a move was played here. He played h5, okay. Not bad. You've got this file. You feel like, you got to have something. I'm the only one who owns the file on the board. Right. How can this be really nothing? The engine's giving a little teeny tiny advantage.
I would give white more of a teeny
All of us
tiny
would say,
advantage.
no, are you kidding me? For a practical purpose, you cannot do anything about this file anymore. I remember a game, who was it? Was it Alekhine Yates? Remember where the rooks dominated the C line? I think it was Alekhine Yates. And then he marches king all the way up to e5, and he's sacked on g7. He actually took on g7 and allowed his knight to get caught on f6. I'm pretty sure the game, the reference is right. But the domination of the C line should be much more than 0.3.
Right.
Come on. But at any rate, he's the one who's enjoying any advantage in this position, if anybody is.
Pushing. Yeah, I wasn't there for the Alekhine Yates game, but I like the position. F4, H3, King F3, G4. A lot of easy, happy moves.
I just don't see what even black is going to be doing here.
I know, no counterplay. That's not fun. Looking at the game of Anna versus Megan, because when we left it, Megan was losing the C5 pawn, and guess what? She lost the C5 pawn. Goodbye. It's all gone. Nice extra pawn and the initiative. Bit surprised that Anna said, you know what? I don't want any endgames where I'm simply a pawn up and much better after queen takes and knight e5. No, I'm going to keep the queens on the board. And that was a peculiar decision because oftentimes I think to myself that I just want to stop any counterplay potential of my opponent. And so a queen trade I would have found favorable. And Megan said, well, I got to do something. Let me try to weaken the king side. H4,
but
G3.
I like Anna's decision because I feel her pieces are ready even for the attack, as we will see later. Like black's pieces, yes, are developed, not bad, but they don't really have any potential.
And funnily enough, the queen did end up coming back to e5, knight f6, and we've caught up with the players. Again, an extra pawn for our co-leader, Anna with the white pieces, but she's still going to win the game. Megan is thinking if she can get, like, this would be a dream come true for Megan, right? Obviously, knight takes f6 would be a disaster because then Megan gets to win her pawn back and probably make a draw. So Anna still has to secure her advantage. How is she supposed to do that before we take a quick break? Kate, is there a simple move?
I'm looking at move knight to g5.
Knight to g5. Okay, got it. So
kind of offering the trade, because I want maybe to get my rook to h1.
Yeah, with evil intentions, huh?
Always.
All right.
So before we go to break, let's take a look at Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield's Learn to Read and Write Chess booklet. Whether you are a complete beginner or you want to refine your ability to read and write chess moves, This workbook teaches you step by step in a fun, hands-on way. Scan the QR code now to download a free PDF in your choice of language and start your chess journey today. And as we go to break, Yasser had a chance to sit down with the men and ask them how they prepared for this tournament. Enjoy, and we'll be right back.
How did you prepare for this year's U.S. Championship?
I went to Brazil to GCT finals with Fabi.
I saw.
So did quite a bit of prep there. I didn't actually do much specific prep for this tournament in particular. I mean, the field is pretty much the same as from last year.
Just normal stuff, some training games, trying to prepare my openings, but I basically prepared the same way for most tournaments. I wouldn't say I did anything particularly special, but no secret methods that I invented right before the event.
Well, the Grand Swiss was only 3 or 4 weeks ago, so that was very tiring. After that, I went to a wedding, resting a bit, and then maybe for the past 2 weeks, I've prepared quite a bit because it's not just the US Championship, but after this, I've got so many tournaments, right? I'm playing the World Cup right after. I was mainly resting because I knew that, until the end of the year, it's such an intense schedule. In the US Championship, it's funny that whenever I come to St. Louis and it's this slow tournament, 2 rest days, I'm always kind of dreading, the misery. But after being in Samarkand, St. Louis is a great city, but it feels, I'm so eager. I've never been so eager to be in St. Louis. I prepared a lot, and mainly resting, but this is a tournament you look forward to every year.
Fortunately, I had 5 weeks off between Springfield Cup.
Ooh, that was nice.
Yeah, I got a lot of rest, but I think the way to prepare is study your opponent's games, which is what I did. Prepare some openings, look at my opponents and study their styles, because chess is constantly changing. Now you got new kids,
right?
Like Woodward, Mishra.
I mean, I guess I took a look at quite a few players' games. I did lots of preparation with KCF coaches such as Chonin, Kuzmin, and Motilev. So I did quite a bit of preparation for this tournament. So I'm excited to try to see how it goes.
I mean, I've had a pretty busy summer playing a lot of tournaments, so I've been preparing basically non-stop. Right. So I decided after Springfield Cup and Grand Swiss just to take a little time off, a week off, just to clear my mind. And I mean, I've played all of these players so many times anyway.
Exactly.
So then a couple weeks before the tournament, just get more serious about exact preparation against certain players.
I don't know, I'm trying to think back the last weeks and now regretting what I have done or haven't done. So, we'll just go out there and see how things play out. It's better to be lucky than good. That's my life motto.
By my estimation, I'm well prepared.
Good.
I'm looking forward to playing, so yeah, I'm excited. It's been, I don't know, since I qualified by winning the US Open, it's been 2 months, so I hope I made a good effort over this time.
Right.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing.
This one I actually didn't prepare for. The Grand Chess Tour final is not.
Sao Paulo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I did a bit of work in the last few days, but it's only been a few days since we finished the Grand Chess Tour final. And then I had another event in Dallas, which only took a day, but still it was a bit of extra travel and playing.
For most tournaments these days, I'm preparing very little for chess, just trying to stay good physical and mental health. I had some health issues starting in 2022 that have very much kept me from playing my best chess for the last 3 years. And I'm just hoping that someday I'll be able to get over that. But I'm not super worried about preparation. It's not like, even in this time when I was spending much less time, checking openings and stuff, I'm not really getting out prepared almost ever. So I'm confident enough that I'll be ready.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after classical, it all came down to rapid and blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1 Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
Welcome back to day 4 of the US Championships, and let's take a look at results. In the open section, we have 2 results. Fabiano Caruana drew against Sevian, and Abhimanyu Mishra just drew against Wesley. And Maurice, you have for us the game you mentioned.
The Yates. Indeed, Alekhine Yates, London 1922. Just jump to a website here to get this position up. You see the dominance on the C line, as I mentioned. The difference, though, is the complete dark square dominance as well. But Black was not able to compete for this line. I'm going to move forward in this game as the knight posted up on a fantastic square, and this nice little pawn move shutting down any option whatsoever on this side. And it was all white. White just controlled the king side, brought the king up, took the C file, said, you are helpless. I'm just going to keep coming after you. Brought the king all the way up the board, controlled the board. Nope, no counterplay for you. Excuse me. I'm going to bring my rook over, bring the other rook over, and when you defend, time to bring my knight in. And you cannot touch that knight because it's mate, obviously, on h7. The rook moved over, hoping for a trade. No trade for you. Beautiful little finishing sacrifice. And after rook takes, king to e5. This rook is trapped, cannot move back because it's mate in 2, as the rooks will take care of business. That's just like came in my mind. You control the C file, and it's over. Yeah, as looking at this, seeing the similarities between this game and your position now, we see Andy have. Let's take a look at your board to show what is the key difference. Why isn't it just as winning?
Yeah, well, you made this beautiful connection between that game of yore and the Andy versus Awonder game. And the difference, the bishops and in the Yates Alekhine game, it was a light square bishop. In this particular case, it's the dark square bishop, but that's the only difference. There's still domination from White's perspective. He's going to play, that is to say, Andy Woodward is going to be playing on the light squares, and Andy is looking at playing moves like H3, G4, King F3. Notice how Alekhine brought his king into the game. I would first look to grab more space. By the way, Andy played the move Knight C7. He felt that it was important to include this move at this particular time, and Awonder is down to 20 minutes. By the way, Awonder plays very, very fast, so to see him behind on the clock is a bit unusual for me. Sorry, please.
One thing I like about the Knight C7 is asking the rook on A8, where are you going? Because if you move it away,
for example,
from the A file, I think one thing that Black wanted to do is maybe to push A4 and have some activity on that A file. Now the rook is no longer there, you don't have any activity, and now Andy can continue with that H3, G4, and push on the king side.
Yeah, at a certain moment, you would love to play the move F5, thanks to the knight being on C7 already. You're pressing against the pawn on E6. The pawn on E6, it moves, then D5 would fall. So the idea of playing H3, followed by G4, followed by F5, and maybe a little bit further continuation, King F3, makes perfect sense, because eventually this knight on C7 is going to want to target the pawns on D5 and E6. Bottom line, Andy is really pressing Awonder Liang very, very hard, and it's not easy for Awonder. Also, I wanted to just add another point. The other point I would add is that if you played Rook A7 as opposed to Rook A8, hoping to keeping A4 in reserve, Andy's got a different idea. He could drop Knight E8 on the board, playing for this very nasty back rank, Rook C8 and Knight D6. Again, bottom line, I think Andy is dictating the action, even though the chess engine is saying, you got space and stuff. The engine saying, I can defend. Not easy for a human player, by the way, Rook C8 on the board. And Maurice, any other connections with 1900s?
I'll get back to you.
Hold the thought.
Yeah, I'll get back to you. I don't see any right now. We have this game between Levon Aronian and Dariusz Swiercz. Very big for our standings, because if Levon is able to win this game,
he'll tie with Wesley.
Not only will he tie with Wesley, but he'll justify my pick. So,
well, in that case, wow. Jeez.
I mean, most important part. You got to lord it over Yasser Seirawan.
I forgot what the tournament is about.
That's right. That's right. We got to know that. We got to have our priorities.
Right.
Okay. At any rate, in this position, he's got one of those nice little lockdowns. He's got a beautiful rook on C4. He's got a nice pass pawn in the center. He's got the bishop attacking the pawn on C5. I'm actually a little bit surprised, although I see the counterplay on B2, potential pressure on B2, that he's not even better than that. We're arguing with an engine today. Why is it more than just 0.3 here, 0.4 you're giving it? It should be more like maybe a little bit more than that, maybe 0.7. But the bishop, the pawn, the rooks, Black has no real play to speak of. Should be Levon for choice here as he tries to make this one the victory that he needs so that he can join Wesley. Now, Levon's been here. He's played I'm not sure how many. Is this his third U.S. championship?
I think he's had more, actually.
Maybe even more?
Yeah.
Has Levon been here?
I would guess more. At least
wow,
5.
yeah, it's true. And he's never won. Wesley and Fabi have been stealing the show. So you know Levon, with the miracle year, the amazing year.
Hikaru got 1 or 2 in there as well. I mean, they were trading titles. Those
Hikaru grabbed 1. Sam won, then Hikaru won, then Wesley won, then Fabi. That's what happened.
Wow.
Back to back to backs. And poor Levon is like, I want a piece of the pie.
My turn.
He has not done it just yet, but he has a good position here, and his lifetime score.
It's 0 wins for Levon, 1 loss, and 1 draw. Another great stats for Levon against Dariusz Swiercz.
And it is his actual third championship.
I would have guessed
Really?
more.
Felt like more.
It's just that we've been calling so many of Levon's tournaments, but they were Grand Chess Tour events and not necessarily U.S. Championship events.
Been around a while.
Third. Anyway, visually, you think this is white all day.
I mean,
how can this only be slightly better?
And now, and he just played this move, and his advantage diminished. How? And then the Incr's top move, Rook A5.
You attack the pawn, I defend the pawn.
How is that great for you? I guess it's because you're going to be able to double on this file, so you're going to combine attack and defense eventually. But you can't do it right now because I picked this pawn off. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I hope it's befuddling to you guys because it is to me as well.
No, I'm tasered by Fabi's game earlier today. Normally, no, seriously, I pride myself as somebody who understands chess. Normally, you see a game where the people develop their pieces, they bring them out. Fabi spent the whole game on the first rank and was never worse. And it's like, okay, that's befuddling. So this one.
So
another one of those. Befuddling is a great word.
We can jump to a game that we actually understand what's going on, which is Sam Shankland against Hans Niemann.
Speak for yourself.
You think you do.
I do.
Speak for yourself.
Hans just sacrificed the pawn. Really, actually cool.
Cool
position. So this is what we saw.
When we left it, we did see. I did not like G takes F6. I preferred Queen takes F6 for Hans, and Hans had a big advantage, in my opinion, with Queen takes F6. Less so from the current position.
And now the
check
move.
This out. Sam Shankland is preparing F3.
H5.
Ooh.
I want to go and attack.
Well,
Take the pawn.
I did. He did.
And King G7. Thank you for opening the H file. I want to grab the rook and attack on the H file.
Wow.
Because I have some tricks in the future if the bishop moves back.
I'll move back.
Okay, let's go rook H8.
Rook H8.
And make a random move, rook C1.
Excellent. That was a move, actually.
Now I am looking.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
That doesn't work.
I have to make another random move.
Knight D1.
Bishop E1.
Okay, I don't like a knight on C3, but just to illustrate the idea.
Okay.
Rook take H.
Oh, please. Sorry.
Rook take H2.
Yep.
King take H2.
Yep.
And Queen H4.
And
because that's a pin, you cannot capture the queen.
You know, I do this with the kids at the club when I do. I play G3 takes H4, and they go, "You can't do that." And I say, "I'm a grandmaster, and I want to take the queen," and they argue with me. And go ahead, finish me off. King
and now
H1,
Queen H1, checkmate.
and checkmate. Nice. Okay, so that's what Hans is ready for in this current position. After the bishop moves back, the rook moves over, and Hans is ready for this sacrifice. But the question I guess I would ask is, what would you do if I take the bishop? Because that bishop controls the H1 square. Now you don't have attack, checkmate attack.
And I think that's the reason why maybe Hans is going to consider how fast to move the rook. Because if my rooks are doubled on C file, it's not that easy for you to capture the bishop because then the rook is coming to the second rank.
Bingo. But on the other hand, there was a H pawn on the board. Now it's left, and at least from Sam's perspective, he's got a little something.
And we have a move, Bishop D1.
Bishop D1. He's got a little something for the exchange. I don't know. Is this so clear? And the clock times are weird. Maurice.
The excitement starts because now time becomes a factor.
Right.
Now, by the way, just wanted to jump back to this game very quickly because it's going to have a major bearing on the championships. Rook A5 was played, and then Queen to D2. And I'm sorry, how can this not be just the train starting to pick up some steam, but then just saying, no, it's still perfectly okay. And it suggests a move. Tell me, Rook B A6.
No.
I mean, no, right?
No.
Like,
No.
no, absolutely not. How can that be the top move? Rook B-A6? You take double behind the pawn?
No.
Just, no. The answer is you're not
But
going to
you
find
have
that.
to, right? You don't want
Rook
to lose a
B5,
pawn.
Rook B5, Rook B6.
Yeah, you could do this
B5.
one. You could do this one to
'Cause
stay
you
on the
wanna
open
keep-
file.
you wanna
But why are you giving away the file?
You want to keep a target on B2, right?
And so he's sitting here, and he's looking at his best moves, which are those. Those are clearly the best moves, either this one or that one. And he's looking at it saying, I don't want to do either one. They both look ridiculous. Your rooks are trapped along this line defending this pawn, or this rook on this square. No, you're sitting there at the board. He doesn't know what we know. And even when we know, we don't want to play the move. So he's letting his time tick. He's now down, is Dariusz, to 120, 118 and ticking. He's got to make 12 moves to time control. He must feel busted. He's going to go under a minute. Let's go straight to the board. Let's go. There he is about to move. Let's go straight to the board and see, because he's now, and he has played the move. Kudos to him for just accepting what he has to accept. He did not want to get his rooks locked side by side, but he's put them forcibly doubling behind a pawn that cannot move, or it could move, but then B3 will happen. Wow. But the point is, the move is so not natural. It's so not natural that it's not a move you just play. You've got to sit and think about it. And Levon has 40 minutes and 10 seconds.
40.
To see if he can find a move that forces him to think, forces his opponent to think for another 50 seconds or so,
Exactly.
when he has only 1:32 left on the clock. I smell a blunder. Sorry, I smell
potential alert.
something happening in there. And by the way, isn't there some sacks over here with rook check and no, never going to happen. Nothing over on this side. Rook's guarding both sides of the board.
But maybe black has some happy moves. Queen D6 quickly, King H7 quickly, just kind of going into the tortoise shell and just.
Yes, and the critical point is, what is white's next two moves?
Right.
Because when you have this kind of time advantage on your opponent, you want to find a move that
increases the pressure.
You may not even increase the pressure. You do want that, of course, anytime you can find one of those. But you also want one that your opponent has to stop and go, whoa, is that real? Or is it a ghost?
Mm-hmm.
You want your opponent to start seeing ghosts. Mm-hmm. Ghosts are not factored into the engine's analysis, right?
No ghosts.
But we know we could create something where you go, wait, I don't want to play that move because you see something funny. A move, for example, which now that I'm saying it, the engine does find a ghost move, is the move Queen D3.
Queen D3.
It just...
Ghost.
Maybe I'm threatening to, at some point, sack, and your rook's hanging on A6. Of course, right now it's check at the end of it.
Got it.
Right? But that's a ghost move, something that's hidden. Are you wait, I don't think you are. What should I do? Remember you said Queen D6 here, and I said this. Now you're not playing King H7?
No.
It's just kind of move you want, a little creepy crawly.
Right.
I must be getting ready for Thanksgiving. I mean, not Thanksgiving, Halloween. Because Halloween is only 2 weeks away here in the U.S., but I'm seeing ghosts and creepy crawlies, and those are the kind of moves you got to start looking for in this position if you have all this time on the clock. Trust me, Levon is going to burn clock. He's not going to rush to try to cause his opponent to fall on time. Too wily a veteran to rush in this situation when you have your opponent this nervous. You see how nervy Dariusz is. Please move. Give me a decision to make quickly, please, because I don't want to just sit here and wait and wait and wait. But you got to make him suffer. That's the key.
Thank you, Maurice. Trick or treat, indeed. H2, H4 in the game of Sam Shankland versus Hans Niemann. Now, you were telling me how you were going to sacrifice on H2, Kate. For Hans, you get to go rook takes H2, queen H4. Well, Sam said, you know what? I'm going to deal with that threat. And he did it in a very contrarian way. At least I find the move H4 unexpected. Funnily enough, I see this bishop as being somewhat of a danger. So I found myself attracted to the move F4 with the idea, yeah, I do want to capture this knight. I do want to capture this bishop with my knight. Knight takes E4. H2, H4.
Like that rook is going to capture that pawn one day.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. Hans sacrifice the h-pawn for an attack. But does the move h4 shut it down?
I am looking, at some sacrifices, but I also understand that in positions like this, you sometimes have to be very patient.
Exactly. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on this one as Dariusz.
Yeah, we have to go back to that game. Levon Aronian against Dariusz Swiercz.
And again, Levon is a point at this moment.
And Daro played queen d6, as you suggested, Yasser, to just block that pawn. Maybe king h7 is coming.
Well, I like blockading, but I also like winning pawns. He's basically saying, hey, man, let me take that pawn. Queen takes d5. Queen d6. An easy move to play, but he's only got a minute and 16 seconds for how many moves? Okay,
Let me double check.
It's so hard when you're under time trouble because you are seeing ghosts.
I think he got 11 moves to play. He should only be about to play move 30.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Queen d6 is move 30, so 10 more moves.
10 more then.
Okay. If I'm in Dariusz's shoes, I'm thinking to myself, I would like to play the move h5, g6, king g7, and just chill, hang with the big boys on the king side, cover up as many squares as I can. From Levon's point of view, he definitely wants to preserve the d5 pawn, but as I see it, he doesn't want to make the break b3. He wants to make the break f4. He brought his queen to c3 so he could play moves like rook d2 followed by f4, because I don't see otherwise how he's going to put pressure, more pressure on Black's position.
But I think he doesn't need to put pressures right now. He can just play queen d3, king g2, maybe wait a bit what Daro wants to do about the position.
Okay, mutual standoff, if you will. h5, g6, and king g7 is going to be Dariusz's happy go-to moves, and say the queen side is a standoff, if you will. I got c5 protected. I got a4 protected. I don't see another play for you than f4. I really don't.
Can I capture on c5 at some moment? Because
like
the rook
now,
on a6 will be hanging and
let's
the end
have
of
a
the day.
look-see. So I agree with everything you said, but oops, sorry, this, munch, but I got rid of your most powerful pawn. And I feel like...
if I take on a4...
Yeah, I feel like this one is going to make a draw. That's the other thing. When your opponent is in time trouble, you don't want them going capture. So I'm thinking from the current position, if you don't mind. I'm thinking from the current position, rook d2, h5, we can argue, and I think at a certain point, we just simply have to play the move f4. Now, I think Dariusz should avoid capturing, because this will help me help Levon advance his pawn to d6, and that's progress. We'll keep an eye. Maurice, what do you got? Oh, Carissa, Alice.
A big stumble in this game. Carissa was in such trouble as Alice was playing a positional masterpiece, and then she blundered.
No.
A trick in the position. Well, actually, she tricked herself in this exact position right here, right now. She decided, let me not let anything funny happen down here. Instead of playing a centralizing move like queen d4, she played the move rook to d2. And take a look, queen b1 check, king to h2. And we know that Carissa, if anything, this young lady is tactical. She played queen down, and after check, king up, queen over, hitting the rook, the only move to keep this game alive. And after rook to b2, she found the beautiful bishop to f5, cutting off the queen from the defense of the pawn. Yes, indeed. And suddenly, she is alive. If you play this move, check, hello, don't touch that bishop and get yourself mated. that would be a problem. Bishop F5 must have come as a cold shower now to Alice as she's staring at the board going, don't!
I had everything.
What did I do? I was completely winning. But chess, they say it's 99% tactics. Not true, but
it's cruel.
But it is a cruel game that you could have such a beautiful position only to find out that that gorgeous win that you've been working over 3 hours to nurse has been tossed out the window and your opponent can make a draw.
Oh my gosh, what a move. Bishop F5, hitting the F2 pawn, just and you were and Alice was, as you say, playing a masterpiece. I actually thought that game was all but certain.
This may be the game that Carissa needed to get some wind to her sails. Finally, a little bit of luck on her side.
Right. Oh my goodness. I've still got the game that I've been looking at, Andy Woodward, on my agenda. I see that Andy literally he's accomplished everything he set out to do. Remember, we were saying that we got to put a lot of pressure on this e6 pawn so that we can make the move knight takes d5 possible. Well, here it comes. The big move is f5, right? Mm-hmm. So we're going to go much. I don't know, maybe this is... and is it time to get some counterplay for Awonder with the moves rook b3 or rook a3 or rook a2? Let's just say, this is what I think Awonder wants to avoid. I think he wants to avoid a position where the rook goes to f8, oh, pardon me.
Rook c8?
Rook c8 and knight e7. Mm-hmm. That's something. Over to you, Maurice.
Well, we just have to rush to this game because it did happen that Levon managed to win a pawn in the game against Dariusz Swiercz. Levon Aronian did play queen c3, queen d6, and said, give me that. I want that pawn. And so we have the live board there, and pieces have been hoovered off the board. Yes, you're up a pawn, but is this endgame just going to be equal? Is it possible to win this rook and pawn ending? The engine says, nope, this was not it. Levon had to go searching for greener pastures, as he has a position now, as we jump to the live position after all the trades have been made, where Dariusz has found a way to put up some resistance in the rook and pawn ending. He now has actually almost 2 minutes on his clock in a simplified ending, so he'll make time control with no problem. But I think Levon rushed it here. He had to go looking for some other way to maintain this edge or maintain the tension in the position.
Well, I can understand why Levon was attracted to this. Let's start with rook check, king h7, rook c2, and Levon saying, hey, I've got an extra pawn, rook to d2, d6, d7, anybody?
Yep, king has to come back.
King has to go back. I want a tempo. Can I go king e3 fast enough?
King f2?
Yep.
f5.
f5. King e3, what else?
King e3, I imagine I was about to play king f7. The engine prefers rook b4.
I was about to play f4.
Okay, the engine's smarter than I am.
Well, now we've established that. Wow.
You can get behind the pawn, but the king is going to come in the way, and your king doesn't really get anywhere. And this one pawn is holding back too.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get my king to b4. So king to d3, rook check. Oops. King to d3, rook check, king c3, rook takes d5.
Oh, you want to give this up to
get this.
Engine doesn't fear this one too much either.
But the moves are on the board. Rook c8 and king h7.
As expected, these are the moves that we've been analyzing.
Just the one move so far?
We've been analyzing.
But I think...
But there's a nice trap I wanted to show. You didn't fall for it, darn it. Rook c2 for Levon. Mm-hmm. King g6, triple question marks. There's not enough question marks.
Oh, that. You really wanted me to ball this?
Hey, look.
Yasser.
I mean, in my day, we called it brilliant. No, not going to see
That's
it.
The yuck variation.
Yuck. Yeah, but I am expecting rook c2 from Levon, and Dariusz probably earned 3 minutes after all of those trades of pieces.
Yes, I think he played way too quickly, did Levon. He needed to milk that a little bit more before winning that pawn.
Exactly. All right, Kate, where would you like to guide us?
I will go to the women's section. First of all, Anastasiya is winning against Megan Paragua, but it looks like Jennifer Yu is also really getting a big advantage against Irina Krush. So let's start with Anastasiya.
Well, Anna, as we've been talking about for quite some time, has been up a pawn for a long time, but now it's a pawn and initiative. You see these last few moves where Anna has just basically doubled her rooks. And what she's looking at is, you know, these, oh boy, I'm going to make a bad move. Apologies. You know, we're trained to find these checkmates, right, as commentators and as players. And the old double rook checkmate, we're used to seeing the rooks checkmate along the 7th rank, but sometimes they can do the job just fine down the H file. And Anna's played really, really nicely. She's just doubled her rooks on the H file, and she's looking at various
And remember, she's
patterns.
already a pawn up, so she has activity and an extra pawn.
Right. So let's see. Why doesn't it doesn't want to refresh for some reason? There we go. Surprise, surprise. No, that's a good move too, because she wants
Because queen takes e6. And we have a breaking moment in the game of Sam Shankland and Hans Niemann.
Let's jump back to the open section. And Sam had played the move h4 some time ago, and he followed it up with capturing the bishop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My spidey sense is tingling. This rook is...
It's ready to go there.
Remember we talked about the rook rover? Bishop takes g3, f takes, rook to g6 with the threat of queen h4.
And rook g3.
And rook g3, and queen h1 is going to be mate.
Oh, that's true. So if you go king f2 here as white, just rook takes g3.
Bingo. I think there's also queen f6,
wow,
which is just, it's overwhelming. It's just overwhelming. Oh, no. Let's see. Bishop e1. Can we just go down
queen
this road?
takes.
Can I go queen?
G2.
Is there a way of holding up? Wait a minute. I can hold up because my next move is going to be like bishop f2. Wait a minute. Hold on. Does
So do
bishop
we have
takes
to?
g3 work? Hold
Maybe
on,
we
what
have
I
to play
missed?
rook take h4 after it, or
Let's see this again. Takes, takes. Rook g6. Bishop, oh, no, not that one. Bishop e1. Rook takes h4. Queen takes h4.
no, I thought before.
Oh,
Before
sorry.
rook g6. So bishop takes g3.
Rook takes h4.
Yes.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
I mean, it's not my game, right?
Exactly.
That's the
Good for
advantage
you.
of being a commentator.
Yeah, we don't really get punished for the error of our way.
Honestly, this
Bishop
position is
E1.
not that easy.
It's not that easy because
this is a mistake, rook b1, but it's not something I
do we
suspect
finish it?
that
How do
Hans is going to find quickly, because the bishop on e1 holds the position. You give away a piece for is it 2 pawns? You give away a piece for 2 pawns, but you don't deliver mate quickly. You just don't. And I don't think he's going to play bishop takes g3. I suspect he won't, because he won't find it's by far the best move.
Bishop takes g3.
But if you look at this line, and we'll just take a look. So you take on g3 takes. And by the way, rook takes h4 is a working sacrifice. And now the move bishop to e1. You're not taking this because you're going to get killed, obviously.
Right.
So
Queen g5.
now queen g5. And now the engine gives queen to g2.
Giving up the e3 pawn.
Yeah, but bishop f2, and you're being potentially hit by this. And bishop, okay, this is actually not a move to play. Actually, queen f2 is even better than that last move. Challenging this, and if this move, now rook takes on b7 or even takes here works, but this comes in as a possibility as well. And if rook f6 to deal with that, then queen here, and you're somehow holding
crazy
in a completely chaotic position. So if we back up,
okay. By the way, Hans did miss that opportunity. Sorry.
I told you, I didn't think he was going to play
he
it.
took on h4. Apologies.
Okay, I didn't think he was going to play it, but I didn't realize he was going to sack a rook.
Okay.
Whoa.
Sack a bishop, sack a rook. Let's go. Rook takes h4.
Hold on, let's back this up.
Rook takes h4 by Hans.
Rook takes h4.
Missed opportunity, says the computer.
Okay, but bishop g3 is weird. It doesn't really... I mean, you might see...
If you don't see a checkmate, that
you don't see the checkmate. Why are you sacking
this
this piece? This takes, and this takes afterwards this move, queen g5, queen g2, that covers, and now the best move here, completely winning, -4, is rook all the way back to h8 and reorganize your position. The threat is to take here. If you defend it, the idea is to bring this rook over here. Now you're going to win the queen somehow. Well, I'm not even sure actually how, because after this move, then she wants to play this.
Because we want to triple on the h file.
It wants to triple on the h file and start. But look, the king is marching. Stop.
Not clear.
Stop it. It doesn't matter that this might be true and winning and your position, your bishops can't really do anything to fight the rook or rooks. But this is not clear.
Nope.
Stop it. It looks like a good move, but you're not finding that.
Maurice, let me draw your attention back to the game. Because
yeah, rook h4.
That's a rook sack.
That's a rook sack. Did he capture it already?
No.
Not yet, because he's terrified, of course.
We all are.
We all are. You want to take this?
He took the rook. He took the rook.
It's the only move. And now queen takes.
And now
he has to find...
What does he have to find?
The one and only move.
He has to run.
Is to run.
Because if you don't, I play queen h3.
Yes.
And then that's a typical checkmate pattern.
But running is safe.
Go back. Just show... so if queen takes h4... Queen takes b7, give me that pawn.
Oh, no, come on.
Queen h3. No,
you want to make a naive move.
No, I want to show what
this move.
Yes, followed by bishop h2 check.
Yeah, so if you take this, we'll show the mechanism.
This is what
that
Kate,
is all
Kate
known and
hardwired pattern, right?
Yes,
Kate?
we know this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook takes h4.
So take the rook.
Take the rook.
It's occurred. Queen takes.
It's
King f1 has occurred.
And run.
Because queen h3. What
did he play it? Did Sam? Yeah, king f1. He is currently up a piece.
And he wants to play bishop e1, king e2, and run.
Okay, I like bishop g3.
Bishop g3 didn't get played.
It's on the board.
Hans has calculated all this.
Bishop e1.
Two exclamation marks.
He's actually slightly better in this line, but he's given away a +4 advantage for a slight little minus. I mean, a -4 for a -6. Let's take a look, because this one is
bishop
wild.
g3 on the board. We are expecting bishop e1. And take me, Maurice, I'm assuming it's rook f6.
Yep.
But I just want to make double. And now it's weird.
You can't run with the king
Shankland's
anymore.
pieces are frozen. You can't run with the king because that just hangs the pawn on f2, and I think that opens up the floodgates, actually. Are clock times?
Yeah, the only good thing that's going for Sam here is he has 17 minutes, so he has some time to think compared to Hans. Only 6 minutes left.
And after bishop g3, we're expecting the move bishop e1, rook f6 by Hans. I'm a piece up. Can I use it? Bishop to b3 takes d5? What do you think, Kate?
I think you have to be careful here because...
Look, careful left. Careful left the building. I got my tennis shoes on and I'm trying to survive. How are you going to kill me?
Okay, I can make some queen h5 move.
Queen h5?
Yeah. I'm defending the pawn. I'm not allowing your king to run.
That's mean. I didn't really have any other plans than to take the pawn on d5. So let me continue the idea of bishop takes d5. Now you could have thrown in, sorry, we got bishop e1. Bishop e1. But I'm sorry to say, rook f6. Action is breaking out all over the place. And we do have bishop e1, rook f6. Maurice, we've got battles galore.
This is what we live for.
Yeah.
That first 2 hours, you know, you're trying to get the party going. But then we get to the time control. Yes, yes, yes. Now for the blunders and the excitement. And here we are, because this is one of those type of positions. We've got opposite side castling. This king on A1, this king on G8. Will these pawns, or won't they, make a breakthrough? How will black press the initiative on this side? And in this position, the move B3 is supposed to be the best move. B3. Anytime you play A3 to shut things down, there's always going to be a sacrifice you have to worry about, as the queen could show up on this side. And if you take, then all you're doing is just clearing lines for the black pieces. Bishop A4 might happen if you take with the knight. So the excitement in this position is really building. She played the move rook to C5, allowing the move knight to D2. That's a defensive move. Irina says, I don't want any of that. I want to attack. I want to get my things going, whatever you're doing on this side. And now the very deep move, bishop back to C8, the #1 move by the engine to bring the bishop to this beautiful diagonal. G takes F6, bishop takes, and now H5, bishop A6, queen E1. Now what should black do about the threat to G6? Here it comes. We're going to take on this square, get our counterplay. We're showing our energy. We're coming after you. What are you going to do about G6? The best move?
Ignore it.
I don't care about no stinking G6. You could take if you want to. We're all about the attack, because if you now take on G6 thinking you're doing some damage, we could play either H6 or H5. Turn your pawn into a traitor pawn. This one is blocking all your avenues to get to this king, and the bishop can always go back if you try to attack that with the queen. And let's get back to the business of rook A5, queen on the line, attack on your king. So if Jennifer finds that after queen to E1, realizes that she doesn't have to worry about this threat, no need to press pause. Just go straight for the attack. She's going to be taking down the 8-time women champion. She herself is a 2-time champion. These two played in Jennifer's second campaign and played that incredible game you mentioned, Yas, in the tiebreak, where Jennifer was down a piece right in the opening, like 9 moves in, and in a blitz game, managed to come back and win that game anyway. So Irina knows she's playing a dangerous tactician. And the way I'm seeing Jennifer's eyes right now, she's not looking on the G6 pawn at all. She's not even glancing over. Okay, now she just did. Just a reminder, there's something over there happening. But I think she's already established that she can play H6 and not worry about that attack.
You know, it feels like Jennifer has a very good score against Irina Krush. I remember last year U.S. Championship, and actually Jennifer also won against Irina there.
Wow, I didn't realize that she's doing that well against Irina. I'm looking at this position. I'm not looking at bishop C4 and rook A5 and bishop A2. I'm looking at the most direct move. I mean, I calculate the forcing moves first, right? I'm looking at B3, like, please, I want, take my pawn, like, let me open up the
if
position.
I take it,
With
knight takes?
Knight takes B3. So, threatening, bishop takes B2, check.
Okay, the other knight to D4.
The other knight to D4. Rook takes. Give me your bishop over here.
Well,
actually,
I have to take it G7 at some moment.
Well, this is actually not so clear either. Sorry.
Oh,
what
because
would you
it's
like?
trapping the rook.
Yeah,
Right?
I know. I thought the rook was coming and I was going to play bishop C4 next and all of that good stuff. So maybe the move B3 isn't as attractive as all get out. Yeah, knight takes B3. I thought A takes B3 was going to be problematic as well. But okay, bishop C4.
It's just H takes G6 is really not a threat. So I think Jennifer is just looking, do I want to play bishop C4? Do I want to start with rook A5?
Right. Right. Another quick question for you. If I go here, takes on G6. I do like shutting down the action along the G file because, again, I find myself drawn to B3, bishop takes B2 check, and rook C2. Okay. It's very hard for Irina because this knight on E4 is so very powerful. She doesn't have an easy move like rook D2 as a defensive idea.
You know, and we are talking about time pressure, being time for blunders. Let's take a look at the game between Rose Atwell and Atusa Prokashyan, because there was another blunder in this game.
I'm going to switch to Rose.
So if you move 3 moves back.
Okay.
So the engine Yes. Well, that's a little too much.
Actually, this is kind of funny because they kind of followed some of our initial analysis.
And b6 is the move that the engine doesn't really like, exactly because of the reason that Rose played d6 and now c6. And you don't have any f5 because the queen is pinning that pawn.
Right, and the bishop, so f5, no can do, illegal, because of the queen on b3. But at the same time, c7.
And c8 is a problem.
Ooh, Atusa in severe trouble at this. That's a great breakthrough device, d6 and a c6. Maurice, action everywhere.
Action's everywhere. We're just going to keep peppering it through. This one here, he's down a piece.
Sam Shankland versus
with Sam
Hans
and Hans. Down a piece is Hans,
but
for one pawn at the moment. So just keep that in mind. We got one in the pocket and a king that you can make run. Sam played queen c2. Number one engine move to defend. Move the idea. I want to get my king to snake over to the other side.
Nice.
Now, move not played yet with 3 minutes and 58 seconds to play 6 moves for Hans. He's got to find how to continue here. This, yes, queen h2 or queen here or queen. This is where you don't want to have 3 moves.
Right.
You don't want to have 3. Because should I play queen check and then you analyze, there's no win. Should I play queen here? Analyze. There's no win. Should I play queen here? Analyze. There's no win. Which one do I pick?
Right.
There's all 3 lead actually to a slight edge. Now which one do you pick? This is where you hate choice. Choice is not what you want. You want one line that wins you the game or shows you the clear path because everything else loses. But he doesn't have it right now, and his clock is still ticking, again, with 6 moves. But he does have forcing moves. This one here is quite forcing, followed by this, obvious threat. King here is completely forced, running for your life. Bishop takes, run for your life some more.
And it looks like we are going to have that on the board.
And we have queen h1 on the board, actually, not queen h3. But we could get queen g2 next, and there it is. And
he's done it.
Time to run.
He's transposed into the variation you were about to show us, Maurice, which was
yes,
king
actually,
d2,
I have the exact position on my board other than king.
And run.
King moving and running.
And he's done it. He's got his king all the way to c1, I believe.
Not yet.
Still king on
excuse
e2.
me.
His king
Apologies.
is still on e2.
What?
He has not moved yet, but he's about to do it.
Okay. Gosh, I saw a king
You
on
saw
c1.
the future.
That's because I had it on the analysis board. I mean,
and there goes that king, and now
king
bishop
e2, bishop f2, forced.
He's going to be played.
He's played it
so
very
all
quickly.
these moves happen.
Now, he's got to play king c1. But
no, actually.
He's worried about rook c6, isn't he?
But there's bishop takes e3 too.
He does have bishop to e2 here, which is
excuse me.
Which is worse than king c1. But king c1 gives away the e3 pawn, so he may not want to play it. So now he suddenly paused. Now he suddenly pressed pause.
Shankland.
That's the second pawn, by the way.
Look
how
we're counting getting up from the board with less time on his clock.
Maybe let's show it on the board once again. So if white plays here bishop e2.
Okay.
There's this bishop takes e3, really strong move. The king cannot capture the bishop because queen g5 checkmate.
That's an unusual checkmate. Nice one. And no Hans Niemann at the board. But after bishop takes e3 check,
control.
Can I just roll with the punches a little bit, Kate? Can I drop my king back? He has played bishop e2. And that's not the good move.
That's not the best one by a little bit. He's going to put his king on d1.
Right.
And Hans responded immediately. Bishop captures e3.
Seeing the pretty mate.
And king d1.
Seeing the pretty mate as well.
And, okay, now I guess it's time to go back to the old pinning of the bishop on e1 with queen g1. Maybe queen h1. What do you think about them apples, Katja? Put the queen on h1, maybe go rook g6 and rook g1.
I prefer queen g1 because I like to have control on that dark square diagonal once I capture, maybe with my bishop on d4.
I see.
Because I can do the same thing, Yasser, that you wanted, rook h6, rook h1, if I want to double on the first rank.
Gotcha. Okay. Maurice, if you don't mind, numerically speaking, how does the engine judge this position exactly at this moment?
0.53 better for black.
Only, just a smidge.
Hey, you're down a piece. What do you want?
Yeah, but it's so easy for black to play.
Your
like
B7 pawn is hanging, by the way. Just make note. Your B7 pawn is hanging. And you know, if it's not mate, it's going to get taken.
Okay, but we're looking at bishop f2, maybe on a good day, rook h6, rook h1.
Queen g1 on the board.
Queen g1. We're going to have to talk softer. I think the players are listening
Hearing
to our
our
studio. Our studio is soundproof, right?
It's only 20 miles away.
Oh, good.
20.
Queen g1, rook takes b7. Is it coming, Maurice? Give me the top moves now.
Bishop takes d4 if you play rook takes b7. And I agree with you, yes. If I were white in this position, my king will like never have a home.
I feel like I'm totally challenged to. Oh, but I do have rook b8 and maybe queen c8. Where's my counterplay? Other than that,
don't forget about bishop f2.
Queen c8. What? At once. I didn't see that move coming.
No, but you made him play it.
Queen g4 check.
You made him play. You said queen c8. He heard you all the way from the central West End.
Gotta speak softer. Queen g. I would love, if I'm white, I'm dreaming of trading the queens off the board. I feel like I got chances of saving the game in that case.
Well, guess what? He just blundered horribly. That last move, 40th move, he did not have to rush. He had 13 minutes left on the clock, and he played this move, and it is a massive mistake. Bishop f2 now is a massive advantage because queen check is met by rook to g6. We trade queens.
Take my queen.
Takes, thank you very much. And when you try to move your king up, here comes e3 check, and you will be down multiple pawns. Your a5 pawn will drop. You hope to get some of black's pawns in the meantime, but black will have.
Is it a completely, absolutely crystal clear? Bishops of opposite colors, I have seen miracles for the defender.
Yes.
So rook takes e1.
Rook takes e1. Yeah, and for those of you who are joining us late, we've been electrified. We've been mesmerized by the game between Sam Shankland and Hans Niemann. And Hans won an exchange earlier in the game, and suddenly h5 kind of seemed to us that it gave Sam a reason to hang on, and he did. And then just came a blistering series of sacrifices. Rook takes h4 by Sam, by Hans, I beg your pardon. Rook takes h4, sacrificing a rook, chasing Sam's king into the center, and on move 40, shocking, came this. How many times have we seen move 40 be the culprit? Queen c8, double
with no
question.
reason, by the way. Yeah. No time pressure on his part at all.
He had 13 minutes to play rook takes b7. And now, after the move queen c8, we think after bishop f2, Hans is on his way to victory.
And if I may,
Back
Jennifer Yu is also on her way to victory, except they're both in time pressure. Jennifer and Irina Krush, both in serious time pressure, needing to make 8 more moves to get to the time control. Wow. Jennifer has 426. Irina, though, has only 206, and she's the one under pressure. And we did see it happen.
Bishop c4.
And after h6, h6, shutting down that attack. Now she realizes she's got to defend this side, is Irina. But here and now, and right at this moment, bishop takes on a2 is a sacrifice that opens up that king. You don't dare take this piece in this position because you're getting mated. That's just nasty.
Because there's this queen d3 that's really strong.
Oh, we see this nasty square right here,
that
and
hurt.
bam, this is hanging. There's a rook coming to the file. We don't have to look any further as to what's happening here. This is just over. So
bishop takes a2. You know she's going to play that.
It's Jennifer Yu. She is a sharp tactician. She's at 333 for a reason, because she's looking at it to try to confirm that this is indeed what she should play. And
but if you don't mind, bishop takes a2, knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4.
That protects the d3 square.
I think this is the move she's most worried about.
Right.
She could take with the pawn, but taking with the rook is actually the best move here.
So that after king takes?
I said after king takes, now that check, don't start touching anybody.
Rook a4 check is nasty.
Rook is coming this way, your knight's gonna hang.
Ooh.
That's wicked. Let's just point it out. You take here, and there's that check.
And queen takes b3.
And then we're going to just borrow this. And when we say borrow, we mean that we'll give it back to you in the next game. This game. Next game. So this looks like Irina is about to be demolished by this attack by former two-time champ Jennifer Yu.
Wow. And bishop takes a2, by the way, is just a beautiful combination that is so ideal.
But it doesn't feel like it's the only move, right? If I play rook a5 and queen a6, I know it's slow, it's not that pretty, but can you stop it?
Rook a5, so you want to tag me on a2. Knight takes.
Pawn takes.
Pawn takes.
Because anytime you move the bishop, the knight from d4, my bishop on f6 is going to be extremely strong.
Exactly.
It's good
That's
too.
Huge.
Yeah, it's good.
That looks like just a very powerful attack. I'm not 100% sure. How can I? Okay, go ahead, kill me. Just show me how you're going to kill me. I want to play. I really want to play rook d6 ever so badly. I know it's illegal.
All right, Yasser, knight c3.
That looks beautiful. Knight c3. So you're threatening rook takes a2 check and mate. Okay, I'm closing my eyes. Knight takes d1. That's enough.
You can't survive this.
No, I cannot.
By the way, Hans missed the move bishop to f2 and rook g6, that whole maneuver. He was in a bit of time pressure while Sam wasn't. Sam put the move queen c8 on the board, and he has played what looks like a compelling solution to the problem. I'm going to stop you from playing queen g4 because I have queen takes on d4. With check.
Looks good.
Looks like a great move. It is not what the other move was, however, and this move can be met by letting you take on d4 with check. I'd be terrible. I'm sorry. I'd be losing my mind. But the thing about this move, it's not capturing a pawn. It's controlling the c6 square. That's the key, because now when I play queen takes d4 check,
no rook c6.
There's no rook c6. It was a defensive move, not just avarice. It's actually a necessity to be able to create this position. And now you have a position where this rook cannot actually engage in the attack. It's really about just what's happening here.
Sorry, Maurice, queen a4 check.
And this game is over.
Was
that
the draw?
Between Wesley and Carissa.
Yeah. Well,
happy, probably going to ice cream afterwards.
Carissa knows she's dodged a bullet. That was she had a terrible position. Queen a4 and rook c6 for.
Yeah, in this case, I think it's one of those things where, like you said, they're going to go afterwards and say, "Oh, you should have played this. I'm sorry I missed that." Okay, hug it out. No problem. They're over it. There's not even going to be any pain in, I think, in Alice's system. But after this, king to b1,
rook c6.
Oh, you snuck your
That
piece.
was the but bishop
c3. Wow, counterattack.
Who's attacking who? Yes.
I think you're attacking Black's king suddenly. Oof.
It's bad news. And we're seeing a win take place on other boards.
I think Anna Sargsyan, when we left it, she was a pawn up and had the attack. We thought that she was cruising, and she did. She just played rook h7. She's winning the queen.
It's a queen against two rooks, but so many weaknesses in the black camp. And white also is 2 pawn up right now.
6 pawns versus 4. But as you said, weak pawns on e6, c6 across the board, just weak pawns.
Rook a5 played by Jennifer.
Oh my goodness. Let's go back to the arena crush. Jennifer and Arenas had to play the ugly move a3. I resisted playing the move a3, but here we go.
With 22 seconds on her clock.
22. She didn't want to play a3 either. Okay, is there a way, however, does Jennifer have a clean way? Jennifer wants to play queen a6 and rook a3, right?
But I also just want to capture the pawn. What if I capture the pawn?
I am not sure that
because if you capture it back...
Oh, no. I'm playing b3 or b4. I'm not sure which. Probably b4, right? Traitor. What did we call this pawn on g6? A traitor?
The traitor.
Double agent.
Traitor.
Double agent. There you go.
Double agent.
I like the double agent as well. But I've got to play
we had some
b4.
moves on the board. So
let me refresh.
Happened?
Let me refresh. Yes. So Jennifer did capture the pawn on a3 as you liked, but we didn't see the move b4 as I just played. Instead, b3.
So queen can capture that.
Exactly. And that was, I guess she wants to play rook d1. It's so unusual to see two traitors in the same game. The pawn on a3 and the pawn on g6. Right now, by the way, Katja, you got a minute on your clock.
Not
tick,
worried.
Tick, 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 tick,
well,
tick,
maybe
tick.
queen d3, but I don't want to trade queens.
I didn't either, but...
No,
I
this
guess
is bishop takes d4, checkmate.
Checkmate. You're absolutely right. Oof.
By the way, Sam did take on b7, we don't have to jump to that game, but Sam did take on b7 to defend against Hans. So that one's proceeding as we expected. Queen takes d4 check was probably what's going to happen there.
By the way, Anna is winning against Megan. That'll give her 3.5 as we go to a free day tomorrow. But what's happening in Nazi?
Nazi seems that, we have more games in this game, so we shouldn't switch, but Nazi looks like she's much worse, and Tatev Abrahamian is winning according to the engine against Talia Cervantes.
And we just, we didn't see queen takes b3 by Jennifer. She took with the bishop, rook b1. It's a pin. We're not threatening to take on b3 quite yet, but Jennifer said, I will defend against such threats with the move rook b5. It was actually kind of funny. I thought rook a4, you just showed me a nasty way that you could checkmate me. I thought that that Jennifer might want to play the move rook a4. She did not. Let me emphasize that point. She did, in fact, play rook b5. Both players down to a minute for how many
more
moves?
moves to make before time control.
Again, in these moments, keeping your calm is so hard because your mind is racing.
But Black has a very straightforward play. Rook c8, rook c2.
Rook c8, rook c2, and rook to a2. Oops, excuse me. No, queen c3.
c3, all right. So that's stopping that idea with rook c8.
No rook c8, rook c2, rook a2 business. No funny business for you.
And also, Rose Atwell is about to win her game against Atusa Purkashian.
Because she had set up that beautiful pawn breakthrough with c6, d6, and c7. So, again, just a few moves to make the time control.
Yasser, how do you feel here about bishop takes d4?
Bishop takes d4, okay. If I'm in Irina's shoes, I'm probably recapturing with a queen.
Queen takes, and then rook
e2. Excuse me. Bishop takes d4, I'm feeling...
But be careful, because pawn takes...
I don't have rook e2 because...
You don't have rook e2.
Counter-attack with queen c8.
Didn't we just see that in the Hans Niemann game?
And Sam Shankland?
Sam Shankland is suddenly... What are you talking about, traitor? That pawn on g6 is a beautiful... attacker.
It looks like Jennifer is about to make a move.
By the way...
Okay, she made a move.
She played a5, I think.
Yeah.
A very wise move to play, recognizing she actually doesn't have a forced win.
And the bishop on b3 being so vulnerable to capture, sometimes you just anchor a piece. It's not a bad move. And like you say, if she doesn't have a forced win, Arena probably didn't have her move prepared. I hate this bishop on h2. This bishop on h2 has played a lackluster role.
But I'm thinking if you go bishop c7, I'm going to play rook c8. And maybe I'm happy for queen trade because I always get that rook to the second rank.
Ouch. But are you 100% sure about this hanging rook? I'm not 100% sure.
Rook c2?
And rook a2? I thought I would be in time to play bishop to d4, but you're right. Rook a2 is a checkmate. That's no good. And by the way, incoming news, Rose won her game. Rook a5, rook g1 to c1 by Arena.
All right, a4.
19 seconds for Jennifer. 19.
And a4 on the board? No,
a2 on the board. a2, I'm assuming rook b2?
And then a4, okay.
The march of the a-pawns? The march of the ants? She's reaching for a pawn. She's just hesitating, not long enough to lose the game on time. a4 on the board.
And by the way, one more move for the time control.
Exactly. At a certain moment, you got to worry about this rook takes d4 business. Rook b4 and rook takes d4 is going to be on Jennifer's agenda. That's
this is the difference of those dark square bishops, right? Look at that bishop on f6 and that bishop on h2.
I get positions like this in my game, and I think to myself, why isn't my bishop on b2? Defending the king.
Can we switch the bishop with the rook?
Exactly. And the rook should be on h2, attacking the h-pawn. But one more move to make for the time control, Kate?
The same, by the way, in the game between Anna Zatonsky and Nazi Paikidze. They'll make time control here. They'll also make time control in the game I just cited as bishop to c7 looks like it's been played. But Nazi is completely lost.
Oh, no.
She completely lost.
Game.
And if she loses and
Anna wins.
Anna, who is going to win that game, wins the game.
She'll have a point lead.
Is it a full point lead on the field?
She'll have a point lead. She's got +3, so it's not a surprise.
Because she's tied with Nazi.
At the moment.
And Irina Kreiss is tied for third.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
It'll be a full point.
We do have Queen B7.
Looking to run away with the championship.
By Jennifer and they have reached they've made time control. Whew. Boy, we can take a breath on this one.
They've also made time control in the game I just cited, but Anna Zatonsky up a pawn and with a dominant position on the board as well, as they've made time control here, and no doubt Jennifer will stop and think for a while, but if we could just go to that game with Zatonsky and Nazi Paikidze, which I have here on the board, you could just see it.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's an extra pawn.
It's just
and
a straight extra pawn.
Isn't the king almost in a checkmating
And
box?
the king looking back. That's, you know, when you're up a pawn and you have the attack.
You feel so good about yourself.
I mean,
you think chess is the most wonderful game in the world.
How do you deserve to be up a pawn and have the attack? And the move rook d8 right now
looks boss.
To take a look, it's the best move by a long way. Rook down to d8. That's a little business of a mate threat. Got two rooks. You might start. You could throw anything you want in. You can start this check. You might want to start with a check. We're just going to leave. You throw in another check. You know what? We're going to leave some more. You have no more checks. Let's get back to the business of this piece. You play this move, bishop to f5. We can play this check. You go here. And we're just going to threaten.
Uh-oh.
Let's talk to the hand. Your pawn's under attack. We're taking with check. You have nothing we have to worry about. King move if you try any checky business.
So rook f7 and bishop takes f5, right? That's the problem.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this position is toast. You want to take this one, you lose your rook.
That's a rook.
You want to take that one, you lose your king. Like, it's on you.
It's on you.
Game is completely over Nazi going down after playing so well.
She
Two
had
wins in a row.
She had a very decent position coming out of the opening. I thought, in fact, she had a model position. A game I have lost track of was the game between Tatev and Talia.
So now when we look at that game between Tatev
Wow.
Aronian and Talia Cervantes, Tatev is completely winning.
I'm looking
Completely
at this
winning.
gorgeous
It's exchange
knight.
down, but these pawns are tremendous.
This gorgeous knight on f5 and two connected pass pawns on d5 and they're marching.
Yasser, if we move back,
Yes.
Talia just missed an incredible opportunity early on. Like 10 moves back.
Tell me when I have to
Yeah,
stop.
a lot of moves back.
A lot of moves back. Okay. Where was it?
No,
Still going backwards.
Two knights, white two knights has to be there. So
Two knights have to be there. Two knights have to be there. Okay. This position.
yes, not yet. One more move. Yes, in this position. So this is actually a big mistake. Pawn takes e4.
Yes.
Because the way to punish it is actually to take the knight on c4.
Not to take the pawn on e4.
Black takes the knight on c4. Look at that bishop on h6 is pinning
I'm
that knight.
terrified. I am terrified.
And now just queen captures on e4.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm going to double on e-file and it's over. It's completely over.
Talia was just winning. I love the bishops in this position. Remember, we were looking at queen h4 ideas.
Because with f4, she went to get this exchange. But actually, the knight is pretty good. And we're going to take a break because Anastasiya is with Rose Atwell. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, I'm with Rose here, who just managed to win the game against Tatusha. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And since you are the first to finish your game and with a victory in women's tournament, I would like to give you a small present from Q Boutique.
Thank you.
Check it out.
Sure,
It's
thank
inside you will see a small pin with a chessboard.
Oh,
yes,
thank
it's
you.
a small present from Q Boutique, you know, the shop which is just across the street. Yes, Rose, first of all, what do you think about the game and are you happy with how the tournament goes? Because I see it's up and down.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the game itself, I didn't feel so sure out of the opening because I don't think she really did a line I had anticipated. After that, I don't know, it felt pretty smooth for me. Like I had the two bishops in quite an open position. Yeah, and then I did the d6, c6, d6, c6 breakthrough, and then my pass pawn was too strong.
Yes, this pawn was, I think, actually decided the game at the end.
Yeah.
And what do you think about your situation in the tournament? Now it's 50%, 2 out of 4.
Yeah, I had 50% after the first rest day last year, too. So I think I'm not doing too bad. Yeah,
tomorrow is a free day, and you told me before that it's important to still be ready for the second part of the tournament. So what are you going to do? Are you going to change anything compared to the previous year, how you spent your free day?
I don't know. I think the previous year I just wasn't calculating well enough. I'm going to try to solve some tactics puzzles on the free day and maybe take some walks, like maybe in Forest Park. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it's actually beautiful weather, and I wish you to have really, really good rest. Thank you, Rose, and all the best in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you as well, Rose. It's always nice to go into the rest day with a win. Gives you something to think about and enjoy during the rest day. But I tell you, we've had some really decisive games. Let me go quickly to the game of Anna versus Megan, because it's that queen dominating with the pawns against the two rooks. And we do have this position on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns. Count them against two rooks.
Now,
That's
Megan
too
would
many.
love to capture some pawns back, but she cannot because she always loses a rook by double attack.
Exactly. Let's just take that last move back. The rook takes d6 just doesn't work because of check, followed by check, and give me the rook on a d4. So
I thought you said win some pawns back.
No.
How many pawns do you have to win back there for?
4.
Only 4.
Only 4.
You got a long way to go to win those things back.
And she's ready to play queen f6, g4, and that's all she wrote. Poor Megan is going to go to... This will be her second loss. 12 years young, but played really, really well in the first 2 games. But now she's feeling that, you know, the constant playing, you know, good players every single day wears you out.
By the way, we don't have to go there, but Anna Zatonsky did make that move, rook d8 against Nazi Paikidze. So she's heading to a completely winning position.
Yeah. And let me go back to the game of Irina Krush and Jennifer for just a moment, because Irina had played bishop c7. That was her move 40. Queen b7 came, bishop back to d6. And remember when I said a moment ago, why isn't my bishop on b2? Well, Irina saying, I've got to do something before Jennifer just puts a rook on b1 somehow. I don't know exactly how she's supposed to do it, but I'm thinking bishop c4 might be an idea, rook b6 might be an idea. It's Jennifer, what, 1, 2, 3, 4. Strangely enough, she's got a dominating position, but in a strange way, she's only one pawn up.
Yes, but that extra pawn is pawn on a2. Not a bad body.
Not a bad body. On on Irina's side of the table, if Irina could play f4 and bishop e5, then there's no reason whatsoever that Jennifer should allow the trade of the dark squared bishops. Maybe there's some way of making a dark squared fortress, right? Because that king on a1 is going to be protected along the diagonal. So still work to be done here.
She saw the move. She saw the move bishop takes a2 way back when. Did Jennifer, and decided, I'm going to play the solid one. I'm not going to play the risky one. When you're in time pressure, that's what you do.
Right.
You can't calculate it all. So she decided to play the solid one. She did the same thing when she won a piece against Anna.
H4 takes G5.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Same thing. I'm in time pressure. Let me just go win my piece instead of playing the move that was a dominant move, but I can't calculate it all the way to the end. So she's made the same mistake twice. Now, she's still got a great position. She's still obviously far superior, but this is much more technical than the other position. The other position was rock'em sock'em. Your king's open. Right now, the king is hiding behind a pawn. Before, it was going to have no such pawn in its way, pawn shield. So will she suffer a second draw in a row, or worse?
Because of this failure to...
But I'm not sure if I agree with you guys that not playing bishop takes a2 is a mistake. Like, if you don't see how it is winning, then I don't think you want to just like risk it all because you like it and because it's opening a file.
I didn't say that it was a mistake, and I didn't say, and of course, if you don't see how it's winning, it's fine. But it's the move she saw. She couldn't confirm it, and she went for safety. So she went for a move that was safe and winning as well. Don't get me wrong. But this is much more technical. The position she played yesterday when she played h4 instead of playing e5 was the same kind of, I'm going to be safe. So I'm just talking attitude now. Jennifer Yu is not that person. The person who won 2 championships, you know her. She's not the kind of person who says, let me just pull the brakes. She says, I'm sacking, I'm going, I'm killing. That's how I do. I maraud, I maim, I make people cry. That's Jennifer Yu, the one I thought would be the next GM in the United States among women.
Queen's Cup winner, yeah.
Well, from back when she was winning the championships, before there was even a Cairns Cup. Jennifer Yu was just such a rising star. She played the Olympiad brilliantly for the U.S. team, had those 2 wins in the championship, running away with championship, beating Irina Krush head-to-head.
Impressive.
That was the Jennifer Yu. Now she's got to get that mojo back.
Yeah. We kind of lost track of it because it was that game between
Sam Shankland,
Sam Shankland
and Hans Niemann.
Thank you. Yeah, I temporarily forgot their names there. And let's pick up the action because there was this moment, for those of you joining us late, you've missed a Donnybrook. Queen c8 was one of those moves that at first blush, it looks so tempting to try to force the trade of queens until you get to this position after bishop f2. Yeah, let's trade queens, but let's do it on my terms, says Hans Niemann. I would like your bishop, and when you go king d2, I'll spoil your mood with the move e3. And that was a winning continuation for Hans. Hans thought, okay, I can even do better than that. I can play, oops, excuse me, I'm doing it. They keep moving when I get to the position. After queen g6, Hans said, I will stop you from playing queen g4, and at the same time, I'll go after your pawn. After bishop g5, rook takes b7, bishop h4, check. Rook d3. And, by the way, we do have a victory.
Win. Anna Sargsyan is winning against Megan Paragua, and she is leading the women's section.
I like the way she confidently put her king right on the winning square to record the fact that I won as white. Back to the game of Hans Niemann. Funnily enough, it's a bishops of opposite color. Like, was this unavoidable?
But now that white bishop is pretty active, it's going to be munching on those pawns.
Exactly.
The biggest problem is that the e-pawn can't get past the e2 square. So here, if I play rook f1, which looks pretty much forced.
Check first?
I guess you could check first as well. I might play king up somewhere.
Okay.
But you could test me.
Well, check king up. I got another check.
So I can play king b3.
King b3.
Oh, I don't want to leave that square.
E2, right?
E2 square. So yes,
he's reaching to check
I
with
think he's thinking about the check on e2.
And he's done it.
So that might force the king backwards, actually.
Okay.
And now take on d5.
Right. And e3.
And this is the position.
So we're trying, like you say, to get my pawn to e2 with...
If you get your pawn to e2, I'm dead.
Uh-oh. We're just learning from VAR that the move that spoiled the moment was king d2. King c2 was a huge mistake. King d2.
Avoiding the dark squares, which made sense, but king d2 seems like a move you don't want to play, but allowing the rook to check you was actually worse.
That's remarkable. King c2, mistake. Rook e2, and Hans is
okay. But let's play the line. King back.
King back to d1.
Right.
Rook f2.
Bishop takes pawn.
Munch, and you're threatening this pawn on e4, but
push it.
Now
and I think you have to play.
I've got ideas of rook of e2 check on you.
Okay, but bishop c4.
Bishop c4. Pause. 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 Don't I have a way of forcing this guy through? It sure feels like Sam made a mistake with the move king c2. It wasn't obvious, but with king d2, he probably had very good chances of draw. Now Hans Niemann, he's got a victory in sight.
And in fact, can play the move rook d2 check, king c1, and e2 right away.
Wow.
Oh, that is very, very sweet. And there's no question that Hans has got that on his calling card. That's a very, very nice move.
Straight win of a piece, and Hans Niemann playing enterprising chess by sacrificing his rook on h4. He just kept the pressure on, and he has induced what looks like a critical mistake by Sam Shankland, and it looks like he's going to win this game and jump up the leaderboard right behind Wesley So.
Exactly, at +1. And again, you go into the rest day with that victory in your pocket, you just feel so much better about yourself and your whole chances. It was this moment, king c2, that was the error. King d2 was required. And again, king d2, counterintuitive, inviting the pawn to come with check. No, your e3 check is met by king d3.
And Anastasiya is with our sole leader in the women's section. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, you're absolutely right. We have the sole leader of the tournament, Anna. Congratulations on your victory today, 3.5 points. How do you feel about the tournament going so far?
Thank you. I feel good, especially winning before the rest day feels great. I'm gonna take as much rest as possible tomorrow, and it's great.
Yeah, especially after yesterday's game. I mean, it was such a huge fight. We finished one of the last, and today you managed to put yourself together and win. How difficult it's always to recover after so long and difficult fights?
Somehow during this event, once the game is over, I don't think about it anymore, which is crazy because that never happened to me. But really, like, the game was over, I was like, okay, time for the next one. And yesterday's game, yes, was crazy. I was so happy to survive, and
so you don't really analyze it with your coach. I know that you are now in the Webster University, and Liang is helping, right, during this event. This is at least this is what he told me before. So how actually this how is it happening? Like, is he preparing you for the openings mainly?
Looking at my first 3 games, I didn't really get anything from the opening, so you can assume that I was preparing alone, which is the case. He helped me a lot before the tournament, and during the event, he's also like supporting. But yeah, the first games I did alone, so he's always supporting me. He told me my mistakes yesterday and so on, so I'm very grateful for that.
Yes, so it's really great so far. I mean, I wish you all the best. The good rest is very important for every player. And I hope you get like really great boost of the confidence coming into the second part of the tournament, right?
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, today's game was, I think, very smooth. And the opening was nice. I took the pawn very fastly, and then
yeah. And you managed to win it. Yeah. Congratulations once again, Anna, and we go back to the studio.
Our congratulations as well, as Anna takes a clear lead in the ladies. Is it a 1-point lead? Let's just confirm that. That is a 1-point lead. Wow, 3.5 out of 4. Yeah, that's a pretty impressive start as we're looking at the game between Sam Shankland, Hans Niemann. Sam doing his best in the bishops of opposite color to stop this E2 pawn from racing down the board. And you, Kate, were just pointing out that the desirable E2...
Maybe if we can bring up the board?
Yeah, the analysis board. There is a way of Sam to kind of hang in there.
Okay, so now viewers see it. So there is this rook takes, king c1.
This is the current position. Bishop c4 has just been played.
Rook d2 on the board.
The move rook d2 check, which indeed has just been played. Only
king
move.
c1 on the board. And then e2 looks like an incredible move, yes. And probably it is winning. But I was wondering if rook captures on f7 check.
King g6.
And now bishop takes e2.
So both rooks are hanging.
You may have some intermediate bishop g5, but I'm not sure if I'm worried about those moves for black. Bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
But I thought maybe just rook c7. And yes, you're going to win that bishop. But I believe I should survive. And king d1.
Oh, wait, why couldn't I take the bishop right away? Because you're going to play what?
You can take the bishop right away, and I'm still going to play rook b7.
Bishop d8.
Bishop to d8. All I need to do is get that a pawn and try to get a rook and bishop.
By the way, Hans played that really strong move e2 on the board.
Well, there's no choice.
Okay,
now.
but
we're going to get there. We're getting there. Rook takes f7 check is essentially required because bishop takes e2, rook takes e2 is easy. If you leave this pawn, allow this pawn to live. Rook takes king g6.
So the line you showed, Yaz, when you played
bishop
rook
takes e2. Yep.
Rook d at the end is we can
rook
continue
takes e2?
with the line. So takes, you played rook b7, I played
Yes.
bishop d8.
Do you like that move? There's no other trickies? Okay.
I mean, there may be maybe something. I'm just trying to follow this line.
Okay.
And if you play rook here, now I'll play bishop g5 check.
Ah, bishop g5 check. King here trying.
Now, you do get to play...
Well,
and we are heading in that direction. Yeah.
And if I play rook
players
e6 now, you play d5?
I thought you won king c2.
I'm going to go back after your pawn.
It's a technical ending.
I'm playing bishop.
We're trying desperately to get the a6 pawn.
Yes,
but,
if you get the a6 pawn, it's...
By the way, the players are going down our main line analysis. They've reached the position that we've reached with rook takes. We've been looking at rook b7, bishop d8. And Hans seems to think he's got this. Is it that, Kate, is that a certainty for you? It's not a certainty for me.
No, definitely not a certainty for me, but great position for black.
Oh, absolutely. By the way, there is just one other way of playing it as well, and that is I am not giving you that A pawn under any circumstances. I will just play the move rook here, followed by bishop E1, and I'll go after this.
What do you mean, rook B6? Oh, rook B6 is...
Rook B6 is nothing, because it's the queening square.
Oh.
It's a good bishop.
Well, then it's winning easily.
Then it's winning.
Yeah, for some reason, I was thinking it was the wrong color. That's what you guys were going after. You're not getting my pawn.
No, you're not getting the pawn.
No, this is easy. Then this is resigned.
No, but I thought if white activates the king with d5, maybe you won't be able to defend the pawn on a6 at some moment.
Sorry, so we played rook b6, we played
just
rook
go
b6.
king d2.
King David 2?
Oh, that's maybe king c2. Let's go.
Okay, bishop
attack the pawn.
Boom. So anytime you play rook b6, I'm just going to take it. Oops. And put my bishop on the long diagonal.
But then if I go king b3, king a4, capture your pawn.
No. You'll never do it.
What do you mean no? Okay,
No.
rook b7, rook b6.
What? No.
Okay, takes.
No. And my bishop is on.
Okay, king b3. But I'm going to get your pawn.
How?
King b3. King a4.
King b3, king a4.
Queen.
Yeah, I promote.
Queen. I thought, okay. Sorry, I had a hallucination that I was keeping your king at bay. But okay, let's put that on the board. King, 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 king. And we thought, in my mind, we're just cleaning up. But this is the Nice. Sorry.
But
gotcha.
But you shouldn't be trading off
the rooks in that way.
Putting the B pawn on the board.
No.
You should just go. Why can't you just take the B pawn?
How do we do it? Sorry.
When you had rooks against rooks.
What should I do? Defend?
King
rook
C2?
b6. Oh, king c2. Yeah. Bishop d8.
And if I play bishop, bishop attacks pawn.
Yep.
And if I go king d3,
Take it.
Take a pawn.
d5.
It's rook and bishop versus rook, bishop, and pawn versus rook and pawn. Should be an easy win, no?
That's the thing, I wasn't so sure because all I need to do is capture the pawn on a6, so king c4.
King c4.
Okay, now we need to defend the rook and the pawn.
So put the bishop here so we can go.
Okay, now I go king c5.
Okay.
And rook b6. That's a draw.
Are you that fast?
A5 is forced.
A5, but
no,
this
but you
looks
can
one
actually
of
trade.
these studies, right?
Where
it's
the
like,
king moves in c7 and then you push. Yeah, that's true.
So, okay, black is a whole piece up, but he still has to play exact moves. And I'm certain that he's winning. But again, exact play is required by Hans. It's not just an easy
The king
play.
the rook doesn't belong on d6. The rook belongs on f6.
Okay, so king b3, we took a pawn. d5, we put a rook on f6.
Mm-hmm.
I think you were playing for king c5, or should we put?
Go wherever you like.
All right.
Bishop e1?
No, where we like.
Maybe king.
It's an extra piece, and all we need is a5, bishop, and I think then we can claim the game pretty.
So rook
pretty
c7.
easy.
Okay, one more.
Rook c7, a5, and bishop. Oh, well, we can play bishop b4. Why not?
You could also play a5. It's no problem. But
Yeah.
Okay.
And that
because the bishop will get to c7 or blockade.
Yeah.
It's some work.
Some work.
But
Took some work. By the way, we lost track of the Levon versus Dariusz game. Levon, one of our tournament, he's a half a point behind Wesley. So
Dariusz was able to recapture that pawn, and now they have equal rook endgame.
well, oops, sorry, I got the wrong game. I went too far down my list. Levon versus Levon is on the white side of this one. And again, remember when we left it was rook check to c8. Remember way back here? And I won brilliantly after king g6, rook c6. Nope. Dariusz said, no brilliant victories for you, Levon. And it's an extra pawn. Oh, that's a nice move, rook b4. Now, I'm not interested in the pawn. I'm interested in keeping your king passively placed. Remember when I wanted to go rook, king b3, I dropped the d-pawn? My goodness, Dariusz has defended this really, really well. I mean, these are the type of endings that you grind out victories from. Those extra half points make all the difference in the world between winning the tournament and just having a very good result. But Dariusz is defending this admirably.
You can have students who love tactics. And they love to find the attacking lines.
Yes.
And they love to deliver mates.
Yes.
And they hate to defend. And they don't want to play rook and pawn endings.
And
guess what? When you play on the highest level,
you have to play.
You want to master these.
Yep.
You want to know all the key principles, and you want to be able to judge just finally how to save these types of positions.
So how simple it is if white continues with b6?
b6. Okay, so if I go king c5.
Then d6?
And if I go...
Rook f8 looks almost forced.
But that's lost. d7, b7?
Yeah.
d7,
what
b7.
is this?
Sorry.
Why'd you allow d6?
The reason why I was thinking that I was winning a pawn after check. I can resist everything except temptation. No, sorry. b6, king c5 is no good. I have to go back to f8.
Okay, king c4.
I think I need to use a distraction. If you go king b5, I want to play e3 and put my rook and play king takes d5, if I can.
So if I go king b5?
King b5, let's say e3, yeah?
Rook e2.
Pause. Rook e2.
Because the king is also supporting the b6 pawn, the white king.
So over...
King a6.
Well, this rook is going to sack itself for the pawn.
b7.
No? King d4.
And now we're just in time to defend. Whew, that was close.
You're actually more than in time.
Yeah, now it's actually black.
You're an extra tempo ahead in this line.
About those squeezing those extra half pawn, half point out. Oh, g5. That's a surprise move. We didn't think that had anything to do. I thought rook f8. And by the way, we do have a victory.
Tatev Abrahamian won against Talia Cervantes.
Fortunate save.
Big turnaround in that one.
Such a big turnaround. Talia was doing so well.
Absolutely. So let's see if we can understand, was this move g5 good?
Well, what are you going to do? Are you going to push your b-pawn? Because if you do, you lose
okay, show
material.
Me.
Okay, rook back.
Rook back, king up.
Rook b8,
I presume.
Yep.
And now h5, right? Let's create another pass pawn.
He's looking for rook b6 check.
Yeah, rook b6 check. That
king c7.
Isn't bringing victory.
C7 problem.
It's not bringing victory. Nope. So g5. Hold on. g5. Any trickies going on here? Rook here. I'm assuming you have to go rook back, right? d7 is a winning threat.
Just rook checking. Rook check on f3 just seems to help
That's helpful. You're just pushing my king up the board.
Okay, so rook c8 check.
Again, pushing my king up the board.
Take your pawn. It's going to cost me a rook. But my king in 3 versus your rook in 1, after you go get my rook on b8, will be... I think I play... Sorry, I just have to be careful that you don't play rook c1.
Somewhere.
Yeah, because I wanted to move my rook away instead of giving you a tempo later.
Right.
But let's play the most brute force move. We'll play this one. That's going to give you a tempo for free in a second. But let's see if it... what happens?
Probably this is good enough still for a draw, because your king is so active. You can shoulder me as well.
Exactly.
No. Dariusz's G5 is perfectly legit. It's okay. Yeah.
So, what is happening in the game with Sam and Hans?
They are in the variation we were looking at.
And we found the, well, rook f6 move, and that was good enough. Where are we? There it is.
Everything hinges on keeping that a-pawn alive. And the only strategy, well, it looks like you have to play for a king up, but the king doesn't get there. King's too slow. The white king.
The white king should be on king d5.
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 So you've got to do it another way.
And we're thinking rook f6 so that we can get our bishop to e1 and b4 and put the bishop on b4 and play a5. That's the dream, ideal.
And it's fast. I mean,
really
that just
fast.
operates at light speed. If you could play king b4 right here, right now, you would feel a little bit better about life. I'm not sure you're even saving that, but
yeah, but that's actually 1, 2, 3 tempi to get there.
So a little bit of calculation on Hans's part to not lose this game. And this win, boy,
That
given
would be
the
so
standings
sweet,
right now,
right? Yeah.
he would be tied with Fabi and Levon if Levon only draws.
And second position.
Is there anybody else? Sam got kicked down.
Fabi, Levon. But we might be seeing Grigoriy. Remember, Grigoriy lost just an incredible game to start the competition, but he fought back to 50% with a victory over Andy.
And now he's playing Ray Robson, and he has extra pawn.
Could get him tied
Could
for
have
second.
him tied also.
Tied for second.
Oh, man.
And remember, he mentioned that last year he did not win any games.
And it stuck in his craw for one whole year, and he said, give me a victory. He got one. If he gets two, he'll be a happy man for the rest of 2025, 2026.
These queen and pawn endings are notorious for being a little bit tricky to execute.
Right. It's very clear what White has in mind. White wants to go check.
And D7.
D7 and promote the pawn. He just doesn't want to see a perpetual check.
But it's very difficult to give perpetual because the king can always hide on H2.
Right.
No, but then your pawn gets attacked.
So let me just make a move. King F8. Go ahead and execute the words.
And we will come back, but right now Anastasiya is with Tatev. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, I'm here with Tatev. My congratulations. Your first victory in this championship.
Thank you.
How did it go for you so far, the tournament?
Very up and down, a lot of shaky positions. Well, first 2 days I was getting good positions out of the openings, not converting. Yesterday it was a very nice game by Nazi. I underestimated how much danger I was in out of the opening. I didn't realize how critical the position was for me, and today was a very shaky game again.
It was a shaky game. It was fun to watch still. There was one moment, actually, the commentators touched that move number 24 seems like was critical one. Don't know if you remember the position when she played 22nd move f4. Did you consider bishop c4 at this moment? Maybe we can show the board exactly at this moment, move 22. When instead of f4, she could play bishop takes c4. Just take the knight.
Oh, and I can't take back as queen e4?
Because, yes, and then you have all these
pins.
pins. Yes. So, like, did you see this during the game?
I saw a version of this, but not like this. Because I was considering queen c5. Queen c5 was a move I was kind of afraid of, but I had a way of dealing with it. I thought queen e1, and if f4, b4, I thought tactically I'm hanging on, but I didn't see...
Just queen e4, yes, trying to put pressure.
Okay, I can also just move my king, but I thought tactically I can just solve all my problems here.
Yeah. So it seems after that, actually, this was one of the worst moments in your game. After that, somehow you managed to consolidate and eventually outplayed your opponent. It's the first victory against Tali in classical game. How important is it for you?
Well, it was important for me just to win the game in this tournament. Because, okay, 2 draws was okay, but then at some point you have to start winning to get back on the scoreboard. But yeah, I mean, she has been a problematic opponent for me. I've had a few games against her when I was, at least one game I remember I was completely winning, and then I just let it get away. So today I just wanted to make sure there are no accidents once I got the winning position.
How does it feel to play in the new chess club, reopened chess club? You are here for so many years.
Oh, it's so nice. It's so nostalgic being in the same space again, and everything feels like our first championship. It's such a nice feeling.
And my last question about your really great summer. You won so many rating points. You managed to get the norm. So tell us a little bit about it.
Well, now I'm here to donate it back. Yeah, I've had a pretty good year. I've had a very good period so far. Starting from American Cup, I just had a few good results. Yes, my summer was very successful, very unexpected, and of course I'm very happy about it. Here things are not going as smoothly, but hopefully I can get back on track.
Yeah, decided to not to have vacations, but play the whole summer. This is what I paid attention to. I hope it paid off.
I only played I played 3 tournaments in the summer. I played National Open in June, and then 2 back-to-back events in August, and then I took a break until this tournament.
Yeah, so far so good. Thank you so much, Tati, for being here. All the best of luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
And to which we will add our congratulations as well. It's always nice, once again, just the free day, before the free day, get that victory in and just enjoy your preparation for the second act of the tournament. As in our schedule, we get those 4 rounds of play, a free day, 4 rounds of play, and then a sprint to the finish of the final 3 rounds. Let's go back to the game between Sam Shankland and Hans Niemann, as we see Hans there twiddling away. And we think he's got this game pretty much locked up. Is that the case, Kate?
I am not sure, but he's going that direction. White is not getting the pawn on a6. He's actually going, Hans is going with his king to the queen side, which is something we were not looking at. We were trying to build a good position with the bishop and the rook, but this is probably going to work as well. You just defend the pawn with your king, and then you're going to reroute your pieces.
It makes a great deal of sense to my eyes. Just bring your king to b7. It's not like the a5 pawn is really going anywhere. It's all about making sure that this pawn doesn't go anywhere and that we don't trade or lose the a6 pawn for nothing. I mean, I was like watching this game yesterday between Jennifer and Anna, Jennifer Yu, that is to say. Jennifer Yu had an extra piece, and then suddenly she had no pawns. And it was like the 3 pawns versus a bishop. At one moment, it was just 1 pawn versus a bishop. King
Which case she was losing that game. She was worried about losing that game herself as he was fighting against that bishop. But back to this position.
Yes.
I mean, there are plenty of positions to look at beyond this game, as it looks like this game will be decisive. So let's see if we can solve the position, as you talked about, Jennifer.
Grigoriy and
can we solve the position for Jennifer? And we can get back to Grigoriy as well. But you could see her there, and that's a thinking pose.
And I really like what she did with her position. She transferred the black queen to g7, kind of making really a powerful battery on the diagonal.
Yep.
And now she just started to reroute her pieces.
But how does she get through that diagonal?
Well, she just threatens to go rook b3, right?
Isn't that the start? Rook to b3? Or
whose move right now?
I believe it's Jennifer to play.
It's Jennifer's move.
Okay.
So I was thinking, it's a kind of a funny, it's almost like a study, like how do we break through this diagonal?
But we can start by doubling up the rooks.
Why not double rooks instead of playing rook b3 immediately?
Because I want to go and recapture on b3 with the rook.
Yeah, for rook lands.
On b3. So, let me just put this down for a second. Takes, takes, takes. At last, yay! Arena gets her bishop to b2. Yay! What did you want to do? Sorry.
Rook b3.
And I have to move my queen in this case, getting. I mean.
And now, I mean,
somehow,
I may cap.
And any way you look at it, you got to give Irina Krush a great deal of credit. That bishop on h2, who is a lame duck. It was not doing anything. And suddenly it actually got all the way back to a good defensive position. Go ahead. What were you
Well, the
about to
queen is
say?
threatening to go queen a8 and to trade queens.
Which would be a great accomplishment for Irina.
Yes, and somehow I don't know if I really want to capture that pawn on g6. Like, I'd like to stay
That's
there.
a traitor?
Yeah.
You don't want to take the traitor?
You didn't have to play rook b3 immediately.
Nope.
You could have left this position as is and take
Okay.
the pawn on g6 right now.
Fair. Take the pawn on g6 immediately. I was going to move the queen anyway. I wanted to get off this diagonal and maybe take a pawn.
Okay,
check,
so I cannot yet take.
check.
Take.
Rook d5, rook c4 is not completely ridiculous either.
But if I go bishop takes d4 now, you have to
Pause,
capture
pause,
with
pause.
the pawn.
Pause. Can I give you a check? It doesn't matter, right? Does it matter? Check?
And if the king goes up?
Yeah, king h7.
Yeah, you don't want to go to g7. Check.
No, I
No.
go back with the bishop g7.
No.
Oh, the rook. Oh, you know what I was
defending.
thinking? Bishop takes g7, queen takes b6.
But it's with a check that
It's
I
a
recapture.
check on the. Okay.
We'll show the line so folks
Okay.
can see what.
Exactly. King a7. So this is like. So in my mind, the queen is overworked, right? Bishop g7, bishop takes g7. I'm going to take your rook. Nope.
Actually, I can go even rook queen b1 here. It's kind of a funny move.
Oh no, that's even worse. Mate and two.
And under promote to a rook.
And mate.
And we will stay here, but it looks like Awonder Liang missed a golden opportunity to win against Andy Woodward.
Whoa. We thought Andy had the better ending.
No, that changed a long time ago.
Oh, I wasn't looking at it.
Let's try to solve this one.
Again, we're going to stay with the game of Irina Krush and Jennifer because somehow Irina is putting up some real resistance. She's just played the move rook b2. And
I think doubling rooks has to be the correct way, right?
Makes
the rook on
sense.
e8 is not doing anything.
Okay, so I munched, and I saw that you wanted to go queen takes g6, queen b1. Hence, I did play the move bishop here, queen takes g6, and then you took my bishop. Pardon me, with your bishop, you took my knight on d4, and I was gonna. You forced me to recapture, which was terrible for me, right? You shut in my bishop, but it still requires you to win the game. You haven't won the game yet.
Yeah, we cannot get through that bishop. I want to put a queen on
Wow.
e2 somehow, but I don't get there fast enough.
Okay, b6.
Or with my piece hanging as well.
Yeah, your rook is hanging for the moment, so you can't just leave it alone. The queen takes a4. Still
No,
work.
bishop takes
still
knight is
work.
not correct, so back up.
Still work.
All right, so you play queen a5.
I did.
And we just need to get the queen in. So let's put the rook in the back rank.
Okay. And seriously, all I really wanted to do, quite frankly, was take this pawn.
And all I really want to do is play queen d3, but you might challenge my queen.
Just to update ourselves, actually, could you tell us some results?
Yeah, let's take a look. The women's section. Rose Atwell won against Atusa Furkashian. Really nice pawn break there. Anna Sargsyan, she won against Megan Paragua. Alice Lee drew with Carissa. She had a giant advantage, but then Carissa was able to actually get back in a tricky way. And Tatev Abrahamian won against Talia Cervantes.
Whitewash so far. And how about in the open section?
In the open section, we have two draws. Fabiano Caruana drew very early with Sam Sevian. Kind of a crazy game. We understood almost no moves there.
Right.
And Abhimanyu Mishra drew against Wesley.
Not quite as decisive. And as you were saying there in the ladies' championship, Carissa, I really want to emphasize this. Our defending champion was very, very fortunate to save that position against Alice Lee. Alice would have been on a tear, winning 3 in a row, had she converted what we think was a winning position for Alice Lee. Rook b2
And Jennifer is getting lower on time, only 6 minutes to go. And we know that once the time goes to 2 minutes, 1 minute, I mean, any blunders can happen.
As is her wont, she just loves getting into time trouble, does Jennifer Yu, and her clock is steadily ticking down. She is in the second time control. She will be resting on her increments. And Rook B2, and she's still got a lot of work ahead of her. We were looking for a moment there at the game between Grigoriy and Ray Robson. Grigoriy pawn up in that queen ending. How did the engine assess it?
So let's take a look maybe at that game. Grigoriy Oparin against Ray Robson, because Grigoriy can now force his pawn to d7. And I thought that's enough. So if I give a check, queen e8 check.
Just a second, I'm pulling up the game.
Oh, you are.
Okay, sorry, say it again. Queen e8, check. King comes.
And d7.
d7, no choice here. Give me a check.
King h2.
And I guess there's no choice. I'm trying desperately to overextend you by attacking the pawn on f2 and d7.
D4. Okay, no, this is good. This is enough, because if I have to move back with the king, then you're going to keep checking me.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those around the rosies situation. I keep checking you until we kind of repeat the same position. Now,
okay, no, I cannot do that, because I was only looking, instead of queen d4, if you go queen f3.
Okay, so like check, king h2, queen f3, yep.
Yeah,
looks
but
like a
that's,
good move.
But
What's
I don't
wrong
think
with
it's
that?
enough, because now we have like queen e5 check.
I see
and then
what you
queen
have in
d4.
That's nasty. That does everything that you really want. It covers f2 and it protects d8. So that's why queen d4 actually got you misfooted. Maurice, you've been looking at that Jennifer Irina versus Jennifer game, and you've come up with something.
I didn't. This Silicon Beast did. Don't want to take credit where credit is not due. But the way to win this position is gorgeous. I mean, it's a clear-cut plan. And I was thinking this, but I didn't realize how you would execute it in the actual game. But the winning plan involves this pawn on h6. That is the winning pawn in the game. Now you're thinking, come on, there's a mate over here. Like, what are you talking about? But the problem for white is that white is down a full king. This piece right here cannot do anything, and you must always guard it. So the key is to deal with the counterplay you were talking about, Yaz. Make sure this queen never gets active. So we can start with this.
Okay.
You were taking.
Yep.
Take back.
And bishop b2.
Bishop b2. And then back up.
Okay.
Very simple idea.
So we were playing queen a5 to get off that.
You were playing queen a5?
Pin, yeah.
And now queen over.
Oh, man. I have to come back?
You didn't want to do that.
I didn't want to
come
do
back.
that.
And now we're going to push this one. Now,
emphasizing I can't do anything.
The point, this bishop cannot move. You always have to worry about the move a3. And here's the problem. This knight can't move. This bishop can't move. The only thing holding this side together is actually the queen. And you're going to trade queens.
So if I go rook h1?
You can play rook h1. We're going to push. You can, let's say, play a move like f3.
Sure.
Well,
let's try it.
Just to give you the moves. This is what I'm going to do. Now we're going to trade queens. Here, go right ahead. Nothing over here is going to be able to move. The problem is we're trading and playing rook b1 check, and this pawn is going to win the game.
Gotcha.
This side collapses, and the rook is needed to protect, so the pawn just does its thing.
But that's a difficult plan
That
to
is
find.
not easy.
Nasty.
That's why I said I'm not taking credit for this thing. That is not easy to realize you can trade queens. You've got a bind here that cannot be possibly dissolved. And that is how she can win the game. I'm not sure if there are other ways to win, but this is so compelling. If you see it, you just know. I just play it like this, and the game is over.
Bang, bang, bang.
Wow.
Let's see if she can find that idea, because that would be a remarkable and very satisfying way to win.
Wow.
And she has 4 minutes on her clock.
No, she's chosen a totally different path, which may win also. She's taking the pawn on g6 with her rook.
I was about to say this very innocent-looking h6 pawn is going to be the one that that wins the game for Jennifer.
Okay, so we have it on Yasser's board. Rook captures g6.
Well, Jennifer's done something that, yeah, I mean, you want that pawn on d4 so that diagonal, you never have anything to worry about from Black's perspective. Rook takes g6, a totally different path, but understandable. There's not much counterplay. But now, having said what I just said, I do see one idea for Arena yet. Is if a moment ago the bishop was on h2, it needed to go to b2. Now we have to change it all over again, and we have to reroute the bishop to. At the moment, we can't do that very easily, of course, because. But you know what I mean. I want to put the bishop back on e5.
But I want to just play maybe rook g1 just to trade rooks, because then I have another rook coming. No, I really like this capturing on d4. I felt like when I was looking at that during our previous variations, it just simplifies the position.
Makes it easier. This is what chess grandmasters always are looking for, is the easiest and simplest solutions. Complicated solutions, we don't trust ourselves that we saw all the good moves. But
I see
easy solutions like what you just said, rook to g1, planning ideas of rook e1 as well, makes sense.
We have a move because Jennifer's time is running. So what happened?
Let me refresh my board. Pardon me. Rook
d2.
Okay, so Arena is basically saying, I'm going to try to defend the first rank and prevent rook b1 ideas. Is that right? Rook to d2. So should Jennifer be looking to play rook e8, queen g6, and queen b1?
And yes, what about bishop b3? Just saying, I don't want your rook to go to d1. Yeah. And now I want to go rook g1. Oh, maybe now you go rook d3.
That's funny. You're getting to somehow, you're getting your rook away. It feels like this should be winning, which is the simplest way.
No, I like a rook b8. You're right. Rook b8 looks nice.
Rook b8 feels good, right? And I mean, even if you do play rook b1, well, kind of good for you.
I mean, rook b3 is coming up. Be careful.
Yes.
But you can go immediately to win a piece. Rook b3.
Okay. What did I do? Sorry, I blundered in rook b3. Yes. Yeah. Looks good. Yeah, this looks very good for
but Jennifer played rook g1, so she wants to trade one pair of rooks.
Rook d1 immediately.
Immediate response.
By Irina. Okay, so let's have a look-see at this position, because Jennifer could be, in her mind's eye, she could be thinking, look, I'm going to play queen g6 to b1, and I'm going to give mate
so bishop
b1.
b2, probably only move.
Okay, queen g6. So trying to keep honesty. Honesty is the best policy. a3.
But how is it if I go and trade queens now? Queen g3?
A moment ago, Maurice was giving me this wonderful lecture about the innocent h6 pawn, and all I have to do is queen that pawn.
Yeah, I mean, our king on a1 is extremely weak.
You're a
No,
piece
this
down.
should be, yeah,
We're
this should
a
be
piece
lost
down.
for white.
I think so as well. But what a huge game this would be for both the fortunes of Arina and Jennifer. I have a feeling that Arina's been on a roller coaster ride in this tournament.
You know, Jennifer is less than a minute on the clock.
Oh, of course.
And she's not capturing the rook. She plays rook g2.
Rook g2. Okay, that's a very different approach. Rook g2. Surprise, surprise.
But yes, you were saying Irina Crash just winning, losing.
Right, and I mean, she started so spectacularly with a beautiful victory over Alice Lee. Very, very key rivalry. For those of you who know the American Cup, you got the whole story right there. I think in all the American Cups, the finals, except for the last year. I beg your pardon, because Tatev was, of course, in the finals last year. But yeah, in the American Cup finals, it was all about Alice, Lee, and Irina Krush. And Irina started with a victory, then she lost, then she won, then she lost. Well, no, we don't know yet what she's doing today. All right, Maurice, we think that Jennifer is playing well. Still work to be done, though, for Jennifer. I'm thinking, is now the time to play bishop to e5, by the way? Isn't that what we wanted for Irina?
But do you give up another pawn?
But it's one of those things. This is the traitor.
Right.
Okay? And if I can hide, there's no traitor on g6 anymore. So maybe Irina still has
There's hope.
Yeah.
There's hope in that position.
But tell me where Andy went wrong.
Yes, great defense by Awonder Liang. Of course, this guy's young man is 27-10 and seemingly climbing. And he was able to get some counterplay to break free of this problem. You can have the c-file. Just give me my counterplay. And he did get that. And suddenly it was Andy on the back foot having to think about this b-pawn, which ended up going all the way down the board if we jumped here. But it looked as though this e-pawn was more than enough counterplay as the rook was in the way of the pawn, and this pawn was flying fast. But in this position here, he should play knight c2 because his bishop is guarding that pawn. Gotcha. Get it away so that the rook can't move and push. Instead, he played a very active move, rook to b7, which is losing. And Awonder did not spot what would have been a very nice win. In fact, he has two moves here. Rook a1 is winning, and rook e1 is also winning, preparing to advance the pawn. Well, of course, you're taking this and stopping this pawn as well. The worry, maybe, was takes.
Yeah, because king h5 and knight f5.
King h5, and as you point out, knight f5. Now I'm looking terrified, except, oops, out of nowhere comes this check, and there goes your rook. If you take, of course,
there goes the knight.
Promote, and now there goes your knight. So that check stops you dead in your tracks.
Ooh,
this move, knight f5, doesn't do anything, and if you try to play instead rook check, looks like you're doing something, but
do have a
nothing
draw
happens there. As that
of...
position is just leading to a draw right now. We see something nondescript as they take, and that one will end with a handshake. Right?
Congratulations to Dariusz for defending a very difficult game. Sorry, back to you, Maurice.
And so we're here in this position. What can you do? You get nothing. It looks like you had check, 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 check. I was doing some stuff, and you ran out of ammunition right here. So rook e1
was a winner.
In this position was, what's crazy, actually, is that it just says you could even win with this move. And it's very funny because actually after this, it's pretty much the same thing.
Same
This is
story.
going to queen. Knight here doesn't do anything because you do have this check.
Whoops.
But
he didn't do that.
You don't win with this one. And why is that? Oh, because now you can change directions and take this and then push. Here you could take, here you could go back, here you're feeling stupid. So this was a random move to play. I just curious about what was happening there. So that was the moment. But when rook b7 happened, he didn't play that. He played g6, missed his chance, and let Andy back in the game. Knight c2 was indeed played, and now rook to b3. And the bishop no longer guards his pawn. You can't get the rook out of the way so that you can advance. So Awonder had the game. Missed a big, big chance. In order to get a full point, he would have been right there with the leaders. Well, right behind Wesley So, I should say.
Wow.
Tied for second.
Thank you, Maurice. Wow, what a missed opportunity that was. Let's jump to the game of Sam Shankland, pardon me, versus Hans Niemann, because we think that Hans is about to win the game.
And by the way, we can go maybe also to the game of Anna Zatonsky because she is just winning against Nazi Paikidze. I think we're going to see a handshake.
As well in that one. So when we left this one, Hans had done everything right. He brought his bishop back, the king back, and he is seeking to simply push the rook to a very, very passive square for Sam Shankland. D5 pawn is hanging, A5 pawn is hanging. Just one or two finishing touches should be enough.
Yeah, but Nazi's game, it doesn't need any finishing touches. It's about to end.
And it just ended.
It just did.
And it did
Anna
end.
Zatonsky won against Nazi Pajkice.
And wow, what does that leave us with, Katja?
That's
a
last
big
game.
result.
Irina Krush against Jennifer Yu. But yes, big result for Anna Zatonsky because this is her first win and she is with 2.5 points out of 4.
Right, she came in with 3 draws. That's
She's
right.
still a full point behind the leader.
Yes. And, you know, just when we left it, I was saying the dark squared bishop for Irina needed to get to the E5 square. Well, guess where she put it? Right there in the middle, smack in the middle of the board. No rook E1s for you. And by the way, let me harass the king, says Irina. Irina's got rook G1 on her agenda, and is she back? Is she back?
And she's also with that bishop guarding the B8 square, Yasser.
That's important,
right?
Because
the bishop,
we were
the
looking
rook cannot go there.
We were looking at this queen B1 with the rook on B8 ideas, but now the bishop guards B8, just what you just said.
The engine says it's equal. Irina is back.
Down 3 pawns.
What are 3 pawns?
But that's the opposite colored bishops, right? Which bishop is now more active?
And whose king is more vulnerable? It's the craziest thing. But this traitor on
Again,
A2,
take the A2 pawn. Just take it away.
yeah, if Jennifer could play rook on F2 takes A2, not only would that be brilliant, it would be checkmate. I mean, that's what that A2 pawn means in the position. Truly, it gives White's king complete safety. Again, rook G1. I can see this game completely unraveling now for Jennifer. She has to be a little bit careful that her king doesn't come under fire.
Can we go to the game of Grigoriy Oparin against Ray Robson and talk about how do we win such a position with extra pawn?
We are going to go back to the open section. This is Grigoriy versus Ray Robson, and there was difficulties. You can't just go queen E8 check and D7. And Grigoriy said, well, I have to play it a little bit more patiently. Played the move H4 takes. And now it's going to be harder to make perpetual check because after takes, the white king can maybe prance and dance, right? Ideas of check and D7, and then it's not.
And they're just walking around.
Yeah, to take a long way. How does Supertramp say it? Take the long way home. G3 takes H4. That's not on the board, by the way. That was just my move.
Grigoriy is still thinking. I mean, do you consider playing?
I don't have any.
G4 doesn't make sense.
Don't have any. Well, shall we just take a quick gander at what he could be considering? Check, here, push. Okay?
Okay, by the way, he just recaptured the pawn.
After just, yeah, okay. Because the idea is, and you can see that, you know, it's not like you have a ready-made perpetual check, right? And if you start going down this alleyway, it's completely possible that the king just prances and dances back to H2 and, you know, that kind of thing. But he did not. He did play G3 takes H4. Ray keeping an eye out for his perpetual check chances.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not sure how to keep like pressing here for white, or if I just start going with like king G3 and walking. No.
No, queen of 6.
Allowing queen G4. You don't mind?
Well, for the moment, I don't. Right? I mean,
No, but I'm taking your pawn
Oh,
on H6.
H6.
Oh, H6 is hanging.
Oh, sorry. The innocence. Well, he's taking the pawn on H6, but in this particular case, he's also, Grigoriy is stopping queen G4 check. I might find myself drawn to that as well, until I see the move king g7, right?
Yeah, why do you allow king g7? Oh, because he was afraid of queen g4, but...
Okay, maybe, does it make that big a difference? Check.
What do you mean?
Well, if you go king
I don't
h7
know what I
now...
mean. I'm getting...
You should have played queen f6. Queen f6 wouldn't allow king g7.
Right.
He gets one check, you move your king.
King g7, king h2. And again, from Grigory's point of view, give me this pawn, and I can go queen g5, and that's easy peasy. So we've got to do something like king g7.
But now I can give a check and play d7.
And that is a big deal. Okay.
No, but I could have played king f8. I get your check, no?
Yes, you could have. Yes, you could. But in
I
this
mean, even here, it's tricky.
Yes, absolutely. It's still tricks. These queen endings are...
No, now I feel like it's a draw.
Yeah, well, it's crazy. All right, king g7 on the board. And
what an opportunity he missed to be able to put his queen on f6 instead of f4. But this is where they start getting tired. Much easier for us three analyzing with an engine.
Hey, man, I'm tired.
Yeah, well, we also have the engine to back us up.
And the engines are tired, too.
Unfortunately, my friend, that's not how it works.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, he did miss this opportunity, but can he come back and still win it? I'm not really sure.
My engines go into overdrive, so they sound like jet engines.
No, if he had played queen f6, we might be leaving within the next 30 minutes.
Gotcha.
Now what he's done, we might not be leaving for an hour and a half.
And big result. Hans Niemann won against Sam Shankland.
Big time result.
Wow.
Really beautiful game. Sacrificing pawn on h5.
Beautiful game. This game was crazy. Mistake, sacrifice unnecessarily. Sam could have saved the game.
And for Sam Shankland, these last two rounds have been nothing short of disastrous.
Oh, yeah.
He lost to Wesley, so just a beautiful game by Wesley.
That
and
was beautiful.
Hans has won a very, very nice game.
Enterprising game.
Yeah, definitely.
And winning with black before the rest day.
Feels good. Feels good. Sorry, Maurice, you were telling us about this queen ending. What's going on?
It's not easy.
It's not. I could have told you that. I didn't even need an engine to tell you that. Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, you great insight.
I know. It's deep. It's profound. It's
king f6.
Amazing. That's why
it's getting harder and harder now.
Okay, this move, a little check. You got to bring your king up. You got to hope for tricks. It's just not that easy. You got to hope for tricks. It's not 100% obvious. The king goes back. I wish my king were there, but I can't do it. Maybe put a little f3 action and slowly hope the person blunders. Inch's liking white, though. Queen e5, king g8, king f2.
Oh, man.
But the blundering is possible as Ray has only 1 minute and 20 seconds.
That's going to be the best part. Make him. But what are you talking about? He also only has 1 minute plus. So that's our saving grace. Both of them might blunder and a draw might happen as a result. But this one...
By the way, let's take a look at the game Andy, Woodward, and Awonder Liang, because he just played really beautiful move, knight f5.
Did Andy?
Yes, look at that.
Knight f5.
So let's bring up the board.
Knight. So in this position, Awonder pins the knight to the rook. Move your knight. I grab your rook. Well, I will move the knight because there is a
fork
check.
Once you take that rook.
Exactly. So Awonder still trying to win the game. He's going to win it. He's going to win a pawn, actually. So for something like this, and
we're going to pause because Anastasiya is with winner Anna Zatonsky. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, exactly. I'm here with Anna, who just managed to win against Nazi Paikidze. And it's your first victory in this tournament, Anna, after 3 draws. Do you get some kind of boost of confidence after winning this game?
I just finished my game, so definitely I will. I didn't realize yet. I had like good positions. I was never in trouble, I think, and like in both like 3 games, I had with Carissa it was like a little bit symbolic, but with Jennifer it was like close to win, and in second round I could get like huge advantage from the opening.
Yeah, but so far so good. +1 at the moment. It's my first time that we are talking in this event. So tell us a little bit about your estimations from this event, like and your prep.
You know, I have a family, 2 kids. It's not very easy to organize. I just cannot live somewhere for 2 weeks for training camp. It's simply impossible. And
but still, you have a grandmaster in the house, right?
I have a grandmaster who is like also like pretty busy. Yeah. Yes, and I would like to thank him for all like preparation, for his patience. And today I messed up my preparation. It was like so many lines, and just completely forgot what I was about to play because Nazi already played this line versus me. And
so you had like some theoretical battle, let's say, today.
No, not theoretical battle. I just forgot what I knew. It's supposed to be e4, but not knight bd7 line, and I was like trying to get in my common time pressure.
Yeah, this
but
is
I
very
didn't
normal,
succeed.
Yes.
Thanks God.
Situation for you, yes, I'm sure.
In certain point, I was like 15 minutes down on the clock.
Yeah, but I mean, this game, of course, is so important. I was wondering, how does it feel for you to play in the St. Louis Chess Club? I see this nice bracelet you have where it's written St. Louis. You just told me it's handmade. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, this is from I ordered it. It's handmade. My good friend made it. And it says St. Louis Chess Club with chess pieces and all colors of St. Louis Chess Club. And so far, it's very lucky bracelet. I have like 2 more similar. One is usually for Olympiad with American flag, and the other one for my German chess club. Yeah.
So it means St. Louis has a very special place, right, for you?
Yes, it's like my top top places, and so far this is very lucky.
Yeah. How does it feel to play here, to be here in a brand new club?
Yeah, I'm always like very happy to be here, very proud to be still playing U.S. championships, and I wish one day I will repeat my success, which I won here some U.S. championship, I think 2, right?
2 of them, yes.
2 of them, and it's been a while since I last time won, and I really hope to play, to qualify for U.S. championships and maybe win someday.
I think it's the right moment for you to wish you all the best of luck in this direction and have a great rest, because tomorrow we're having the rest day in the tournament.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anna.
Yeah,
we are going back to the studio.
Congratulations, Anna. We have a breaking news in the game of Irina Krush and Jenny for you. Maurice, want to show us that?
Yes, sometimes in chess, you relax when things are going well after a long, hard fight. You think, okay, I'm all right. And then your opponent shocks you and shows you that chess is infinitely complex and will make fools of us all. It happens, even to the best. This position here, the bishop lands on e5. After a long defense, she must have felt that everything was okay. Did Irina, now I can get back in the game. And after the move queen g6, she played the move rook to g1. We'll just keep it going. Rook up, takes. And now the move queen to e3, a fantastic move. Now threatening the pawn. Now threatening rook g1 as well. Her opponent played king h7, getting off the pin. And now rook g1 on the board. You got a rook g7 sighting coming your way. Hey, I'm rolling. I'm a ship rolling down I was going to say rolling down the hill, but actually I was thinking more like a stone rolling down the hill.
Ship rolling down the hill.
It wouldn't be a good ship running down the hill. But here in this position, the move rook to f8, fantastic reply. Don't touch my queen, and I'm threatening rook down with check. That was an instantaneous cold shower wake-up call. By the way, this move is very important to recognize that this doesn't help anything at all because she's sacking the queen. All lines is what's going to happen. So now she needs to find a move. She did not. She played bishop to g3, and the queen sack happened. And now this rook check, and this is the position we're looking at. It looks like bishop opposite colors. It's not. That's one pawn far flung from this pawn. All you actually need is 2 files apart. These pawns, this is too far apart. This king has to deal with this. This bishop cannot deal with the king and pawn marching. She might be resigning soon, as a matter of fact, as Here comes Jennifer. This is just a straightforward, very easy win for black. And Irina, who was fighting so well, is now going to go down and lose this game.
Exactly. King, she is lost. I mean, resignation is inevitable at this point. King G6, King F5, and the H pawn.
But I think it's incredible also to show how Irina could have survived the game.
Irina could have saved the game with a very special move at this point. The move Bishop F6, blocking the path of the rook to the back rank and saying, I'm still after your queen. I'm still threatening this rook check. And if you do take on this square, well, you can kiss this one goodbye. I want to say good night, Irene, but we've got an Irene who's working for us, so I'm not going to be talking about her. This one here, though, is busted. I mean, it's mate 3. You're just gone. And if you put your king here, your queen is gone with check. So bishop to F6, this move would have been a special move to find, and this saves the game. In fact, forces black into some kind of drawing line by takes, and takes, where it's a rook and bishop versus the queen, but you can't. Well, it's very important that you're going to play this very spectacular move to finish off everything. Rook F1 is threatened. What are you going to do? Queen F2.
We had a mad queen the other day, didn't we?
Oh, we did. And all these, we're seeing so many stalemates in this championships. We saw 2 in one day. We saw Sam Sevian do the mad queen in his game against Abhimanyu Mishra.
Right.
Queen F2, and now if you take, of course, that is a stalemate. A beautiful drawing sequence with bishop to F6. Just extraordinary. She did not spot it. She played bishop G3, and now, not seeing the line, she is going to go down, as there is just simply no way to hold on to everything. I think she can give up the A-pawn easily, no? Like, just play bishop F7. And if you want to take my A-pawn, please go right ahead. I'm going to win your bishop.
Absolutely.
In any case.
Yeah.
There are just too many pawns running. Well,
exactly.
Oh, you tried to, you're playing another line here.
Just a different one.
But this works too, because I'm going to play H3 and then bishop C6.
Correct. Yeah. So easily winning for Jennifer, lots of ways. But is Grigoriy winning?
Grigoriy maybe spoiled his advantage. But before we go to that game, Anastasiya is with Hans. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, I'm here with Hans Niemann, who just managed to win against Sam Shankland. What a great game it was with sacrifices. How do you feel, first of all, after first victory in the U.S. Chess Championship?
Yeah, I don't have the best result against Sam.
Yeah.
And
it's your first victory in classical chess, right?
Yeah, the games he beat me were sort of my own doing. He once beat me when I had a really, really high fever. But yeah, no, I think I played really well. I'm really happy with this move, H5.
Yeah, you would sacrifice the pawn at this moment.
Yeah, because
H-file.
There are a lot of options there. But I really, really like this move H5 because it's not easy to consider. You just give the pawn and you start attacking. And you kind of have to understand that white doesn't really have a move after H5 because at some point Queen B3, F3 is a threat.
And I really want to lead you to this moment where you decided to go for the sacrifice. So many different options for you here. Like, how did it feel? Did you feel like a rush of adrenaline here that you saw bishop G3, rook H4, these moves?
I felt like I played so well. Even rook C6 wasn't such an obvious move. Like to swing the rook and the bishop. I saw this entire sequence and I felt after rook F6 I was very confident. But then he sort of found some way to hold on, and I was in time pressure. Maybe I didn't find the most precise way to continue.
Did you feel that somewhere here you should be just winning?
Yeah, at this moment, I should have played, I thought bishop...
Bishop B3?
Bishop,
bishop
F2. I thought maybe bishop F2. But then, what was the line?
Yeah, if we actually come back all the way before to move 31.
Yeah, this was the line exactly.
Yes, yes, yes.
I wasn't sure if this was winning. Like king D3, king D2, E3, king D3, rook E1, take, bishop F3. I really wasn't sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many lines. I just want to come back all the way to move 31 when you actually sacrificed. There was also one more option. I just wonder if you consider it bishop takes g3 instead of rook h4. Like, instead of sacrificing one piece, let's give two. Yeah, there was another option. So 31 move. Instead of rook h4, bishop takes on g3. And after you take, there was like option to play rook g6 and another one like to take also on h4. Yes.
After rook at g6, bishop e1.
Yeah, and you
queen
take
h4.
Queen h4. Yes. So rook g6. Yes. Bishop e1. And queen h4. Yes. This looked tempting. Like all the pieces
tempting,
there.
And then queen g5. Queen
g2.
Queen g5.
Queen g5, yes. Threatening to take on e3.
Bishop f2.
Bishop f2.
And then I saw rook h6.
Rook h6. Yeah.
And then after g4, I wasn't sure. But probably it's just winning. Yeah, g4, I wrote rook h3.
Rook h3, yes. And you continue attacking here as well. So you had to choose between these two options. How difficult?
Obviously, when you play the lines, I don't know. If I didn't think, I thought both were winning, and I didn't have that much time, so I thought rook takes h4 was simpler. But obviously, when you see these lines, black's king is kind of stuck, and I was worried eventually the bishops could become active, but in this case, white is paralyzed.
Yeah. So let's say you managed to win this game, and Hans, how do you feel about your situation in the tournament right now before the free day?
No, it's a great start considering I had 3 blacks in 4 games. So I've gotten rid of the the black colors and have more whites now, which is quite important in classical chess because with black it's quite hard to play for a win. But he went for a fighting line, so it's funny that this is the 3rd opponent that I've played who's lost a previous game. So I played Oparin, who lost to Fabi. I played Ray, who lost to Wesley. And now I played Sam, who lost to Wesley.
Yeah.
So I was worried that all these people who are losing,
they will try to...
They're trying to make it... So I kind of... I was a bit cursed, but thankfully Sam was a bit more ambitious after his loss and created a good game, and I'm very happy with how I played.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Hans, and wish you all the best of luck and have a great rest during the free day.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you as well, Hans. It was a very, very nice game, a very deserving victory. But we have a number of victories suddenly occurring.
Jennifer, you just won against Irina Crash.
It wasn't a whitewash in the ladies with white winning all of the games, but Jennifer just broke that streak by winning just now. She did
made it 5 wins in the women's section for this.
Wow,
5
decisive games.
5 decisive games out of 6 games, yes.
Right.
So expected to see contentious chess, but...
We got it. How did she do it? Because when we left it, we knew it was winning, but just to go...
so let's get the game
all the way
Crash.
through. King takes. And, yep. Those...
You can get 1 pawn. You cannot get both.
Exactly. One of them is going to win. Congratulations.
And Oparin did not manage to convert his position either.
Ray Robson defended?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. That was very, very hard. We thought that, well, it's still going.
Well, this one, though, the king is going to be checked out of its mind as the black king has now come near the pawn, and so your queen can never intercede, which will be the traditional technique. Your queen, the white queen, can never intercede against these checks, and so you're just going to be checked and checked and checked forever. Your king now has no shelter anywhere, and you will not have some superior king and pawn ending to win.
So we are talking about the game Grigoriy Oparin against Ray Robson.
We're expecting king d5, and I'm begging you to play queen here. And you're saying this king and pawn game, it's just a draw.
You can have that position if
and that's just a draw. There's nothing that Grigoriy can do. Queen b3 check on the board. King e4. Just from the body language, it looks like time is time.
Both players have 1 minute.
Still, all results are possible. Sometimes as white, you can walk into a checkmate.
But I feel like they already had this position, so...
something like queen e6 check on the board, perhaps?
I'm expecting queen. Well, queen e6, king f4.
Yeah, that's my question. I can go check or I can take the pawn. I wasn't sure if the king and pawn endgame is lost or not.
I'm worried about then king g4, king h5, just getting that pawn on the side.
Okay, we've got queen b4 check by Ray.
The win in that endgame would have to happen with... This is funny. It would have to happen with your king on f6, your pawn still on h4, and a pawn on f5, and the king on f8. The king on f8 in Zugzwang.
Yeah.
After a trade.
Right.
Right. So, and then when your king moves, I can play king e7 and then f6. Oh, well, wait, you're
trying to construct a winning king and pawn endgame for
right. You can play h5.
Gregory is just trying to get his king over to the h6 pawn, is what Gregory's trying to do. King f5 on the board.
So we have two checks.
Hoping that he could get driven.
So queen b1.
Okay, queen b1 check. King back. Queen b4 check, yes?
Let's go back check.
Oh, excuse me.
By the way, queen b1 is on the board.
King here.
Queen e1 check?
Check.
Queen e1 check. I'm trying to get...
But this we already had this position because here is queen g1.
I can't play king h5 because that
Please
does
play king h5.
that walks into queen g6 and we all get to go home. But we... Okay, sorry. I'm just going to refresh the current board.
And Anastasiya is with Jennifer Yu. Anastasiya, over to you.
Yes, we're here with Jennifer. You were right. I mean, such a crazy game you had today against Arena Crush, but she's your long-term rival. How was it, first of all, to play against her today, and how does it feel to win at the end?
Yeah, I think my approach into this game, I've honestly have just been like trying. I said this before, but I think I'm just been focused on myself versus like preparing specifically against opponents because, you know, I'm not really happy with the way I was playing before. It was taking me a while to warm up. You know, I think like my last round was significantly better than like my first game, but I've just been taking every game just like by itself, you know, game by game. And so I'm very happy with the result. Obviously, you know, I think I've struggled in the last few years to kind of convert a lot of times because I think I've started pretty slow like the last few years. So it's always been like that first win has been like the most difficult for me. But I think like now that I got it out of the way, it's like definitely like a weight off of my shoulders.
Yeah, so you're like really important for you to win the first game. You like get necessary self-confidence, right?
Yeah, because I think that's it's been a lot of different factors. It's just like one, that confidence thing. I just need to get the ball rolling because I've always been a really streaky player. Like when I win a lot, and then when I don't win a lot. So I just needed to get that out of the way, and then also I think I was just kind of pretty rusty going into this tournament. I have not played like that many tournaments over the last year, so.
So you were not sure which form even you have, yes, right now?
Yeah, because I figured I would be better off than I was previous years, just because I feel better prepared for this tournament than previous years, but also like I haven't had that playing experience.
Yeah. So what are your goals in this event? Like, I mean, now that you won especially the game, like, did you change something? Did it change something for you?
Yeah, I think my goal has never really changed. It's like even when I'm losing everything, I still want to do my best, still want to win. You know, I don't believe in like I don't believe in like evening out the losses and like trying to play for a draw or something. Like I just want to like have a really exciting game like every single time. So when she did this opposite side castling, I was so happy with that because I just figured like this would just make the game more exciting. So yeah, I think that's been mostly the case. And, you know, I always go into every single one of these tournaments trying to do my best and win because, you know, I've won before, but, like, I didn't even realize how much my rating has fallen that I'm not, like, I'm really close to, like, the bottom of the pack, but, like, I haven't even thought about that at all.
Yeah, but to play the way you just described it means it requires so much energy every day. Like, how do you keep this level?
You know what I actually realized the first 2 rounds was I was just so tired every single game. And I was like, I didn't understand what was happening. And I realized I just had like so much caffeine withdrawal. Like I would usually drink so much stuff, like so many energy drinks and stuff at home, which I know is not that healthy. But I came here and I was just drinking coffee and I was like, it's not enough. So I asked for more like energy drinks because I feel like so much more alive now because I didn't even realize that was happening first 2 games because I was just so drained at the end of it.
Yeah, this is how I feel sitting next to you, that you're ready to run, you're ready to do something else.
Yeah, because my problem was always like during the games I would get so tired and then throughout the whole day I'm tired and then at like in the middle of the night I start live again. So I'm like, I need to switch around this schedule.
Yeah, so tomorrow we have so important rest day for all chess players. Like, what are you going to do?
I think I'm just gonna, I'm gonna definitely prepare for like my next few games. And you know, it's been so nice because previous years I'm always like, I'm doing homework, I'm doing homework. Like it's like so nice because that's like, I don't have to worry about that anymore. So I can actually just like play how I want in this tournament and, you know, go to the gym and then maybe relax a little bit and then
yeah, sounds like a really good plan. I just remembered all your answers. You were always ready to study at the end of the games. I think it's, yeah, thank you so much and wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and congratulations, Jennifer. It's such a big victory for her and such a big rivalry between the two of them. Standings, please.
Yes, let's take a look at the women's. Here we are. Anna Sargsyan, the sole leader, with a very important win today against Megan Paragua. Alice Lee tied with Anna Zatonsky and Nazi Paikice with 2.5 points. Maybe Alice is gonna kind of regret only making a draw in a really great position today against Carissa, but Anna Zatonsky really glad to win against Nazi today.
Absolutely, and in the Open, it looks like a draw has been agreed between Ray and Grigoriy. I feel like that was a 50-50 game. Half the time you win the game, half the time your opponent defends it really well and draws. I think somehow Grigoriy feels like he's probably left something on in the game today.
It's a queen and pawn. You know,
it's so tough.
Queen versus queen and pawn. And you say it's a 50-50. I feel like it's a 6-hour game. You hope it's only 4.5.
Right.
And sometimes they sit there and they keep going and going and going around circles.
But there was that move, Queen F6.
Queen F6
Maurice,
instead
right?
of Queen F4. He missed a great opportunity there and blew that game. And Andy Woodward also did not really nail this one. We thought he had great chances, but it was not to be as his opponent played very well, but he was able to save the game in a situation where he was lost at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we felt that definitely Andy was winning, actually.
We saw up and down.
Up and down.
Results.
Absolutely.
Tatev Abrahamian.
Easily
surviving.
Lost that game.
Talia had this beautiful opportunity to capture on C4. She missed it, and then the knight outplayed the rook. I mean, she was an exchange down, but she had these pawns.
It's nice when you got extra pawns.
Push,
rolling
push.
down the board.
Very, very, very impressive. Standings in the Open. Did I see that? Oh, we're still working on that. Sorry.
Well, Wesley's got the lead.
Yep.
We got Aronian behind him.
Yep. Fabi
We've
behind
got Hans behind him.
Aronian,
Fabi,
and Hans are the three people.
And I think that's it in that section. Nobody
just
else
a couple of people,
1.
50% like Awonder.
Should have a bunch of plus ones.
Well, let's see.
This is not looking very good
This looks
for
like
anybody.
some of the worst picks in the history of time.
I'm really ashamed of you guys. But Carissa, I have to say, this has not been her tournament. Talk about her first 4 games have been terrible, actually. And she could easily be at -2.
Easily.
So I guess I'm happy with my pick not being a dead last.
Okay.
We're both okay
This
with
looks better.
these picks, but
still,
nobody picked Wesley.
No, Wesley.
By the way,
Or
statistically, Wesley is now a big favorite, as you had
Like
pointed out.
54%.
That was a stunner. I mean, we're still
7
seeing-
rounds to go now. Come on.
Yeah. But if you ever want to see a game where it defies understanding, take a look at Fabi's game today, because I got to tell you, I'm still mystified by that. All of White's pieces are on the first rank, and the computer says King H1, slight advantage for White. And I'm like, what? On what universe is that position an advantage for White?
One day very soon, the computers, when the AI starts talking, they're going to say You guys are such idiots.
Idiots. And there you have it.
Here we have standings in the open section. Wesley saw sole leader with 3 points, and then a three-way tie for a second place. Fabiano, Caruana, Levon, Aronian, and Hans Niemann after today's important win against Sam Shankland. And by the way, the only win of today in the open section.
And the unbeatable Mishra at 50%, drawing all of his games. And just to remind everybody, tomorrow, do not join us. Do not tune in, because we're all going to take a rest day as we say good night from St. Louis, and we will see you all on Friday.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.